Chapter 1. Tales of the Prostia Empire. Alan and his party were in the Prostia Empire, the land of merfolk, thanks to the help of the Crevel Kingdom, a nation under Prostia's rule. They were searching for Biko, who had incited a riot in Albahal, stolen the symbol of the Beast King of the royal family, and gone on the run. Under the guise of Princess Carmine of Crevel heading to meet the Emperor, Alan had been granted the title of Special Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, and had accompanied her to the ocean floor where the Empire was located. The no-life gamers had spent the past 2 weeks infiltrating the imperial capital of Patlanta, a city built upon a giant crystallized flower, but they had not found any trace of Biko. Moreover, Princess Carmine had not been given the opportunity to meet the Prostian Emperor. Hoping to learn the reason the audience had been delayed, Alan had snuck one of his summons around the palace. In doing so, he had discovered that Prostia was experiencing a revolt of its own, and that the ringleader, General Ignamesu, had succeeded in his coup and claimed the throne. Alan and his party had then slipped into the palace, now under Ignamesu's control, and carried out a secret mission to rescue the Empress and her children, but this had not helped him with his search for Biko. He needed to extract more information from Ignamesu and his goons, and so the summoner had cooked up a plan to use Princess Carmine's audience with the Emperor to sneak deeper into the palace. Had a new goal in mind: invading the land above water. To do so, he required military funds, and Alan was more than happy to use that opening to cozy up to the Emperor. Once he had done so, he had been permitted to enter and leave the palace as he pleased. Alan had then learned that the Songstress contest was around the corner. The winner would receive a holy orb of Macris, a precious item that could strengthen his party. He had coincidentally bumped into Rosalina, a merfolk and singer, and struck a deal with her. He would help her win the contest. At the same time, Alan had pretended to cut ties with Princess Carmine and her servants, who were actually Cecil, Sophie, and Shia in disguise, and the ladies had been banished to the annex, where they would snoop around. They had met Princess Rapsinal of Prostia and discovered that the blood of holy fish Macris coursed through her veins. She closely resembled a typical mermaid, as she was a fish from the waist down. Ignamesu would not officially be recognized as emperor if he did not marry her and have children, thus the princess had been confined in the palace. Cecil and the other ladies were staying in the annex to speak with Princess Rapsinal and extract intel, find clues as to Biko's whereabouts, defeat Ignamesu, and save the princess. They had managed to sneak in a bird G, which Alan could share with to gauge the situation within. He gathered information from his summon while enjoying a sweet treat in a cafe on the streets of Patlanta, trying to come up with a way to get Rosalina into the Songstress contest.
Ugh, school Aaron.
How dare he enjoy his time outside while we're trapped here? Cecil shouted angrily, while squeezing the living daylights out of the bird G, unable to suppress her rage. YUV, got the wrong idea, my lady. The bird G croaked in Alan's voice as he saw the unfortunate state of his summon. I'm not having fun. This is necessary. He's right, Sophie added, trying to quell Cecil. We require Macris' tears for Pelomas' sake. Still, this makes me so angry. Cecil insisted, seeing red. She squeezed the bird G tighter and tighter, and Alan continued to cry out in pain and panic. Princess Carmine and Princess Rapsinal watched in a daze. The latter rarely ever saw a bird, and while she was surprised to see this bird speak with Alan's voice, she was also shocked to see that she was looking at a famous shop on the main street despite being imprisoned in her room. She had even heard the entire exchange between Alan and Rosalina, a merfolk with orange hair and eyes. It was a bizarre experience, and though Sophie had explained that it was because of Bird F's awakened ability, Messenger, the royal could hardly wrap her mind around it. The absurd and fantastical ability made the princess feel a touch taken aback. She had personally experienced such things before because of Alan and was beginning to honestly believe what Shia had said about how once they found hints leading to Biko's whereabouts, they could defeat Ignamesu and release everyone from imprisonment in a flash. Come now, Cecil. Let him be, Shia said before attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Alan, if we have this purchase record you speak of, Rosalina can win the Songstress contest, I take it? Exactly, Alan replied through the bird G. Princess Rapsonal, would you happen to know where these records are? I believe they're somewhere in the palace. The princess, startled upon hearing her name, hastily replied, Unfortunately, I don't know where they're kept. However, there are a few officials in charge of running the Songstress contest. I believe they take care of such things. I see. Then instead of scrambling around in search of the records, it might be better to negotiate with merchants. The purchase records were a key element of his scheme. When Alan had first met Rosalina, she had been busy visiting shops to purchase outfits and accessories in preparation for the contest. She had been asked to show her entry pass for the contest, but if she had shown hers, it would have quickly been discovered that she had come from Minapanta, a Prostian province that had been suddenly barred from participating. She had refused to show her pass, which had led to a bit of a scuffle with a shop employee. Alan wanted to know why one could not buy accessories without that pass and had asked Princess Rapsonal about it. The royal had politely provided 2 reasons. First, it was a way to filter out and question those who did not have a pass or tried to fake one. If one were to win the Songstress contest, they would not only receive a holy orb of Macris, a physical symbol of the holy fish's favor, but also be completely absolved of any past crimes. This stemmed from a rule stating that anyone who received praise and honor from Macris for their beauty and singing could not possibly be a criminal. That rule also encouraged cheating, however. Even if one illegally obtained accessories for the contest and forged an entry pass, as long as they won, they would leave with a clean slate, walking away scot-free. And so, Prostia had taken measures to crack down on these cases. Entry passes were not only strictly limited, but one was also required to show theirs to even get their hands on any accessories needed for the contest. The magic shops cooperated with the campaign, which was why Rosalina had nearly been dragged into a separate room for interrogation. I see, Alan thought. If we can somehow find a loophole in these restrictions, or even manage to forge a convincing entry pass, as long as Rosalina wins, we haven't committed a crime. The second reason for requiring an entry pass at time of purchase was to keep track of which contestants bought what accessories. Holy Fish Macris, for some inexplicable reason, put heavy emphasis on appearances and outfits, and contestants thus wished to use the purchase records to discern what kinds of looks had won in previous contests. But it was not just the contestants who closely analyzed Macris' tastes. Shops did the same to increase their sales. For example, merchants could sell an accessory and claim that it was sure to help a lady win. Conversely, some would recommend wares that were not in fashion at the time, claiming that it would make a lady stand out since a certain trend had been in style for 3 years now and Macris was surely bored with it. These tactics were used to sell items to various contestants. Hence, purchase records held value in and of themselves, leading to the rampant issue of them being forged. There were some bad actors among the merchants who sold falsified purchase records for exorbitant prices, claiming that they had obtained intel from a different store and spread misinformation. The merchants wishing to mitigate this issue had formed a group. They had suggested to the emperor at the time a method to guarantee the authenticity of the purchase records. Whenever something was purchased, the merchant selling it would require a valid entry pass, all of which were linked to the purchase records. That information would then be submitted to the palace, and the officials in charge of the Songstress contest would use it to verify the authenticity of the pass. Merchants would be able to plan their sales and further increase their profit that way. In turn, the empire could collect a hefty sum in taxes, allowing the Songstress contest, one of the empire's largest events, to proceed without any fraud or injustices. The emperor had agreed with this idea, and so contestants now had to show their entry pass to make purchases. If someone could prove that they were not a part of the contest, there was no limit to the accessories they could buy. However, if purchases were deemed suspect, many stores would choose to interrogate the buyer. At the very least, when the Songstress contest drew near, many could not buy accessories without a pass. If you want to run a successful business, I guess big data's important no matter the world or age. Alan believed that one needed to wield a massive amount of information to win the contest and also climb up in the business world. That was why he so desperately wanted to get his hands on those purchase records. But the handling of these records had to be done carefully. At the very least, Until Rosalina was able to officially enter the contest, he had to keep any risks to a minimum, lest someone track him down. Plus, Master Habarak told me about crystal flower seeds, which are apparently useful for embedding. I've got a lot left to do. Alan assured Rosalina that he would be in contact with her soon enough, then left her in a daze as he rushed out of the store. He swiftly returned to the magic store Pelomas had purchased earrings from earlier. Pelomas the merchant had received Alan's orders via summon and was busy negotiating with the owner of the store, Casagoma, for the purchase records. To accurately analyze holy fish Macris tastes, Alan required as many purchase records as he could find. He needed to go many years back and compile all the data. Sure, we're planning on paying as much as we need, but if you're unwilling to provide the records, we'll just take our business elsewhere, Alan said. Pelomas frowned as he struggled with negotiations, but Casagoma, the shop owner, smiled beside the boy while rubbing his hands together. Oh, that works very well for us, he said. As for prices, well, rest assured that this will be a learning experience for me. Alan gave a satisfied nod. Meanwhile, Pelomas, who suddenly found himself in a far more difficult negotiating situation than before, looked as though he was about to burst into tears. But Alan paid his friend no heed and used Bird G to notify Cecil and the others. We can get the purchase records if we pay up, apparently, he reported. I'll analyze the data and choose a few outfits, so I want you guys to make adjustments. Adjustments? Cecil cried. Alan, you make it sound so easy, but do you know just how difficult that is? Alan remained firm despite Cecil's protests. I'll select some outfits and accessories based on the data I get, but we need to find the right balance for our singer. I'm sure no one here believes that money is all it takes to make the best outfit. Well, sure, but ultimately, that means you're just throwing all the responsibility of choosing on us. Cecil, you don't have to be so harsh, Shia said. Do you think Alan will be able to choose the best outfit for a woman? Your Highness, do you perhaps know of any stories of holy fish Macri? The Beast Princess asked. Perhaps about the type of woman he liked when he was still a merfolk? Or what Deirdre, his beloved, looked like before he became a holy fish? Well, Rapsinal muttered as she pensively fell silent. Is something the matter? Did he perhaps like many wildly different women, making it difficult to ascertain his tastes? Or, well, did his behavior leave much to be desired? Oh no, nothing like that. Lord Macri has always been a man of character, even before he became a holy fish. Truth be told, you see, Lord Macri's face is, Cecil let out a gasp as she heard Princess Rapsinal awkwardly trail off. You mean, he's not very handsome or something?
Cecil asked.
That can't be true, right? She carefully recalled Tales of the Prostia Empire, the book she had read countless times in the past. If memory served, Macri's appearance had not been touched on in its stories. Princess Rapsinal raised her head, determination flashing in her eyes as she confirmed Cecil's doubts. That's right. Before Lord Macri became a holy fish, rude people had called him Pig Prince. Precisely. He's said to have been so ugly that people liken him to a creature that can't be found on the ocean floor. And the one who started those unsavory rumors was apparently none other than Lord Macri's father, the emperor at the time. The people of the Prostia Empire were very particular when it came to beauty. Their views were apparent in their accessories, their primary exports. The accessories that circulated above water via the Crevel Kingdom, which came from Prostia, were so beautiful that nobles and royals above water tried to buy them all. And because Prostia was so fixated on beauty, whenever they saw something ugly or unsightly, they often compared it to creatures that lived on land, ones that did not exist in the watery lands of Prostia. While the origin of using the word pig for insults was unknown, it was said that pigs were known to be absolutely hideous. Many people of Prostia had never seen one before, but Princess Rapsinal, who had ventured above the waters, was rather embarrassed that such an insult was widespread across her empire. She asked Cecil and the others to never speak a word of her story to anyone before going on to explain Macri's birth and history. Macri's father, the emperor, had called his own son a pig, encouraging others to call him the pig prince behind his back. He had been so unsightly that his personal servant had been nauseated by the sight of him, and his situation had not improved as he had grown older. Quite the opposite, in fact. Even when he had attended balls, banquets, or galas, not a single noblewoman had dared to approach and dance with him. Many women had assumed that if they were ordered by the prince to dance, they would have had no choice but to comply, and had thus refused to even make eye contact with him. When Macris had reached adulthood and graduated from the academy, he was told that it was high time he got himself a wife, but the royal family's efforts had proven fruitless. Many nobles had refused an engagement with the imperial prince. "I had no idea," Sophie murmured sorrowfully. She thought pigs were rather adorable creatures. All the women who were asked to marry the prince despaired at the idea. Princess Rapsinol continued. They fell ill at the thought, apparently. However, the harshness and cruelty of reality didn't end there. Lord Macris' father, the one who first noted his son's ugliness and kept him at arm's length, made an imperial decree. He ordered Lord Macris to keep his face covered at all times, never to be seen by others. How awful. That's just horrible, Cecil remarked with rage burning in her eyes. The princess gave a sad nod. Even Lord Macris, a man so kind that he quietly endured any and all nasty insults about his appearance, couldn't take the abuse. He fled the palace. Macris had then wandered about Patlanta, but he had been unable to find his place in society, primarily because he was embarrassed by his own appearance.
He had been
so openly rejected by his father, and he could not love himself either. After walking for many hours, his stomach had growled with hunger, and so he had visited a tavern that had caught his eye, making sure to keep his hood on as he drank and ate his fill. It was then that he had heard beautiful singing coming from nearby. He had gingerly raised his head, careful to keep his hood over his face, and used the glow of the crystal seeds to search for the owner of the voice. That must have been Deirdre, Cecil concluded. Cecil had read tales of the Prostia Empire countless times, but there had always been one bit that bothered her. She had first read the tales in a picture book when she was a child and learned that Macris had met Deirdre in a tavern, but young Cecil had wondered why an imperial prince would have any business being in a tavern meant for commoners such as Deirdre. Surely, they had lived in two different worlds. One day, Prince Macris dropped by a tavern in the city where he met Deirdre and fell in love with her at first sight, the book noted. Perhaps its careful wording was because the book was not allowed to touch upon Macris' appearance. Correct, Princess Rapsinol said. And so, Lord Macris returned to the palace, but he frequented the tavern to meet with Lady Deirdre, always ensuring that his face was hidden. However, as Macris had become a regular customer at the tavern, rumors had spread that a shady man in a hood wandered the streets, and that he only stayed for prolonged periods of time when Deirdre was up on stage to sing. One day, after Deirdre had finished her performance, a satisfied Macris had tried to leave the tavern when a voice had called out to him. "I knew it!" Sophie cried, placing a hand over her chest. And what did Lady Deirdre say to Lord Macris? Lady Deirdre said, "Thank you for always visiting this place to listen to my singing. I know you're only here to listen to me. If you don't mind, would you kindly remove your hood so I can see your face?" Princess Rapsinol recited. Did Lord Macris take off his hood? Cecil asked as she leaned forward eagerly to hear more, ignorant of the fact that she was squeezing the bird G in her hands like an old rag. Fortunately for the bird G, it had more HP and endurance than a normal Vanguard summon thanks to growth LVL 8.
He did.
He'd promised himself that if Lady Deirdre ever reached out to him, he would steal his resolve and remove his hood. Alan, who could feel the pain the squished bird G was going through via sharing, felt like the conversation had devolved into girls gossiping, but he quietly watched on. Lord Macris apologized to Lady Deirdre and everyone in the tavern for making them uncomfortable, and he removed his hood right then and there. Princess Rapsinol added. And? Was she taken aback? Cecil asked worriedly. Alan knew that if he cracked a joke at a time like this, he would be in for a world of hurt. Not at all, Princess Rapsinol replied. Lady Deirdre didn't look surprised or afraid, and she didn't mock him either. She simply gazed into his eyes, which shocked Lord Macris. Everyone else in the tavern, customers and employees alike, stared at him like he was trash. Which means she really isn't the type to care about looks. That was the moment Lord Macris began to think of Lady Deirdre as special, Princess Rapsenal went on. As for Lady Deirdre, she found him eccentric, for a person with his noble blood usually had no reason to come to a tavern. I see. Lord Macris wasn't the type to care about rank or social status, Shia said. But if that's so, wouldn't dressing up at the Songstress contest have the opposite effect for him? Cecil and Sophie gasped, but the Imperial Princess gently shook her head. Macris wasn't able to dance with anyone at palace balls, Princess Rapsenal explained. And so, he holds strong admiration for women who are dressed to the nines. I suppose that's just how men are, Sophie murmured. Seems like it, Cecil agreed, nodding along. If they struggle to talk to girls or make friends with them, they instead begin to admire and have high expectations of them. But, I thought Lord Macris and Lady Deirdre hit it off. I feel like admiration doesn't really matter in this context. Really? Then the two really loved each other. And no, that can't be it. After all, at this point in the story, Lady Deirdre doesn't know Lord Macris very well. The two ladies turned to Princess Rapsenal, hope in their eyes, as though to encourage her to continue with her story. In response, she smiled and nodded. Indeed. As you say, Lady Deirdre still needed time to truly get to know Lord Macris. However, before she had the chance, word of Lord Macris revealing his face in a lowly tavern reached the Emperor's ears, and Lord Macris was forbidden from leaving the palace. That's awful. Sophie cried in a huff, as though the injustice had occurred right in front of her eyes. He didn't do anything wrong. This bit similar to the picture book. Alan had been forced to read tales of the Prostia Empire many times at Cecil's behest, and he recalled the tale. Prince Macris, having fallen in love with Deirdre, had implored the Emperor to let him marry her, but His Majesty had refused, citing the difference in their social ranks. You're exactly right, Princess Rapsenal said. But to the Emperor at the time, Lord Macris's actions could not go unpunished. After all, the poor prince had been forced to wear his hood so that no one would see his face, but he had revealed it to everyone in the tavern. The Emperor believed that his son had brought shame to the Prostian imperial family, and while there were several people ahead of Lord Macris in line for the throne due to his appearance, he was still an imperial prince and needed to act as such. How utterly selfish, Cecil muttered. Sophie, meanwhile, was too disgusted to speak. What happened next? Did Lord Macris end up leaving the palace again? Lord Macris actually declared that he would relinquish all claim to the throne, Princess Rapsenal replied. The Emperor and everyone else in the royal palace were stunned. No one had ever cast aside their power and title out of love for a person of far lower standing. I guess the man who was unpopular for his entire life wasn't one to give up on love so easily. But that means Prince Macris had such strong feelings for her, Shia remarked. How did Lady Deirdre feel? Princess Rapsenal again smiled and nodded. Lady Deirdre was stunned at first to hear that Lord Macris was the rumored pig prince. After all, upon laying eyes on him, she hadn't found him as hideously offensive as she'd heard. Only after he'd left the tavern had the people around her told her of the rumors, and she'd been shocked then too. That's why Lady Deirdre wished to accept Lord Macris with open arms. Even if the entire empire was against him and insulted his appearance, she wanted to be his ally and his friend. Indeed. And so, even though Lord Macris had been placed under house arrest after drawing the Emperor's ire by declaring that he would relinquish his right to the throne, he still managed to sneak out of the palace to meet with Lady Deirdre, much to her delight. Lord Macris also found himself drawn to her, for she always waited for him. But if he kept sneaking out, surely the one who forbade him from leaving would be upset, Shia pointed out. Actions became widespread among the knights and officials who guarded him, and they all tried to prevent him from leaving before the Emperor caught wind of their incompetence. They blocked every escape route in the palace, but even so, Lord Macris managed to sneak out. Of course, Cecil cried. She squeezed the bird she was holding in front of her chest, causing Alan, a good distance away, to writhe in agony. If one route was blocked off, he simply used another. Princess Rapsinol continued. Even when it was thought that all escape routes had been sealed, he managed to sneak out from the most surprising of places. He used all sorts of impressive methods just so he could meet with his beloved Lady Deirdre. And of course, since the knights and officials weren't nearly enough to stop him, the Emperor caught wind of his son's escapades. He had someone tail Lord Macris, and that's when it was discovered that the prince had been spending private time with Lady Deirdre. When the Emperor saw Lord Macris' passion and Lady Deirdre's kindness, he ultimately allowed the two to be together. Seeing how the two felt about each other changed the Emperor's heart. "How wonderful!" Sophie exclaimed, her eyes damp with tears. "What a beautiful tale!" All the while, however, Cecil grimaced and gazed at the imperial princess with concern. "Yes," Princess Rapsinol replied. One day, a sea monster suddenly appeared. It had been sealed away for several centuries, but it awakened from its deep slumber. Cecil frowned, annoyed by Alan's interruption, but Princess Rapsinol did not seem to mind and nodded.
Correct.
According to Lady Aqua, since many, many millennia ago, there has been a monster plaguing the ocean floor. Of course, she and the other deities, including their kin and disciples, attempted to kill the beast, but to no avail. It was sealed away by holy fish Macris, but that monster is still very much alive, waiting for the opportune moment. "No one can beat it?" Alan asked. "Is it a demonic deity or something?" "Come on, Alan. Now isn't the time to talk about stuff like that," Cecil scolded. But the summoner was already in monster-hunting mode, and her words fell on deaf ears. When Alan was still a manservant of House Granville, Cecil had forced him to read tales of the Prostia Empire many times, and he had always been curious about the sea monster that appeared in the latter half of the story. It felt like the kind of boss he might have found in one of the games he had played when he was still Kenichi. If the monster was defeated, it would either end the game or drop a rare item, or so he hoped. After graduating from the academy and clashing with the Demon Lord army, Alan had begun to think that the sea creature, if it really did exist, had to be a rank S monster or a demonic deity. He was dying to discover the identity of this mysterious beast. "Lady Aqua hasn't mentioned that it's a demonic deity of any sort," Princess Rapsinol said, shaking her head at Alan's query. But that response only piqued his interest further. "You keep mentioning the goddess of water. Does she have some kind of special relationship with the Prostia Empire?"
She does.
"We of House Prostia are the shield that protects merfolk from this sea monster, as well as the spear that drives it back should it try to escape its seal. This role was given to us by Lady Aqua, and while she was unable to defeat the monster, she did succeed in sealing it away. However, this is neither a permanent solution nor a perfect one. Every now and then, the seal comes undone, and the monster is freed from its shackles to wreak havoc. We have maintained the seal to prevent such a rampage, and even if it breaks, we're here to cast it once more. It's because we have this power that we have been allowed to rule over Prostia." "I see. Your role is to protect the merfolk who believe in Lady Aqua. Your understanding is correct. The sea is vast, and there are many monsters prowling about, but this one is a very special beast. The book calls it a sea monster too, but does it, by any chance, have some kind of official name?" "I wouldn't know. Lady Aqua also called it a sea monster, so even if it does have another name, we weren't told of it." A nameless beast that no one can kill. Is there some condition that has to be fulfilled before it can die, or is it just too strong?" Alan recalled from his past life that some games had monsters in them that simply could not be defeated. Perhaps within the storyline, the enemy had been made absurdly strong because the player was not meant to defeat it until a set point or because they needed a certain item in order to win. Water goddess Aqua was one of the 4 elemental deities, meaning she was by no means weak. If she could not defeat the monster, perhaps it was because she had not satisfied an oddly specific condition. "We've beaten demonic deities before. In other words, if no one can kill this sea monster, then at the very least it's stronger than one of those." An abrupt silence settled over the room, with Princess Rapsinol patiently waiting for Alan to speak. He did not have any more questions, though, so she resumed telling the story of Macris. As I mentioned before, 300 years ago, the sea monster awakened from its slumber. Of course, the emperor at the time tried to fight it and cast a seal upon it, but that seal was imperfect. It bound the monster, but not enough to stop it from threatening the destruction of Patlanta. And that's when Lord Macris borrowed the power of Lady Aqua to become a holy fish, Cecil said nervously. She recalled the story from the book, and Princess Rapsinel gave a sad yet firm nod.
He did.
Lord Macris wished to protect his beloved Lady Deirdre, and so he went to the water altar. He implored Lady Aqua's assistance and formed a contract with her. The goddess warned Lord Macris of the consequences of the contract, but he was undeterred and wished for her help. I'm sure that you know the rest. Lord Macris became a holy fish and weakened the immortal, unstoppable sea monster, allowing Lady Aqua to seal it up. And that is where present-day Patlanta is built. The beast is sealed within the massive crystal flower. Cecil, Sophie, and Shia gazed on in utter astonishment. Wait, then if the sea monster awakens again, this city will be destroyed.
Cecil cried.
That's exactly what'll happen, Princess Rapsinel confirmed, nodding solemnly. House Prostia is here to prevent that from ever happening. The seal that Lady Aqua cast upon this crystal flower is also stronger than any use before it. Thus, for the past 300 years, monsters have refused to so much as approach Patlanta. That is why the city has been able to prosper, its citizens able to enjoy the flourishing city that it is today. It's all thanks to the seal on the crystal flower and to Lord Macris, who dedicated everything he had to protect his beloved and the nation she lived in by allowing the seal to be cast. We wish to ensure that this important story will never be lost to time, and we use books like Tales of the Prostia Empire so that it may remain in the annals of history without ever being forgotten. When my ancestors in the Crevel royal family immigrated to the lands of the Galiatan continent, we brought this story with us, Princess Carmine added. That allows land dwellers like you to read it and learn the history. There must be original records of the events such a famous book is based on, Alan remarked through the bird G that was still in Cecil's arms.
Right.
Within the palace treasury, there's a place only the people of House Prostia are able to enter, and that's where the original records of 300 years ago are stored, the truth of that time. Members of the imperial family are required to read through it at least once, and the tale that I have told all of you is based on these original documents. And so, our house is required to host the Songstress contest. Does that contest have anything to do with House Prostia's role?
Cecil asked.
I thought it was a way to honor holy fish Macris and provide him with some enjoyment. Princess Rapsinel slowly nodded in agreement. Sophie and Shia did the same, as though they understood the underlying meaning of the event. People who don't know the purpose of the crystal flower may be inclined to agree with you, Princess Rapsinel answered. And, of course, you aren't wholly incorrect, but that is just the reasoning we tell the public. In truth, once a year, the crystal flower produces seeds, and during that time, the seal on it weakens. Crystal seeds could be used for more than just creating items. If planted, they warded off monsters. They protected cities and acted as a barrier to ensure that monsters would not approach. Thanks to these seeds, the Prostia Empire was allowed to flourish. Many other nations wished to become its provinces so that they could receive this protection as well, and as a result, the imperial family's reach would expand further. Naturally, this was a plan concocted by the goddess of water in hopes that all merfolk. Aqua had made sure that the crystal flower could expel around 10,000 seeds each year, but it came at a cost to the flower. Creating the seeds put a burden on it, temporarily weakening it, which thereby weakened the seal. Which is why Lord Macris visits the city once a year. Cecil murmured, finally understanding the reason for the contest. Exactly, Princess Rapsinel said. He watches over the seal, and if there are any signs that the sea monster might awaken from its slumber, he will fight against it so that the seal may be cast again. And so, Lord Macris visits us once a year. We use that opportunity to not only honor his work and express our gratitude toward him, but also so that we merfolk can unite and fight for the seal in hopes that it maintains as much power as it can. We host the Songstress contest to provide whatever support we can. Cecil, Sophie, and Shia turned somber upon hearing the end of the story. Kinda brings the mood down, but we'll meet Macris soon. As Alan sat quietly, he noticed a fuss coming from the first floor of the annex. Everyone turned toward the door that led to the floor below to see knights entering, their metallic armor clanking loudly. "Your Highness, Emperor Ignamesu has arrived," one of them announced. Cecil and the rest watched nervously as the door burst open and Ignamesu barged inside. "Oh, looks like you're hitting it off with your new friends," he remarked as he gazed at the imperial princess who was sitting near Cecil and the other ladies. A look of satisfaction adorned his face as he slowly approached the group. "It's quite rude for you to invite yourself in without warning, Ignamesu," Princess Rapsinal said sternly, raising her guard. Notice Cecil trying to stand in front of the princess. The elf could not hide her shock.
Fine.
If Ignamesu wanted to do something to the princess, he would have done so long ago. Cecil barely managed to hold herself back, while Princess Rapsinal glared at Ignamesu. But the Spear King, Ignamesu, was completely unfazed, perhaps confident in his combat abilities. "Announce that you'll be my wife and the Empress, Rapsinal," Ignamesu said, ignoring the princess. The fanfare stemming from this announcement won't pale in comparison to that of the Songstress contest. "My preparations are finally complete. I've also picked out a dazzlingly beautiful outfit for you, the likes of which no one has ever worn before. I'll show you your attire tomorrow." What in the world are you on about?" "Who would?" "Me," he said. "But as I've said many times before, if you don't become my empress, I'll no longer have any use for you and your family." Just had a great idea. With that, he left the room. Cecil, Princess Rapsinal, and the other ladies all glared at him as he went. Chapter 2. The Shadow of Father Shinorom. Alan had teleported to the final floor of the Rank S dungeon within Bakis. A 30-centimeter tall porcelain doll, Spirit C, welcomed him. "But of course, over here. Do have a look and I hope you'll be deathly pleased." Spirit C remained in the air as she outstretched her arms to gesture toward a mountain of healing potions atop the stone floor. Upon closer inspection, there was another mountain of potions a short distance away, and nearby were two smaller mounds where Angel A, former First Angel Macris, stood. Macris had been given a 10-day vacation, but that was long over, and he was currently busy creating grass-type summons. Alan had known that Macris would struggle by himself, and had thus dispatched Spirit C and Spirit B to act as his assistants. Thanks to his summoning level having increased, he was able to summon 10 more summons at once, and since the insect as he had deployed to the northern region of the central continent had all died in the fight against the greater demonic deity of the Demon Lord army, he was able to produce quite a few additional summons. The battle in the northern part of the central continent had taken place on an island with a floating temple. Alan had faced Bask, the king of Shura and a former human who had been a rank S adventurer, alongside a human-sized beetle with a metallic luster. The two were also joined by a creature that looked like a man and a woman fused together, a rather unique-looking greater demonic deity. Alan had used sharing to catch a glimpse of his enemies and saw firsthand the power that he was up against. Worried that the former First Angel would be tired and mentally drained by the drudgery if he had no one to talk to, Alan had sent spirit-type summons to be his assistants. He apparently couldn't go to the Heavenly Realm during his 10-day vacation, Alan thought. Macris had wandered around and done as he had pleased during his time off, but he had never headed to the Heavenly Realm, which came as a surprise to the summoner. The Angel A had mentioned that he wished to meet with his younger twin sister, Lapt, the current First Angel, but it seemed he was unable to do so. Ever since becoming a summon, Macris could not enter the Heavenly Realm by himself. Rosen, the god of spirits, could seemingly send his spirit over to the Heavenly Realm, and there were a few other ways to get there, so perhaps one was required to fulfill a set of special conditions that acted as a sort of passport. Either way, Macris no longer being allowed in now that he was a summon reminded Alan of the physical limitations Prostia had set on those who wished to travel or stay. It was a trial to even enter. Similarly, in Fabres, the isolated dark elves were vigilant of anyone who dared to approach their village. I guess this world has places that add restrictions to one's entry, or even reject outsiders entirely, further separating certain parts of the world from the rest. The thought made Alan's heart dance with excitement at the possible adventures on the horizon. Yeah, just peachy, Maruz replied, expressionless. He did not even glance Alan's way as he continued to make healing potions. Looks like he doesn't have any glaring complaints. When Alan was still Kenichi, he had delved into a seemingly endless grind for experience and items, playing for countless hours. Repeating the same processes over and over again had been oddly entertaining. He had continued the grind and felt oddly zen inside. When Alan jumped to the conclusion that Maruz must have been enjoying himself as well, Spirit Sea flew over to the summoner's side and happily tugged on his arm. Alan could not help but flash a smile. Because his growth had reached LVL 8, all of his summon stats were on par with those of rank A summons. Until now, he had strictly looked at the numerical value of the buffs they provided when deciding which ones to add to his holder, but that was no longer the only factor to consider, and he could now concoct all sorts of plans utilizing the entirety of his large repertoire of summons. Once his summoning level had increased and he could toy with growth, he had been able to learn more about the skill. The effect of growth on summons. Growth only affected stats themselves. Even if a lower-rank summon received a boost in stats from the skill, it could not provide powerful buffs and multiple awakened abilities, a characteristic of summons above rank B. Still, growth was able to enhance certain effects and powers that relied on stats, leading to a strict boost in strength. Alan had also learned that no matter how much he boosted his rank C summons, they could not use Deputize. And likewise, rank B summons could never learn to use King Me. Summon ranks and growth ranks were apparently two different criteria, with both Deputize and King Me based on the innate rank of the summon. Following his testing, Alan had kept at least one of every summon he held in his holder. Of course, he wanted to raise his skill levels, so he had prioritized summoning more fish-type summons, whose buffs raised MP. He had also built plenty of nests so that he could teleport wherever he wished. He kept several birds as summoned at all times to maintain these teleport points, and since he also wanted to maintain communication, he was forced to keep several spirit-type summons out. In other words, the way he allotted his summons was skewed. This was because the buffs they provided followed a handful of rules. Summons buffs. For example, Spirit B and Spirit A both gave the same buffs, as well as physical damage resistance. If he used multiple Spirit BS or both ranks at the same time, their physical damage resistance buffs would not compound. Additionally, Dragon B gave high breath damage resistance, but if there was another buff from that line of a higher rank, such as Dragon A's breath damage negation, the latter would be prioritized. Alan had tested all his theories out by purposefully taking attacks from monsters. In doing so, he had discovered that growth could expand his options for battle, as well as that it had its own set of limitations, which was only natural. He had been trying to think up a way to efficiently create more healing potions ever since, and was currently giving some advice about it to the Spirit C and Spirit B that were flying around, as well as to Maruz, who continued working expressionlessly. "Hey, Alan," a familiar voice called out. Alan turned toward the sound and spotted a girl with pink hair. A great sword was slung across her back, and her tied hair bounced around as she rushed toward him with tremendous speed. Behind her was Maruru, along with the rest of the Alan army and the Hero army, which were conducting joint exercises to take down iron golems. He could hear the soldiers complaining about their exhaustion and hunger, implying that they had just started their lunch break.
Yep.
"You've probably already heard the news from Maria, but I've got some new stuff for you," Alan replied. While visiting the Prostia Empire, he had learned that earrings could be equipped, and he had told his other friends through Spirit C. The earrings Alan had purchased originally came from Prostia's palace treasury. Ignamesu had put them on the market in order to collect funds. 6 earrings in total had left the treasury, and Alan had put Pelomas to work by having him negotiate a price for them. All in all, the summoner had been forced to pay upward of 4 million gold, but that was around half of the initial asking price. The merchants who had purchased the earrings from Ignamesu had paid about half the market price for them and had gotten quadruple that number when Alan and his party had bought them. The fact that he had been able to buy them for only around twice the average market price was thanks to Pelomas's tireless efforts and crafty negotiation skills. But those cunning merchants knew I wanted to buy those earrings no matter what, so they still took advantage of me. Since Alan had told Pelomas that the earrings were a mandatory purchase, the increased pressure had affected the negotiation board. That was the summoner's mistake. Still, they had been able to save 4 million gold thanks to Pelomas' skills. The Alan army's funds are about to hit rock bottom, though. Just to be safe, Alan had already set aside some money to use in secret so that Rosalina could win, and to buy accessories. The Alan army had been formed to support and aid the no-life gamers, meaning Alan practically had free reign over the funds, and he funneled them into anything he saw fit. One of the largest expenses was the purchase of a seemingly infinite number of magic stones, the very fuel behind Alan's power. With the class promotion dungeon open and the adventurers who cleared it capable of hunting down monsters of higher rank, more stones than ever before were circulating the market. After all, 2 years ago, when Alan had attempted to clear the Rank S dungeon, he had required more stones than ever, making them much harder to buy and thus increasing their price. The adventurers remembered it vividly. Because the magic stones' prices were inflated due to scarcity, if the stones became abundant on the market again, one would imagine that prices would plummet. However, that did not occur. Alan loved testing out new methods with his summons, and he dispatched a good number of them to the northern region of the central continent. He was also having Merus create healing potions as quickly as he could, so the summoner burned through magic stones very quickly. The number of stones he used now just barely exceeded the number that he could purchase, causing the Alan army to constantly scramble for more funds so that their commander-in-chief could use them. On the other hand, the adventurers, who could sell their magic stones for a respectable sum, now had money to spare to buy rings, necklaces, and other stat-boosting items. Some even wore gear that gave resistances to certain elements. As a whole, adventurers had become stronger than ever before. More specifically, there were now more adventurers who wore rings that raised certain stats by plus 1,000, and more efficient warriors could purchase higher-level rings. Needless to say, it was the Alan army that supplied rings and necklaces to the market. However, if they made too many available, they feared it would deflate prices, and thus had to hold some back. That meant they could not gather nearly enough funds for Alan's magic stone budget. There was also an increased demand for mithril. Count Granvelle had mentioned that export prices had increased thanks to it, and while that was not too big a deal on a global scale, Alan felt that clearly the humans were slowly gaining power. As he was lost in his thoughts, he froze just as he was about to hand the earring over to his friend. No longer able to endure her impatience, though, a sweaty Krina grabbed it from his hand with impressive gusto.
Huh?
Wait, so I put this thing on my ear?
How?
Krina muttered, unsure of how to put on an earring. Krina leaned in close, placing her face close to Alan. Once the earring was on her, she shivered, then rushed off and immediately unsheathed the Orichalcum greatsword from her back. She spoke like Goldino, the final floor boss of the Rank S dungeon. Curious, Dagora approached Alan as well. Hey, could you give me one too? He turned his ear toward the summoner, flashing an earring that he had worn ever since he had lived in Krina village. Oh yeah, Dagora wears an earring.
Cheeky brat.
It's one of the 7 wonders of the world, a bumpkin face like him, wearing a fashionable accessory. Here you are, Alan said, placing a necklace he had gotten in Prostia around the boy's neck near his earring. Haha, the bumpkin face chuckled, shuddering happily. Krina was right. I really do feel power coursing through me. Thanks. Dagora took out Kagetsuchi, the axe-shaped divine vessel of fire goddess Freya, and began swinging it around beside Krina. Maruru was the next to run up to Alan. Alan handed her an accessory that he had picked out for her, but she gave a dissatisfied frown. Aw man, mine looks kinda lame. She grumbled. I want a cool and flashy one like what Krina and Dagora are wearing. Sorry, but I need you to make do with what I've got, Alan replied. Please. The item that Maruru swiftly put on was not an earring from Prostia's palace. Of the 6 that Alan had obtained, 4 of them both increased physical damage by 10% and raised HP and attack by plus 2,000. The other 2 increased magical damage by 10% and raised MP and intelligence by plus 2,000 each. They were the only 2 types that had been sold. Vanguards and rear guards, the former group being himself, Dagora, Krina, and Shia, with the latter group being Cecil and Sophie. Thanks to the addition of Luke and Pelomas, Alan's party had grown to 11 people, and since an earring could be worn on each ear, preferably ones with different effects, the summoner required 22 in total. Because there were not nearly enough high-quality earrings to go around, he had purchased every accessory worth around 1,000,000 gold from magic stores. The shabbier, less flashy earrings that he had given Maruru and Valmer came from that group. Even if Maruru wore accessories that raised her stats, those increases did not carry over to her golem. A golem's power was based on the magic discs used to summon it. Only when Maruru gained a level or was under the effect of a stat-boosting magic did her golem get stronger as well. But while golems could not directly enjoy stat buffs, they were impervious to the debuff effects that monsters used, which was a fair exchange in Alan's opinion.
Hey, Alan. How's Prostia?
Doing well? A young man with light blue hair asked. Yes, but I'd like to speak with you, Alan replied. Would you care to have a meal together? Of course. Hero Helmios of Jayamut flashed his usual gentle smile and nodded. Thus, the group sat down for a meal. Alan, Helmios' party, and the people in charge of the Alan army, Dagora, Krina, Maruru, and Valmer, all took their seats, and the summoner explained what was going on in Prostia. Merus and spirit-type summons were used for daily reports and to gauge the rough situation of the base they were in, but Alan felt that it was necessary to sometimes sit down and chat face-to-face. The Songstress contest was the next day, and Patlanta's palace and streets were bustling with people working to make all the necessary preparations. Songstress Rosalina had been fitted for her outfit just yesterday, and Alan had gotten his hands on purchase records, having used that data to accurately analyze Macris' tastes, which he had conveyed to Cecil and Sophie.
Perfect ensemble.
Alan had bought clothes and accessories as needed, and his Bird F's ability, Messenger, had really come in handy. He had sent virtual projections of what he saw to Cecil and the other ladies with it, so though they had stayed in the palace, they had still been able to tell him which outfit was best. Shia's opinions had proven to be very fitting for her beastly qualities. She prioritized practicality above all, and the outfits she had favored were more fitting for a dancer or a gymnast than an elegant songstress. Thankfully, with the help of Princess Rapsinol, the rest of the ladies had been able to get things back on track, carefully choosing their words so that they would not hurt Shia's feelings. Honestly, it kinda seems like Shia's feeling impatient. She came to Prostia to establish herself as the Beast King, and she's probably also concerned about her brother Biko. As Alan was lost in his thoughts, a woman sat beside him and placed an arm around his shoulders. That sounds nice, Rosetta said in an overly familiar tone. The midriff-bearing thief in Helmios' party had recently received a class promotion and become a Phantom Thief King. Can we drop by for a visit? I don't mind, Alan replied. Shall we all go tomorrow? I probably can't sneak hundreds of people in, but 10 or 20 can blend in with the crowd no problem. He could use Fish A's awakened ability, Mimic, to change everyone into merfolk and easily sneak them into the contest venue. Sounds like a good idea, Helmios agreed. We've been training non-stop lately, so I think it'll be a nice change of pace. Let's all go. The rest of his party nodded along excitedly. I guess all women have their fantasies about Macris. I won't be able to get you VIP seats, though, and you'll have to be ready to run at a moment's notice if anything happens, Alan warned. He tilted his head and flashed a forced smile. Alan had forged an entry pass for Rosalina, but if someone were to notice that it was fake, he would have to temporarily hide himself away. At the very least, he would have to leave the venue. Princess Rapsinol had explained that the entry passes for the Songstress contest were managed by a special magic tool, which he assumed hinged on the same system as the adventurer cards managed by the Adventurers Guild. If he could fiddle with that magic tool and get the forged entry pass registered into the system, he believed that Rosalina would be allowed to enter. To make that happen, Alan had created a fake entry pass management magic tool. He had then waited for the opportune moment, when the real tool was not in use and the person in charge of operating it was changing shifts, and snuck inside to switch the real tool for the fake. He had taken the real one to Hardcore User Island, asked Captain Marappa to fiddle with it so that his fake pass could be used, and then returned it before the contest. Now, Rosalina was able to proudly flaunt her entry pass so that she could buy accessories and outfits for the contest, but only because her forged pass was registered in the system. If someone with a keen eye noticed that it was fake and declared as much, the whole plan would fall apart. Hence, both Helmios' and Alan's parties needed to be prepared to run if needed. At the Songstress contest, Holy Fish Macris himself would personally give the winners his tears. Were Rosalina to receive the precious item, she planned to flee the venue before she was caught. Needless to say, there was no end to the people who employed illegal methods to enter the contest, and security measures had become stricter in recent years. It would be best for Alan and Rosalina to quit while they were ahead. As for Pelomas, who had ample reason for wanting to obtain one of Macris' tears, whether it was enough was not for him to decide. He planned to present it to Fiona, the daughter of Chester, a wealthy Ratashan merchant, as that was one of her conditions to marry him, but only she could decide if he had kept his word. If she refused to accept the tear, Alan needed to consider potentially negotiating with the Holy Fish himself. As Alan mapped out his future, a Rhinokin, General Rudo, approached him. The Beastkin had been the captain of the Beast King Corps before being assigned the role of Shia's caretaker and becoming a captain directly under her. He had visited Hardcore User Island, the island in the sky, with her. "Sir Alan," Rudo said. Does he have news from his investigation?" When Alan had been snooping around the Prostian palace with his fishty, he had spotted Father Shinorom, a man who had seemed awfully chummy with Ignamesu. Alan had tasked Rudo with looking into the man. Half a month ago, Princess Rapsinal had made a passing mention of Shinorom and his origins. He was a researcher who excelled at making magic tools and other facets of sorcery, and he had made numerous discoveries that had contributed greatly to the Empire's advancements. Apparently, he was a bit of a fanatic, known to hole himself up in his lab for weeks at a time, often muttering cryptic nonsense to himself. At times, it was difficult to even hold a coherent conversation with him, and he thought only about his own interests. He was a difficult man to decipher, which implied that he was shady in his own right. Shinorom and Ignamesu had hit it off when they had bonded over a discussion about bolstering the strength of Prostia's knights, and even Princess Rapsinal did not know just how far along research into that goal was. In fact, she was not even sure what exactly they were researching. Alan knew that the more mysterious a person was, the more suspicious they seemed. Perhaps Shinorom had some sort of connection to Beast Crown Prince Biko. The Crown Prince had instigated a riot within Albahal, and just when it was about to be suppressed, he stole the symbol of the Beast King and fled the country. Rumors had spread that merfolk had been waiting at the port to assist his escape, and there was a good chance that Shinorom, a merfolk, had been involved in some way, perhaps having coaxed the Albahalan royal into starting his revolt. Alan just needed proof to back up his hypothesis. After all, the summoner had only reached that conclusion thanks to his years as Kenichi, when he had learned that games often had a different evil mastermind operating in the background like a puppeteer controlling their puppets. He had no concrete evidence that proved any of his assumptions just yet. The best course of action, Alan thought, would be to consult someone who had known Biko since well before the revolt, but not even General Rudo knew of any such person. Nearly a decade ago, Rudo had been assigned to take care of Shia and become a captain directly under her control. His intel regarding the affairs of Albahal's castle was outdated, and for the past 2 or 3 years, Shia had been off in Galliot working to defeat Gashera. Rudo had been dispatched from Albahal during that time, and thus had received no information about Biko and his faction. However, as the former captain of the Beast King Corps, Rudo was well-connected and knew quite a few people who worked in the castle. He had done his best to snoop around and even interrogate Biko's former subordinates who had been captured by the Albahalan army during the riot to gather any information about Shinorom. Alan could not help but turn all his attention toward the Rhinokin. How did it go, General Rudo? He asked. Did you find anything about Shinorom?
No.
No one knew anything about the merfolk you're searching for, Sir Alan, Rudo reported. Good lead, but I guess not.
Wait.
The summoner noticed that Rudo had not completely finished his report, and Alan patiently waited for the general to continue. However, I've received reports that there was a suspicious old man at Bika's side, Rudo said. No, not a merfolk, a beastkin, a very shady and old one, at that. He called himself Romu, and he was very close with Bika. But truth be told, I'm quite troubled to hear of this man. Yes, there was indeed a Romu, an elderly beastkin, who served Prince Bika in the past. Many years ago, after the prince faced a crushing defeat in the Beast King martial arts tournament to then Prince Jiru of Bryson, a man named Romu suddenly appeared before us. He had a letter of recommendation embossed with the crest of the Lemseal royal family, a kingdom of birdkin. Romu claimed that he could heal any wound, both physical and mental, and Princess Shia and we introduced him to the royal castle. Romu was then employed as a physician under Prince Biko, Romu continued, his face darkening with confusion and regret. The elderly man researched various medicines and helped the crown prince in many ways. Thanks to his efforts, Prince Biko was able to finally triumph over his arch-nemesis, Beast King Jiru. But that's all Princess Shia and I know. While Romu was indeed a bit peculiar, he didn't seem like the type to goad Prince Biko into starting a rebellion. I'll admit that he muttered to himself a lot and that it was hard to hold a coherent conversation with him, but otherwise, he seemed more or less harmless. While the general was struggling to get his story out, Alan realized that Roma's characteristics fit Princess Rapsinel's description of Shinorom very well. The two elderly men were avid researchers who often mumbled to themselves, and it was sometimes hard to have a coherent conversation with them. What if they're the same person? But several of the imprisoned riders claimed that Romu was the very man who advised Prince Biko and his closest confidant, Captain K, on various political policies, Rudo explained. I cannot deny that Beast Crown Prince Biko enacted several revolutionary, or perhaps severe, in many people's eyes, policies, most notably for taxes. He claimed that he wanted to create a defensive measure in case the hegemonic empire of Jayamut ever tried to lay a hand on Albahal. And the one who worked behind the scenes to ensure those laws passed was apparently Romu. Or that's what many suggest. In other words, this Romu may have been manipulating Biko, Alan said, summarizing his thoughts. General Rudo grimaced and nodded. I believe that that's what many people suspect. But if so, how in the world did the poison that encouraged Prince Biko to commit such atrocities slip past my eyes? I should have noticed before it ever reached him. Alan stared at the Rhinokin, whose face was twisted with regret. I guess we finally found our guy. And a beastkin, huh? Shinorom was a merfolk in Prostia, but in Albahal, Romu had, by all accounts, been a beastkin. Did he possess the ability to mimic or shapeshift like Alan? Maybe his role is to change forms, sneak into nations, and slip into the role of confidant to powerful people. If so, he sounds like a pawn of the Demon Lord army. He might even be a demonic deity. Alan turned to Helmios, the hero who had fought countless battles against the Demon Lord army. Perhaps he and his party had more information. Do you know of any high-ranking officers in the Demon Lord army who can shapeshift and infiltrate other places? Alan asked. A demonic deity, perhaps? Or maybe even just a regular demon? Continent. It had been made clear that the Demon Lord army was not just an army of muscleheads that utilized its numbers to overpower others. Gushera's plot had been elaborate and executed on an extremely large scale, implying that there were some intelligent people on the enemy's side. Unfortunately, I really haven't heard that name among the demonic deities or demons, Helmios answered. But I ask that you don't lose heart, General Rudo. I'm not sure if my words are appropriate, but the enemy is far more cunning than we give them credit for. Even I've been backed into a corner and forced to grit my teeth several times because of their ploys. As Helmios tried to find sympathetic words for the frustrated Rudo, it became clear to Alan that they had next to no information about the higher-ranking officers of the Demon Lord army. It had been over 5 decades since the current Demon Lord first launched countless strikes against humanity, but the enemy's internal affairs were still veiled in secrecy. Over the past 50 years, the Five-Continent Alliance had indeed gathered very little in terms of intelligence. In fact, Alan had single-handedly learned more in the 15 years during which he was born with the unprecedented summoner class, graduated from the academy, fought the Demon Lord army, and gained first Angel Macris as a summon following an invasion of the Heavenly Realm by the Demon Lord army. Even Macris knew very little about the inner workings of the Demon Lord army. All he knew was that Kubel and other officers had spearheaded the Heavenly Realm invasion, information that Alan shared with Helmios and the hero army. The hero seems to have some sort of vendetta against demonic deity Ardo, but he doesn't know about Shinorom. Huh? Alan's stories of his encounters with demonic deities. He had mentioned demonic deities he had killed, some of whom had forced him to retreat, and others who had slipped right out of his grasp before he could land the finishing blow. Not once had the name Shinorom been mentioned. However, when Macris had spoken of the invasion of the Heavenly Realm and of Ardo, the supreme commander of the Demon Lord army who had led the battle, Helmios had glared with wrath unlike anything Alan had seen before. The summoner had then dug around a little and discovered that one of the 2 demonic deities the hero had once defeated was called Ardo. Helmios had been fighting the Demon Lord army for over a decade. Perhaps his clash with Ardo had resulted in the loss of the hero's precious comrades. Alan could not find it in him to ask, put off by the hero's furious expression. I thought we were following a decent lead, but maybe we're back to square one. Shinorom, the one-eyed sword king, Dverg muttered. He had also received a class promotion as a part of Helmios' party. I know that name. Dverg looked down and nodded. He's an elderly demon who brings an eyeball monster around with him. He was the one who cast a curse on my eye, one that can never be undone. He trailed off as he gently brushed his fingertips over the eye patch that covered his lost eye. Alan stayed silent for a while, but unable to hide his impatience, he broke the silence and egged Dverg to continue. But the summoner quickly fell silent and gulped nervously. Dverg was still facing the ground, his remaining eye filled with pure, unadulterated, limitless rage as he gazed into the ether. For a moment Alan thought that his expression closely resembled the one he had worn the first time they had met, when he had visited the academy and almost crushed Krina's spirit because she had still been so weak. But the summoner quickly realized that his current look of fury and indignation was unlike anything he had ever seen. An eyeball monster. I haven't heard this story before, Helmios said gingerly. Dverg, could this be before you met me? When you lost Lady Clasis? I haven't lost her yet, he said bitterly. My wife is still very much alive. I will find her, without fail, and I'll kill him with my very hands. Wait, and that's related to Shinorom? Clasis is Dverg's wife. I remember him mentioning that he didn't mind if he only had a year left to live if he received a class promotion, but is he searching for his wife? Alan recalled a few things that he had been told before. The old swordsman's wife, Clasis, had been born with the talent of Saintess, but she had been killed in action during a clash with the Demon Lord army. It was Helmios who had told the tale, but even he did not know the specifics, as it had occurred before Dverg had joined the hero's party. Judging from Dverg's words, it was clear that he believed Clasis had merely been taken prisoner by the Demon Lord army and was still alive somewhere. While it was unclear if Clasis was actually alive, it was that belief that had propelled Dverg to battle the Demon Lord army for the past 50 years. Even as he rounded the age of 70, he continued to stand on the front lines. That reminds me of the time when Dverg desperately asked Rosen for a class promotion at the Rank S dungeon. Dverg, that means that you met with a demon called Shinorom, right? Was he the one who whisked Lady Clasis away? Helmios asked. He had far more life experience than Alan, and had fought alongside Dverg as well. The hero could question the Sword King and choose his words wisely, making sure to keep Dverg's feelings in mind. Yes, I remember it like it was yesterday, Dverg said. That demon muttered about experiments and whatnot, something about space-time. Whatever plan he has, I'll crush it without fail. He bared his teeth, wrath in his eye as he again brushed his eye patch with his fingertips. My eye was taken by him as well. I was cursed. It's a curse that negates healing spells on it. That's a terrible debuff. One that restricts healing? I had no idea, Alan murmured, thinking that he wanted to learn more about the curse. When that demon's eyeball monster hit me with its tentacle, I was afflicted with the curse, it seems, Dverg continued, not bothering to turn toward the summoner. Even the Church of Elmia couldn't undo the curse, Helmios added. I see. So this Shinorom is the demon trying to develop curses. When Alan had been traveling from battlefield to battlefield fighting the Demon Lord army, he had seen an eyeball monster several times. The creature, having seemingly been gathering information, had resembled a giant eyeball with a pair of bat wings sprouting from it. Perhaps the monster Dverg had mentioned was a subspecies of the one Alan had seen, or even a variant species bred for fighting. I see. So there is someone in the Demon Lord army in charge of creating weapons. And that guy's Shinorom. Wait, that means my friends in Patlanta are in danger. Alan immediately used Bird F to check on his friends and was relieved to see Cecil, Sophie, and Shia all safe and sound. However, Pelomas did not have a Bird F, so the summoner hastily steered his fish D to head to the reference room, where he had been left. No one's here. I've got a bad feeling about this. And are Luke and the others in danger too? Alan sent his fish D to the residence that they were staying in, where he found that Luke, Valmer, and Fable, the sovereign of spirits, were safe and sound. The summoner pivoted and had his fish D head back to the palace to search for Pelomas. What's the matter, Alan? Helmios asked, noticing a shift in Alan's demeanor. He sent out 3 fish DS in search of his merchant friend, but Pelomas was nowhere to be found. Chapter 3. The Disappearance of Pelomas the Merchant. Alan reported the situation to the ladies at the annex. Pelomas is gone. What in the world? Cecil asked. Yeah, I can't find him anywhere, Alan replied through Bird F. Could you try scoping out the nearby area? Maybe you can find something. Pelomas, Peloniki, rather, had ostensibly betrayed his home kingdom of Crevel with Alan, to side with Ignamesu. The merchant had been allowed free rein over the palace and the city streets, allowing him to go practically anywhere he pleased. At a little past 8 that morning, he and Alan had headed to the palace's reference room to do some research, but the summoner had left a bit past 10 to teleport to the Rank S dungeon and hand Krina, Dagora, and the others some newly obtained accessories. Pelomas had thus been left to look into the crystal seeds that the palace had supposedly purchased on his own. Before Alan left, Pelomas had said that he could not find much additional info, claiming that he would probably call it quits and go talk to the warehouse manager, so that he could visit the warehouse where the crystal seeds were reportedly stored. Sure, Pelomas might have gone to meet that official, but after hearing what General Rudo and Princess Rapsnell had to say, as well as learning about Dverg's past, Alan realized that there was a chance the merchant had been captured by Shinorom. He cracked open his grimoire to check his friend's status. Alan and his party carried around magic bags made by dwarven magus smiths ranked lower than Captain Marappa. They were storage items that hung around the wearer's waist, and many items could fit inside. They were convenient tools. In the Patlanta Palace, visitors, barring knights and soldiers, were not allowed to carry weapons around. Pelomas had stored his short sword in the magic bag, and he wore his arrow-sharp cloak underneath his formal attire to give him boosted endurance. He also used grass seeds potherb every day in case of poisoning. While his magnate talent was not meant for combat, he had maxed out his level and boasted higher stats than armed knights within the palace. Even if he were attacked, he was capable of taking down several soldiers at once and fleeing to get help from Luke or Fable. Since Captain Awanam, who possessed the 2-star talent of Sword Lord, was also around, they could hold themselves up and buy some time until Alan arrived so that they could all escape together. Judging from his status, Pelomas isn't dead. I'll keep searching and wait for him until tonight. No, if he doesn't return until then, it means things are really bad. Pelomas might die by tomorrow. Alan checked the time using a magic tool. Pelomas was under the effect of Fish A's mimic, but like all abilities, it only lasted 24 hours. Once the effects wore off, Pelomas would revert to his human form, and he would drown within minutes. He's got gear and pots, but even I don't have a way to avoid instant death. Do you think Sir Pelomas is being held captive by Ignamesu? Sophie asked. Or perhaps he's been captured by the rumored Shinorom. Yeah, that's likely, Alan replied. If he's still alive but nowhere in the palace, it's safe to assume that the Demon Lord army got him. He could not think of any other scenario. The day of the sealed sea monster possibly awakening from its slumber was fast approaching, and no one could find where the crystal seeds that warded off monsters had gone after they were purchased by the palace. Furthermore, Shinorom, who was likely a member of the Demon Lord army and the one who had convinced Biko to incite a revolt, was lurking about the palace. While Alan was uncertain why the Demon Lord army and Shinorom had chosen to abduct Pelomas, it seemed rather clear that he had been dragged into a precarious affair. I have to return to the palace and search for Pelomas. After Alan ended his meeting with Helmios, he immediately teleported back to the Patlanta Palace and searched for anyone who might know where Pelomas had gone. The summoner found an official who had met with Pelomas around an hour earlier and had the merfolk guide him to the warehouse the merchant had reportedly visited. But Pelomas was nowhere to be found, and there was nothing indicating that he had been there. There were no signs of a struggle either. What now? Cecil asked through Bird F. If you want to let loose, we'll join you. That'll be our last resort, Alan replied. We got to find Pelomas by tomorrow. Alan swiftly left the warehouse and was visibly relieved to see that it was still bright outside. Prostia was deep underwater, on the ocean floor, and Alan was neither knowledgeable about nor interested in the water pressure in the Empire, but he knew that sunlight did not reach them this far below. However, the crystal flowers throughout the city that emitted a bright glow like the sun would dim during nighttime as though it were sunset, closely mimicking the day and night cycles of the land above. Patlanta, in particular, had been built atop the massive crystal flower the sea monster was sealed within. It was over 1,000 meters tall and 300 meters wide, and during the day, it was brighter than anywhere else on the ocean floor. The flower style would shine brighter than ever during the Songstress contest, which was set to begin at 9 the following morning. I feel like the style's fully matured. The crystal flower would expel its seeds, which also glimmered beautifully, the next day. Alan wondered just how many seeds would decorate the waters. Just then, he heard Princess Carmine's voice. Sir Alan, we shall follow your decision to save your friend, she said. Is that all right with you, Princess Rapsinal? Of course, Princess Rapsinal answered. No matter what you do, Sir Alan, I trust that you won't harm my empire's precious citizens. Thank you, Alan replied. You might need to clean up the aftermath, but I'll do my best not to cause any trouble. Please don't betray my trust. Alan then told his friends what he was about to do, and the possible result of his plan before heading for Ignamesu within the palace. He asked the officer in charge to allow him an audience with the Emperor and was told that he could meet with Ignamesu in the evening. In the meantime, he sat in the waiting room and used every free slot he had to create fish DS and have them search for Pelomas. He even used Bird F's awakened ability, Transmission, to help him find his friend, but to no avail. Time ticked by until he was finally allowed to speak with the Emperor. In the throne room, Ignamesu was already waiting for his guest. Alan bowed to him to feign courtesy. What's wrong, Alec? Ignamesu arrogantly asked. You said that you needed to meet with me immediately. Did you make the money I asked of you? Yeah, he really doesn't seem like an emperor. He's more like a former commoner. I am terribly sorry, Your Majesty, Alan replied, kneeling on the spot. He made himself appear as awkward and uneasy as possible while looking up at the Emperor. There is something I must report to you. The summoner had raised his intelligence as high as he could and manipulated his fish D that hit on the ceiling, carefully analyzing Ignamesu's and Chancellor Ajure's every movement. Ignamesu remained on his throne with Chancellor Ajure beside him, but both were clearly irked. The Songstress contest was being held the next day, so they were very busy. Crown Prince Biko of Albahal has returned, Alan reported. He had made sure to use the title Crown Prince, assuming that Biko and Ignamesu were connected somehow. What? Is that true? Ignamesu cried as he leaned forward with great interest. I'll contact the Crevel Kingdom immediately, Chancellor Ajure said. We must confirm this for ourselves. He called for a nearby official and ordered them to use a magic tool to ask Crivel directly if what Alan had said was true. So I guess they won't just blindly believe me. That means Biko must be somewhere in Prostia. Needless to say, Alan was lying. Biko was nowhere in Albahal, but he intended to sprinkle in a few lies to check Ignamese's and Chancellor Adjure's reactions. This was all according to plan. Before coming to Prostia, Alan had not understood why Biko would have fled to the underwater empire. But now that he had spent some time in Patlanta and learned that Ignamesu, who had incited a rebellion to usurp the throne, would soon invade the land above, the summoner quickly guessed that this had been Biko's destination because he was going to assist with the invasion scheme. Put another way, Biko's actions had the potential to throw a wrench in Ignamesu's plans. The Emperor was most shocked that Biko had acted of his own accord without once giving any notice. Alan guessed that he feared that word of Prostia's internal affairs might spread to the world on land. Were that to happen, the invasion would be halted before it could even begin. Alan carefully observed the Emperor and the Chancellor until a short while later, when the official returned to the throne room. "Your Majesty, we received a response from Crivel," they shouted. "They have confirmed Biko's return to Albahal. He has turned himself in, and the country of Beastkin is currently deciding how he should be punished." "But how?" Chancellor Adjure muttered. Alan grinned internally, happy that his plan was going so smoothly. The official who had spoken with the Crivel Kingdom through the magic tool had actually been duped. In truth, they had been communicating with a bird G. Alan had used voice mimic to trick them. "Shinorom," Ignamesu cried. "Where is he? Wasn't he guarding Biko?" "I apologize. It seems no one has seen him recently," Adjure replied. "I'll summon him and have him explain. Knights, bring Father Shinorom here immediately." Though Alan remained quiet, he was starting to panic. He had used his summons to search every nook and cranny of the palace, but he had not found Shinorom anywhere. "I knew it. Shinorom planned this entire thing. But how in the world did he get into the palace? Was Alan going to have to clash with the demon while they were still inside? Worst case, he would have to use his bird A's awakened ability to leave, and he braced himself when the knights returned. "The priest is nowhere to be found," a knight reported.
What?
"Where in the world is he?" Adjure demanded. So Shinorom is gone, is he?" Ignamesu gazed accusingly at his chancellor. He refused to give more thought to the issue. "This matter is not to leave this room. We will keep it a secret from even the nobles," Adjure said. "Alec, have I made myself clear? If you speak of this matter to anyone, you'll pay with your life." "Of course, Your Excellency,"
Alan replied.
"And my friend Pelaniki has been gone since this morning as well. Would you know anything about him?" "Pelaniki? How in the world should I know? Now isn't the time for such trivial matters." While the Chancellor scolded him, Alan bowed as low as he could and organized his thoughts. He had raised his intelligence considerably and carefully analyzed both Ignamesu and Adjure, so he was almost certain that neither one knew of Pelomas' whereabouts. It was also clear that Biko was linked to Ignamesu, and Shinorom was behind this plot. It had become increasingly more likely that the demon was the mastermind behind the revolts in Prostia and Albahal. Shinorom was the one secretly pulling the strings. And if he was the one who researched curses, magic, and weapons for the Demon Lord Army, the riots in the two nations were just parts of a larger plan the Demon Lord Army had put into motion, much like the entire demonism debacle. "I don't have all the pieces of the puzzle yet, but I have to think about what will happen in the near future. Alec, you had best understand your position," Ignamesu warned in a quiet, oddly calm voice. "If you stay with us, you'll be treated well. You seem the smart type, so I do hope you'll continue to be on our side. I guess acting grateful won't hurt." The summoner bowed his head, and Adjure regained his cool as well. "We must make tomorrow's Songstress contest a success," the Chancellor said. "We'll handle the Beast Crown Prince Biko and Shinorom matters later." "Indeed," Ignamesu replied as he stood from his throne and outstretched his arms. Then he raised his voice. "And tomorrow, Rapsinal will become my wife. It's the day that I'll become the true Emperor of Prostia." "He really doesn't like to think, huh?" If these two men could not track Shinorom down, it only made sense that they could not find Pelomas either. Deciding it would be a waste of time to ponder much longer, Alan quickly left the throne room. He exited the palace and ordered his spirit-type summons to convey his message to all the soldiers stationed in the Rank S dungeon, Radash Kingdom, and the Academy. They were to return to Hardcore User Island and rush to prepare for a fight against the Demon Lord army. Since he was the commander-in-chief of the Alan army, Alan's orders would definitely be followed. He also contacted Helmios and requested the hero army's assistance. I don't know what'll happen, but it's probably best to act while I can. Think a couple steps ahead. When he returned to the villa Princess Carmine was staying in, he told Luke, Valmer, and Iwanam the situation. Then the Demon Lord army's here, huh? Luke asked nervously. Will we fight? Alan had warned his friends that they had to be prepared for death in the midst of battle. Of course, he would never abandon them, and he knew that they would never abandon him either. They all protected one another. However, if people wanted to fight with Alan, they would ultimately have to face the Demon Lord, the being who had been born a century ago and who was using every method at his disposal to eradicate humanity from the face of the world. Furthermore, they would be up against strategist Kubal, the primeval demonic deity. Macris, the former first angel and assistant to god of creation Elmia, had lived for over 100,000 years, but Kubal boasted a lifespan exponentially longer than that. Under those two entities, numerous demonic deities and countless monsters had banded together to form a colossal army whose goal was to eradicate humanity. Even Macris was not sure just how many forces the Demon Lord had at his disposal, and no one's safety would be ensured during such a grisly and harrowing battle. We probably will, Alan answered. Luke, think carefully about whether you'd like to join this fight. Despite his words, the summoner always welcomed new allies. Elmia had reincarnated him into this world, specifically to bring down the Demon Lord, a job that he agreed needed to be done, so he had no complaints. Still, if the enemy had amassed a sizable army as his pawns to destroy the world, then Alan, too, required friends and allies to fight back. While he was waiting for Luke's response, Phaebul, the protector of the Dark Elves and the sovereign of spirits, quietly stared at him from within Luke's arms. Silence settled upon the room as Phaebul turned to gaze up at Luke, her dark eyes filled with worry. Luke looked down and locked eyes with the sovereign of spirits for a while, gently stroking her head. Then, he finally looked up at Alan, the same determined expression on his face that had been on Phaebul's. I know, Luke said quietly. I'll join, of course. Alan nodded before turning to face a window. The sky outside was slowly growing darker, implying that the crystal flower was losing its glow. The day was coming to a close. Alan deployed Fish DS and had them scour the imperial capital. Even after spending the whole night searching, however, they did not find any sign of Pelomas. When morning came and the crystal flower glowed brightly once more, Alan's panic grew. He checked the time, and it was already past 7. In less than 2 hours' time, at 9, the Songstress contest would start. An hour later, shortly after 10, the mimic on Pelomas would wear off, and he would die. Should I try to get the contest cancelled? Alan wondered as his mind raced. The Songstress contest was a sacred and important ritual, but Alan cared more about his party member than the customs of a foreign nation. He had no apprehensions about forcing the cancellation of the event if needed. But is that the right move? Even if he did that, it would not guarantee that Pelomas would be found. Still, the summoner had to do something for his friend. His mind went a mile a minute in search of a different solution, but nothing else came to mind. Not even the intelligence-boosting rings he wore helped him. He just kept coming up with more details for his plan to get the Songstress contest called off. He wandered around the living room of the villa, muttering to himself, when he realized that Luke was quietly watching him. You should calm down, Alan, Luke said. Panicking won't do you any good. The young dark elf sounded oddly mature. Despite his young appearance, he was around the same age as Alan. Luke and his father, Olbaas, were high dark elves who reached adulthood at the age of 50, but in Fabres, the village of dark elves, they were allowed to join the elders' meetings at 15. General Bunzenberg, Luke's caretaker, had mentioned as much.
He's right.
Just because I helped the Songstress contest, it doesn't mean that another good plan will come to mind. I'll only make an enemy out of all the merfolk, and even holy fish Macris.
Just then there was a soft whim.
A black grimoire appeared in front of Alan's eyes. Huh.
Alan wondered aloud.
He had not summoned his grimoire and was surprised to see it appear in front of him, but he was further shocked when he saw the log. What's up, Alan? Luke rushed over to the summoner, who was so fixated on the words he had read that he merely muttered to himself without offering a response. All his deployed summons within the Prostia Empire and used sharing, hoping to find the one that had killed the demon. As a summoner, when his summons defeated an enemy, or if one of his allies buffed by his summons abilities or awakened abilities did, he would receive partial XP. And it did not matter how far away the summons or his friends were when they gained the XP. So long as they were still in this world, he would gain partial XP. Thanks to that, Alan could efficiently earn XP through the summons he had deployed to fight monsters in the northern region of the central continent and the allies he had buffed and sent to farm golems in the rank S dungeon. He quickly learned, however, that none of his summons had faced a demon. What the hell is going on? The moment he thought that, a new piece of text popped up on his grimoire. Again? Is Pelomas fighting? Alan quickly fiddled with his grimoire to check his friend's status, and was stunned to see that his HP had decreased drastically. Pelomas is losing HP, and fast. Wait, he just healed. Must have used a blessing of heaven. As Pelomas regenerated his HP, only for it to whittle down again, logs began to pop up in the grimoire one after another. Alan's party members could also see the log, and Luke peered at it to find that someone was farming XP at an astonishing pace. The dark elf could not help but gasp with surprise as well. All the while, dozens of notifications popped up, each informing Alan that someone had defeated a demon and he had gained XP. Pelomas's? Is he that strong? Luke questioned. The dark elf had joined the elven army in clearing the class promotion dungeon to gain levels, and he had worked with Pelomas. The magnate had used healing pots on his injured allies, and when the occasional monster had approached him, he had made sure to keep his distance and never attack of his own volition. I don't think he's absurdly strong or anything, Alan replied. But if I'm gaining XP, the only logical conclusion is that he's out there somewhere fighting the Demon Lord army. If I were in his shoes, would I be able to defeat this many demons in such a short time? Would that be possible against demons? No, demons are on par with rank A monsters and higher. But not only was Pelomas fully equipped, but he had healing pots and gear that boosted his stats as well. Still, with his abilities, would I be able to beat dozens of demons? As Alan ran the simulation in his mind, an astonishing log popped up in his grimoire. Archdemons were not as powerful as demonic deities or rank S monsters, but their stats were over 10,000, and they were difficult to defeat. The no-life gamers had faced an archdemon called Glaster before, and the enemy had even used extra skills. The summoner could vividly recall the excruciating battle. No way in hell Pelomas can single-handedly defeat an archdemon. Then how? How is this notification possible? The summoner had boosted his intelligence to the max with his gear and racked his brain for an answer, trying to reach any logical conclusion. What's going on? Luke asked worriedly. You won't cancel the Songstress contest, will you? You wouldn't do something awful like that, right? Alan barely had the time or strength to reply.
No.
There must be something I can do. We have to prioritize preparations in case the Demon Lord army tries something funny. With Pelomas gone, it's clear as day that the Demon Lord army's behind this. It might be easy for me to say that I'll trust Pelomas to handle himself, but right now, all I can do is all I can do. I feel like Pelomas has bought me time to think and formulate some sort of plan. This turned out well, then, right? I can't say this is the right answer, but Alan was not sure where to go from here, but he refused to give up. He flew out of the villa and rushed toward the Songstress contest venue. The streets were flooded with merfolk, making it difficult for him to get through. But even so, he waded through the crowd, pushed people aside, and somehow managed to meet up with Rosalina at the designated meeting spot. She waited there, dressed in a beautiful outfit that Cecil and the other ladies had worked tirelessly to prepare. Hey, you're late. Rosalina snapped. You've got everything I trust? Yeah, Alan said through huffs. Sorry about the delay. Here's your entry pass. She clutched it to her chest, her eyes twinkling. Finally, I can't believe this day's arrived. My beauty will reach every corner of the world, and my lovely singing voice will echo across the ocean floor. What are you on about? I don't understand what you're saying. Rosalina glared at Alan quizzically. Are you telling me to be careful? Well done. She puffed her chest out proudly and headed for the participants' waiting room. Alan, meanwhile, headed for the stands where Ignamesu sat. After the Songstress contest, he would present his water purification tool, an offering from Crevel, to the public. He and Luke had been tasked with operating the device to show it off, and until then, they were to sit in the VIP seats in the center of the crowd, reserved for nobles and the imperial family. The seats, along with the stage for the Songstress contest, had been built high up on the style of the crystal flower that Patlantis stood atop. The circular venue was around 500 meters in diameter and was propped up by stems that grew out radially. From a distance, it resembled a bowl supported by numerous thin branches. Alan swam up and spotted an especially lavish seating area in the middle of the stands. Ignamesu, surrounded by high-ranking nobles, was there. Next to the emperor sat Princess Rapsinol, who had been taken out of the annex. Princess Carmine, Cecil, Sophie, and Shia sat beside Rapsinol as her ladies-in-waiting. Ignamesu had purposefully seated the imperial princess beside him to convey his rank and dignity to the other nobles. Just as Alan got to his seat, a small magic ship loaded with the first batch of contestants stopped at the edge of the flower stile. Beautifully dressed merfolk women rushed out as more magic ships arrived, filling the venue with contestants. Songstress contest schedule. Holy Fish Macris was scheduled to arrive before the opening ceremony. After the first round, the circular crowd of 1,000 participants gathered atop the massive crystal flower stigma would be reduced to a mere 5 semi-finalists, each of whom would receive a tier of Macris. After the semi-finals, the victors, or rather, the top 3 would once again receive a tier of Macris. I guess he cries a lot, got a lot of tears to spare. Though Alan was still worried about Pelomas, he now had enough mental leeway to crack a small joke. Once the holy fish went on his way, the entirety of Patlanta would erupt in jubilation. Everyone would be encouraged to eat, drink, and make merry for the rest of the day at the huge ceremony that would be hosted. That had been the tradition for the past 300 years. The MC walked onto the stage and used a voice amplifier stationed by the flower style and its roots to announce the beginning of the contest, working up the crowd. His voice filled the entire area. Is everyone excited? Because I certainly am. We will now begin the annual Songstress contest. Let us start with a prayer to Lady Aqua, the protector of us subjects within the Prostia Empire. Cube-shaped magic tool he was holding to amplify his voice. He was clearly the MC of the ceremony this year. She is the protector of the seas, of this very ocean that we live in, and is the source of all life, he declared. Please bestow upon us from your beautiful fingers, Lady Aqua, the light that shall illuminate the darkness and dispel evil. Immediately, the contestants, along with the nobles in the guest seats and everyone else who had gathered by the root of the stile, began loudly praying to water goddess Aqua. Alan listened on with interest. As the prayers echoed throughout the area, the sound of small bubbles popping filled the water, and countless orbs of light, just small enough to nestle snugly within the merfolk's webbed hands, began glowing around the flower stile. Their light enveloped the sides and top of the stile, and the entire contest venue with it. Without a doubt, they were crystal seeds. The seeds emitted soft glubbing sounds as they popped out of the stile and slowly floated up. They would spend the next few hours journeying close to the water's surface before falling back down to the ocean floor over the course of another couple of hours. And if you manage to pick up the crystal seeds that return to the ocean floor, Prostia will buy them off you, for 1 gold each. Prostian law dictated that crystal seeds were managed by the Empire, and merchants required a permit to buy and sell them. But even if a merchant managed to obtain a permit, if they wished to sell seeds at their shop, they would need to buy them from the Empire for several dozen gold apiece. Naturally, the price would fluctuate based on the number of seeds circulating the market and the wealth of the Empire. Kasagoma, the owner of a magic store, had grumbled about how difficult it was to be in the crystal seed industry. Pelomas disappeared during his search for the seeds, right? The summoner thought about his friend as he gazed at the seeds, and he took out his grimoire to check on the magnate's status. Right when his HP was about to be fully depleted, he healed himself back up to full as notifications continued to pop up in Alan's log. Pelomas was still fighting for his life. In an hour, the effects of Mimic would wear off on him, and if Pelomas was still underwater, he would drown in minutes. What can I do? Alan once again considered his options. Had he made a wrong choice somewhere? While the masses were enchanted by the breathtaking glow of the seeds, Alan continued to question himself in search of an answer. He was soon snapped out of his thoughts, however, when the water current rushed toward the flower stile. Alan looked up as the crowd became abuzz. Thousands of crystal seeds slowly floated to the surface, while the light emitted by the massive flower that had expelled them made it seem like Patlanta was shrouded by a starry night sky. But amid this dazzling display of illuminations was a massive shadow that drew near. "Is that holy fish Macris?" Alan muttered to himself. Ever since he was a manservant in House Granville, thanks to Cecil, he had heard the name of the protagonist of Tales of the Prostia Empire countless times. That fabled hero was now slowly emerging from the waters. Chapter 4. The Visitor at the Songstress Contest. Through the particles of light, a massive, white dolphin at least 30 meters long approached the round stage built atop the stigma. When the holy fish was a merfolk, he had supposedly been called the Pig Prince, but as his streamlined figure serenely swam among the light, he gave off a mystical glow. It was a lovely sight, so much so that one could hardly believe that he had once been forced to cover his face with a hood. When Alan was still Kenichi, he had seen a few dolphins on TV or the internet, but he found Macris to be more beautiful than any he had ever seen. Is this thanks to his good conduct before he became Aqua's kin? Much like Alan, the noble was stunned by the holy fish's beauty. Any merfolk noble would have seen this awesome display every year, but the splendid elegance was awe-inspiring no matter how many times one saw it. Perhaps the merfolk of Prostia held the Songstress contest and gathered people from different provinces every year specifically to watch Macris' entrancing swimming. Even the merfolk who could not get into the Songstress contest venue had gathered around to catch a glimpse of Macris and enjoy the celebrations, craning their necks to watch the contest above. The holy fish approached the top of the flower stile before he whirled around, the light from the countless seeds dancing about as he glided through the waters and swam. Along the perimeter of the circular venue, everyone, from the contestants and the special guests to the people in the crowd at the bottom of the stile, gasped in amazement.
Wow.
Look at all these cuties. Ha ha ha. Phew. Holy fish Macris' voice echoed throughout the venue. He eked out his words between lecherous huffs. The merfolk watched a lascivious and lustful smirk stretch across his pale, long face, and they all looked taken aback.
Eek. Huh. What?
No way. Is that Lord Macris? A few girls among the 1,000 contestants shrieked. They sounded shocked and confused. Macris apparently didn't change his personality much even after he transformed into a holy fish, but I think it's more than just his appearance that leaves something to be desired. I mean EW. And now then, the Starfish MC shouted. Since Lord Macris is here, it's time to officially begin the Songstress contest. Emperor Ignamesu, would you kindly say a few words before we kick off the festivities? Alan looked up and saw Ignamesu, in the middle of the crowd, rise to his feet. Oh, of course, Ignamesu said. Holy fish Macris, protector of merfolk and kin of Lady Aqua, who watches over us, you are the guardian of Prostia. I, Emperor Glottal van Ignamesu, offer you the most beautiful women of the Empire and their lovely singing voices. Please enjoy this gift. The Emperor sounded a touch awkward while giving his opening speech, the voice amplification tool broadcasting it to the entire venue. In response, Holy Fish Macris thrust his large body over the venue in confusion. One could practically feel the water quake with his every word, and everyone, barring Alan and Princess Rapsonal, gasped. They gazed at the new emperor awkwardly. The holy fish paid no heed to the silence and stuck his massive face near the VIP seats, where Ignamesu stood. "Are you Ignamesu?" Macris asked. "I am the new Prostian emperor," Ignamesu declared before he quickly added, my lord." He trembled nervously as the holy fish blinked his large, dark, twinkling eyes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but that only made Ignamesu even more tense. Not only had the holy fish not recognized him, but when he had introduced himself, Macris had clearly shown zero interest. That dealt a heavy blow to his pride and reputation. In fact, if Macris was implying that he did not see him as the new emperor, then all the efforts he had made thus far had been for naught. Macris, however, said nothing more. He shot a quick glance at Princess Rapsonal, who sat sadly beside Ignamesu, before swimming above the VIP seats and once again gliding around the flower style. Ignamesu finally looked visibly relieved as he took his seat, while some nobles, in contrast, gave grimaces of defeat. Alan watched the scene carefully. I guess quite a few nobles were banking on the holy fish doing something to Ignamesu, the ringleader of the riot. "Thank you for your generosity, Lord Macris. And thank you for the speed, Your Majesty," the MC shouted. "Now, let's finally kick off the first round of the Songstress contest. Ladies, are you ready? Sing your hearts out for our protector, Lord Macris." The contestants shifted around nervously. By the end of the first round, a mere 5 out of 1,000 would remain. Simply put, most of the women would fail here. Each was confident that she would be the last one standing, but as the moment of truth drew nearer, they all found it difficult to ease their nerves. The silence that followed felt like it went on forever, but in truth, it lasted only a moment before Macris stopped swimming and broke it. Right away, the contestants all began to sing to the best of their abilities, and a dissonant din filled the venue. What in the world is this? Alan was at a loss for words at this unexpected racket. Back when he was Kenichi, he had had no interest in choir or singing contests at school, but even he knew that people usually sang in unison, harmonizing with one another. But his ears were assaulted by the polar opposite. Every participant was excellent in her own right. Their singing abilities were rather impressive, and they were all dressed up in expensive outfits and glimmering accessories, proof that they had been allowed to participate in the event. Many shouldered the expectations of their hometown, as victory would bring honor to their birthplace, and had received lavish clothes or perhaps funds to buy what they needed. Yet no matter how beautiful they were, if every woman sang her own song at her own tempo, it became a discordant mess. It was difficult to make out any one person's voice amid the chaos. Can this even be called a contest? Alan looked around, and to his surprise, saw that no one appeared shocked or anxious. He then looked up and spotted Macris swimming around the circular stage, his dark eyes closely analyzing the 1,000 contestants, his round forehead trembling as the disorganized singing of 1,000 women shook the water. The summoner carefully analyzed the scene. "I see now. Macris boasts pretty high intelligence. That the Songstress contest was an annual event meant that this puzzling first round was held every year as well. Each woman sang with her own rhythm and flair, with some even bursting into a fabulous dance, yet the holy fish had the ability to discern each and every voice and provide his own judgment on each woman. Doing so required extremely high intelligence, and Alan recalled that the holy fish had power akin to a greater demonic deity. Just then, Macris, who had been circling the stage, suddenly changed course. He flipped his massive body upside down and approached a contestant with his head. One of the semi-finalists has already been selected, the Starfish MC announced. Who is the first lady who will claim a holy orb of Macris? Beneath the holy fish's head was a dancing and singing merfolk lady with orange hair. Everyone focused on her. Well, we did go all out. Plus, I think she's got talent in her own right. Alan was relieved to see that Rosalina was the first to be selected, and upon realizing that it was thanks to his monetary contributions, he could not help but flash a proud smirk, despite Pelomas's danger flashing in the corner of his mind. When all was said and done, he had spent nearly 200,000 gold to give her a full makeover, outfit and accessories included. Every woman in this contest had skills and talents of her own. What that meant was that the effects of their skills were also an integral part of the contest. Alan, equipped with his grimoire, had quickly discovered that those skills relied heavily on stats, which was why he had bought beautiful, stat-boosting accessories for Rosalina to wear. "She's amazing." Haha. Macris chuckled. Still on his back, he slowly closed his right eye, and something glimmered and fell from it. "Teach, this must be the first one," the MC shouted, his movements becoming comical and exaggerated in his excitement. A glittering item slowly descended in front of Rosalina. She looked shocked for a moment, but she continued her dance while opening an intricately designed magic bag that hung at her waist. She was careful not to directly touch the item, as a tear of the holy fish Macris was now in her grasp. Once Macris had bestowed her with his tear, he once again circled the stage and flipped over when he saw another woman who suited his fancy. All the while, the guests showered Rosalina with bubbles from all sides. "Must be like a round of applause or a show of respect, the merfolk way." Rosalina bowed with gratitude as she received the celebratory bubbles, then showed off a dazzling dance move. The other four ladies bestowed with tears of Macris received their own celebrations as well, prompting the end of the first round. "And that concludes round 1, the Starfish MC yelled. "I'd like to thank each and every participant today. After a short intermission, we will begin round 2. Perhaps he had done some practicing as well, because the Starfish MC twirled on the spot and pointed up into the air proudly, flashing a cool pose. "Kinda reminds me of Marur." That in turn made Alan recall his friend Pelomas, and he began to panic once more. As the contestants all left the stage, Rosalina swam up to the summoner. "Alec, as promised, here's your tear," she exclaimed. "Lord Macris was much different than I thought." She handed Alan the bag with a tear, but he could only give a half-hearted response since he was doing his best to suppress his panic. What is it? You don't seem too happy," Rosalina said. "Something wrong?" If Pelomas could not be found, the effects of Mimic would wear off within the hour, and despite his high endurance, he would be squashed flat by the water pressure. But Alan wanted Rosalina to head to the second round without any unnecessary worries, not to rain on her parade. He tried his best to feign composure and accepted the magic bag.
"If I
process the tear, can I turn it into a bracelet?" Technically speaking, tears of Macris and a bracelet with the holy orb of Macris were two separate items. The former was the crystallization of holy fish Macris' tears, and the latter required an artisan from a magic shop to refine that tear and turn it into a bracelet. However, both were called holy orbs, and thus, they made the perfect present for a lady. As Alan pondered the difference between a tear and a holy orb, he opened his grimoire and tossed the tear inside, magic bag and all. Just then, he spotted a notification that he had never seen before, and he gasped with surprise.
"What?"
"You've been acting weird," Rosalina chided. "Aren't you happy that I became a semi-finalist?" "Huh? Oh, it's nothing," Alan replied. He did not even turn her way, instead continuing to stare at his grimoire. "When I stored the holy orb, it gave me the option to convert it to points. And Macris' holy orb is a fish type? 15 points, huh? I see." Alan, who had stumbled upon a new component of this world, began muttering to himself as he analyzed this message. Meanwhile, Rosalina walked off, claiming that she had to prepare for the second round. Alan did not seem to pay any attention to her. His mind was filled with the newly discovered point system. "Stones I need to create fish-type summons. All right. Since Krina's got the holy orb of Rebenka, a beast-type orb, if I throw it into my grimoire storage and get 1 point, my predictions are correct. But I'll think about stuff like that after I find Pelomas." Alan's party possessed 2 holy orb bracelets, one from the Crevel royal family, the holy orb of Macris, and another stolen from Basque, the holy orb of Rebenka. Had he tossed them both into storage before, he figured that he would have learned more about this holy point system. However, the effects of the bracelets were so good that he had immediately handed them over to his friends. Not once had he placed them in storage. Alan stopped his hypothetical testing when a small magic ship approached the guest stands. A knight hastily swam out and approached Ignamesu. Alan then used sharing. His bird G was still under Cecil's clothes, and she was sitting near Princess Rapsinal so that he could eavesdrop on their conversation. "Please pardon the intrusion, Emperor Ignamesu, but I've got an urgent report," the knight said. Before he could give it, however, he was interrupted by Chancellor Adjure. "What the?" he roared.
You.
"Do you know that we're in the midst of a very important ceremony?" "Chancellor Adjure, don't cause a scene. The other guests are starting to look this way," Ignamesu said, doing his best to remain calm. He then turned to the knight.
Well?
"Spit it out. Tell me what the issue is." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the knight replied. "A horde of monsters is headed here with incredible speed. According to our garrison in Puriri, it's an army of around 100,000 monsters, some rank A," the knight reported. "They suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the town around half an hour ago. Around 15 minutes ago, the enemy vanguards broke through the town. At this pace, we suspect that they'll arrive at the imperial capital within an hour. I didn't think they'd try to attack the capital directly. Every town and city should have its own alert and communication systems, but we only get an hour's notice? That's pretty abrupt. Did the Demon Lord army avoid all the major cities?" Ever since Alan had learned that Shinorom was a demon who worked under the Demon Lord army, he had suspected that they would try something, but he never expected them to raid the imperial capital. "Where is Puri?" Alan whispered through Bird G, which was being hidden by Cecil, who sat a short distance away. "Due north of the capital, 100 kilometers away," Princess Rapsinal replied. "What shall we do? How can monsters appear during this special event?" Alan summoned a bird E and activated its awakened ability, Farsight, which allowed him to see up to 100 kilometers away. Even so, he could not spot an army of monsters headed their way. If this horde has 100,000 monsters, including rank as, it should be massive, but even with Hawkins, I can't find anything like that. Looks like we should make the first move. Deciding that this was an emergency, he summoned a 4-meter-long shark 50 meters above the contest venue to ensure that he would not cause a fuss. He also summoned 2 bird ES and 2 bird AS, hid them inside Finney's mouth, and had it head north. Alan even considered calling his army over to the north end of Patlanta and had his bird A head to the front lines. He wished to create a nest as far away from the capital as possible, which would make it possible to use Bird A's awakened ability, Homing Instinct. Even if the Demon Lord army's monsters fled, he could intercept them before they reached Patlanta, as he wished to keep the battlefield as far away from the city as possible. The night before, the Alan army troops had received orders from Alan, and they were ready to head to battle whenever needed. "Can I do this?"
No.
"I don't know yet." When Alan had fought 7 million Demon Lord army monsters in Rosenheim, most of them had been rank B, and of the 100 rank As, he had faced only one of them. Furthermore, the battle had raged on for nearly 2 months, and he had almost defeated them all. After the war, Alan had strengthened his party, and it had taken only a day for him to defeat 10,000 rank A monsters in one of the rank S dungeon's death zones. Now that he had formed an army of his own and had his own trained forces, matters were different. Everyone in the Alan army had raised their levels in the rank S and class promotion dungeons, and they had also trained together as a group, but they had never actually been in a battle. War was different from practice sessions, and Alan presumed that this would be quite a difficult battle. Lord Macris is here, and yet these reckless monsters dare to attack Patlanta?" Ignamesu replied. "But we have no need for Lord Macris' assistance here. Chancellor Adjure, contact all the generals. Dispatch the 1st Imperial Army and station the 2nd Imperial Army at all. Use the magic tools to sound the alarm to everyone in the Imperial capital. This is an emergency. We must evacuate the residents at once." "But what about the Songstress contest, Your Majesty?" Ignamesu thought pensively for a while as he watched Holy Fish Macris swim around the stage, waiting for the second round to start. "We've got no other choice," the Emperor muttered. "I understand our insolence toward Lord Macri, but we must halt the contest. We need to prioritize defeating the enemies and protecting the Imperial capital. What are you lot doing?
Go on.
Make haste. I'll head out too. Hand me my spear. A nearby knight handed Ignamesu his trident. Just then, Holy Fish Macris slowly approached the Emperor. What's wrong? Macris asked. Are we not starting the second round? Ignamesu gallantly looked up at the Holy Fish and said, Lord Macris, monsters are headed toward our city. I'm terribly sorry, but I believe we must cancel our Songstress contest this year. From the north, my lord, Ajare reported. Around 100,000, all told. Macris twirled vertically in the water and stared at the region to the north. The cheery MC tried to calm the confused crowd. Everyone, I ask that you all remain calm, he shouted through the speakers. No need to fret. There is nothing to be concerned about yet. Please stay in your seats. That starfish guy's acting kinda weird. Just as Alan came to realize that the MC was shady, Chancellor Ajare and his knights swam up to the merfolk. MC, hand me that magic tool, the Chancellor ordered. No, you can just give the order. This is an emergency. Tell the crowd. Ajare reached out to grab the voice amplification magic tool from the MC's hands, but before he could take it, the starfish merfolk tossed it behind him.
What?
What are you doing? Ajare demanded. Oh, come on. Can't you tell? The MC replied. I'm gonna stop what you're trying to do. After all, there are so many people here to watch the Songstress contest. What better time is there to let loose and slaughter the masses? This is the perfect opportunity to provide the blood and flesh we need to resurrect the demon god. A moment later, a mysterious glow appeared behind the MC, forming a magic circle. 3 shadows leaped out from it. One of them swung the great sword they wielded, beheading the baffled Chancellor Ajare in one slash.
Shunk!
Eahawk, a lady cried. Blood did not spurt out like a geyser, however. Because they were underwater, it slowly pooled up, dyeing the area red. One of the contestants screamed until she began foaming at the mouth, then fainted. Everyone turned toward the commotion and saw Ajare's corpse, as well as the MC, who was surrounded by 3 menacing shadows. Chapter 5. The Demon Lord Army's Assault. A ripple of panic ran through the crowd. Everyone began screaming and running for their lives, pushing others aside to escape. Ah, geez. The starfish MC sighed as he gazed at the panicking masses. Look at the mess you've made. Good grief, don't you know anything about timing? If you want to surprise them, you have to wait for the perfect opportunity to do so. A burly man with a deep crimson body and a dark band wrapped around him grinned menacingly, his towering stature intimidating all those who saw him. Shut up. You think I care about shit like that? He snarled. The great sword on his back was no longer tainted with Ajare's blood. Sir Cubal, you take your theatrics a touch too far, a massive beetle with a metallic luster said as it floated near the Crimson Man. We've been ready for a while now, but you chose to draw this out for so long. Oh, did I just hear you thank me? The Crimson Man asked with a smirk. That's a first. Another entity, this one with 2 voices, 2 heads, and 2 sets of limbs, joined the fray. Strategist Cubal, if blood and souls are what we require, shall we kill them all? Alan recognized all 3 of them before. They had defeated the insect as he had deployed to the northern region of the central continent and wiped out his summons.
Yeah.
The Demon Lord said that we must accomplish our mission, the MC replied. We aren't allowed to make any mistakes. Smoke rose from his body, and with a poof, the MC vanished, a jester having taken his place. It was clear as day. The strategist of the Demon Lord army, greater demonic deity Cubal, had appeared for the world to see. That MC was Cubal in disguise? That must mean they're the ones controlling the horde of monsters headed for the capital. I guess the Chancellor wasn't an enemy. But there isn't much time before the Demon Lord army's main forces reach the Imperial capital. Alan had assumed that the Demon Lord army would arrive soon enough, but this was far sooner than he had anticipated. But thank God, I teleported my army to Hardcore User Island and had them prepare for battle. Even when he compared it to places from his previous life, Alan was still impressed by the size of the Imperial capital. In this world, though, stats were all that mattered. The Demon Lord army's troops were hundreds, maybe even thousands of times more agile than the average person. Current locations. The summoner used accessories to boost his intelligence and swiftly gauged his distance from the enemy. All the while, Ignamesu roared angrily. Alan turned toward the Emperor, who, flanked by his knights, brandished his trident as he glared at Kubal. The strategist and the other three greater demonic deities all turned to face Ignamesu, while everyone around him scattered and fled for their lives, putting as much distance between themselves and the Emperor as they could. Ignamesu had raised his voice on purpose. He wanted the enemies to focus on him so that his citizens could escape. "Ooh, someone's mad," Kubal taunted. "You're only able to sit on your throne thanks to Shinorom. Does it feel nice to wear that crown?"
What?
Ignamesu looked astonished. Are you saying Father Shinorom was your ally?"
Wha?
Sounds like you didn't catch on at all. Finally, Alan was able to put the pieces of Ignamesu's revolt together. "I get it now." Ignamesu was tricked by Kubal. "But if the demonic deities aren't focused on me, that means this is my chance." Though the summoner was curious to learn more through Kubal and Ignamesu's exchange, he wanted to do what he could while Kubal was still occupied. Bird G flew out from Cecil's clothes and flapped through the water. But then, suddenly, the Emperor's voice filled the area via the magic tool. "Citizens, heed the words of your Emperor, Ignamesu. A massive army of large monsters is heading for Patlanta from the north. I hereby declare a state of emergency for Prostia. Sound all the alarms. Knights, prepare yourselves for all possible situations." Alan had guided Bird G toward the speaker that Kubal had tossed aside and used voice mimic to warn the citizens. There were amplifiers, meant to relay commentary on the Songstress contest, located not only in the contest venue and on the flower stile nearby, but throughout Patlanta as well. The entire city should have heard that state of emergency announcement. Alan predicted that two scenarios would play out because of his actions. Either the people would panic and run for their lives, or they would swiftly bolster their defenses. However, he could have never guessed Kubal's next words. "Yep, called it. I knew you'd come out and try to get in our way, Alan.
So?
Where are you this time? Care to show yourself?" Yet despite his jeering, he had already locked eyes with Alan. He grinned and motioned for the summoner to approach. "I guess you're well prepared," Alan muttered. Taking a page from Ignamesu's book, he slowly stepped forward, hoping to steal Kubal's attention and ensure that the citizens could escape.
Duh.
Kubal replied, "You've really been a thorn in our side, you know that? And you just won't die. How could I not be wary of you? Anyway, wow. Look at you. All spiffy in that merfolk form. You look good." "Haha, this is my true form, you see," Alan replied. "You looked good as a starfish yourself. Nice way to copy me. Arrogant as usual. Haven't you thought of the possibility that you're copying us? Nothing is impossible for the Demon Lord army. You should know that by now." Kubal sneered, but Alan was internally surprised. Back in Rosenheim, when I played dumb, he had a witty retort to give. This time around, though, there's no banter. Is he not going to mention Pelomas? Alan had no idea how his friend was doing, and he could not even leave the area to save him before the effect of mimic wore off in less than an hour. However, the summoner deemed it foolish to ask Kubal about the magnate. It's obvious that Pelomas is wrapped up in one of the Demon Lord army's schemes, but it seems like Kubal won't talk about him at all. While Alan was planning his next move, a familiar voice came from behind him. Rosalina shouted, "What about the contest?
Huh.
Aren't you gonna run? Screw the contest.
Run.
But also, it'd be great if you could help me." Alan swiftly looked around, but almost everyone had swum for their lives. "The Demon Lord army's attacking," Alan explained. "This contest is over." Ignamesu, who stood beside the summoner with his trident in hand, spoke up. "The Demon Lord army? You mean the ones attacking the people above the waters? Are these people its pawns?" "Correct," Alan answered. "And it seems like they've started to attack the ocean floor as well." "How can this be?" "So, I was inadvertently helping the Demon Lord army with its plot." Ignamesu's face twisted with rage and regret. Alan, who was ready to fight the greater demonic deities, decided to enlist his help. Unfortunately, that's what it looks like. Your Majesty, I'd like you to take the first Imperial army and fight the monsters.
What?
Ignamesu asked. Are you telling me to leave this place and fight the incoming horde?
Yes.
As you can see, there are 4 here, but an army of 100,000 will reach Patlanta soon. If there are rank as in the mix, we won't be able to protect the Imperial capital without your help. What are you saying? These enemies are plenty strong in their own right. I can't abandon this place. Alan glanced at Kubel. The demonic deities had beheaded Adjure the moment they had shown up, but they had not done much since. It was as though they were certain that the summoner would lose this battle. Kubel and his friends are taking it easy. If nothing else, based on their attitude, it's clear that they're very confident. They're here to corner me, huh? If the enemies were not going to be quick to attack, the summoner was going to utilize the opportunity he needed to get a full grasp of the situation and required every second he could get. Patlanta sat atop a massive crystal flower, which was in a weakened state after expelling its seeds. That would allow the rank A monsters to break through the power that repelled them and enter the Imperial capital. At the very least, that's what Kubel thinks. And if the demonic deity's prediction came true, it would be bad news. The Imperial capital was far too vast, and there needed to be a commander who could lead the large army of soldiers to defend the city. A rank A monster could single-handedly destroy a large village or a small town, so their power could not be underestimated. Places like that could only serve as the first line of defense, a bulwark until the rank A monsters tore through them on their way to destroy the Imperial capital. Alan planned to position his army somewhere 30 to 50 kilometers north of the Imperial capital. That would become the battlefield. His plan was to take down as many rank A monsters as possible, but some were likely to break through and charge the city. The First and Second Imperial armies would be necessary as the final line of defense to protect the innocent merfolk, and it was none other than Ignamesu who had full control over them. Blessed with the 4-star talent of Spear King, Ignamesu was plenty strong on his own, but he was also the former captain of the Royal Guard. He was used to taking charge. Frankly, he's the only one who can do it. Ignamesu had likely reached the same conclusion, and in a strained voice, he broke the silence. Even if we manage to stop these monsters here, if we can't stop the ones on the front line and protect the city, it won't change the outcome. RGH.
Precisely, Alan replied.
We don't have time. Please make a decision, Your Majesty. That his First Imperial Army would have to handle the army of monsters, while the remaining enemies would need to be fended off by the Second Imperial Army alone. This is a tough situation to be in. Maybe it's exactly what the demonic deities were hoping for. On the day of the Songstress contest, nearly 2 million people had gathered at the capital to enjoy the festivities. The Demon Lord army must have had a very particular reason for launching an attack at such a specific time. We sure do, Kubel replied. The demon god is sleeping beneath this crystal flower. Well, part of it is, anyway. Wait. So the sea monster is just one of the scattered pieces of the demon god? I know you guys' primary goal is to resurrect this deity, but is that why you carried out that whole demonism plan? You've got long-term goals, I'll give you that. Ha ha ha. You've done your homework. Did Meruz tell you all that? Because you're right. We're rather patient, you see. And your schemes here have been moving along as well. You're being awfully laid back about all this. I told you before, didn't I? We've known how humans tick for a few dozen millennia now. We know how they think and react based on every scenario. In fact, it's a little depressing to think that humanity hasn't changed or matured one bit. But I can't complain. Thanks to their stubbornness, I can confidently say that my plans have never failed. Not once. Kubel's face was concealed by a mask that resembled a laughing clown, but Alan had no doubt that he was wearing that same expression underneath it. Which means this battle is connected to Gashera, who appeared on Galliot a couple decades ago. Alan swiftly reorganized his thoughts to gauge the timeline of the Demon Lord Army's plans. Timeline of the Demon Lord Army's plans.
Wait.
Shinorom was involved with because revolt in Albahal too. That means Al-Bahal was part of their plan for quite a while as well. There were still several factors that Alan was confused about, but he did not have enough time to think them through. His current objective was to protect the millions of merfolk and chase the demonic deities away. Unlike the demonism debacle, during which countless lives were lost before he could arrive, the summoner now had the opportunity to save many. He turned to Ignamesu. "If you don't hurry, Your Majesty, your precious citizens' lives will be lost."
Alan urged.
"Please, make your decision." "Very well." Ignamesu conceded reluctantly. "I don't imagine that you can take care of these enemies on your own, so I shall send the royal guard over. Will that work for you?" "Please, you don't need to worry about me. I'll buy time. However, if at all possible, I'd like you to come back here once you're done commanding your soldiers." Despite making such a request, Alan knew that Ignamesu would not be of much help, even if he did return. But if he were to call the Emperor useless in no uncertain terms, it would cause another scuffle, so he had instead chosen to put him in charge of the soldiers. Then, the summoner turned to Princess Rapsinal. Cecil and Sophie followed suit, and the three swam to Alan's side. All the while, Princesses Rapsinal and Carmine tried to flee, taking knights and ladies-in-waiting with them. "Oh, I recognize him," Cecil said, turning to the large, crimson man. He had been a rank S adventurer, known as the King of Shura before becoming a greater demonic deity. "Basque, right? Kibble. Your cruel, heartless acts in my hometown of Rosenheim and the Galiaean continent haven't sated you, I see," Sophie muttered, her voice quiet yet irate. "Now, you insist on tormenting those on the ocean floor with your scummy ploys." Shia simply sized her enemies up without saying a word. She probably wants to ask about Biko, but if Ignamesu hears that name, he might change his course of action. She must be trying to figure out what the best move for her to make is. Alan had sent off his bird E and used sharing, through which he learned that the First Imperial Army was already marching toward the northern region. He was not sure if merfolk swam faster in water than humans walked on land, or if the army was truly made of the most refined soldiers, but they had mobilized far more quickly than Alan had anticipated. "Good, they're grouping up in the north." "Your Majesty," Alan called, turning to Ignamesu. "I will send you there. I wish you the best of luck."
"What?"
"You'll send me?" Ignamesu asked. A moment later, he was gone. Thanks to Bird A's awakened ability, homing instinct, he was sent to a nest that had been built near the First Imperial Army's marching path. Bird A could teleport those who were not part of Alan's party, but only if their intelligence was below a certain threshold and they did not have anything protecting them from status effects. It seemed neither of those had been a problem for Ignamesu. "Oh dear, are you sure about sending him off?"
Kubel asked.
"Will he be all right?" "I'm not sure he'll be able to meet up with the army behind him, though. One way or another, he'll be dead by the end of the day. After all, we've got Commander Bildiga's excellent and powerful subordinates leading our army. You can't treat them like any old rank A monster." He pointed to a giant beetle that gave off a metallic luster, but Bildiga remained as silent as the grave. "Bildiga, you said?" Alan asked. "Since you're a greater demonic deity, is your subordinate a demonic deity or a rank S monster?" Bildiga kept its jagged legs pointed at Alan, but said not a word. "It's a he, right? Guess he isn't the type to prattle on stupidly, like Kubel. But his subordinates must be demonic deities too. And from the sound of it, there aren't just one or two of them. How many will Prostia be up against? This is going to be a tough one, so I'll have Merus and Marura help out the Alan army." Currently, Bird A and Bird E were headed due north with Fish Sea in their mouths. They would soon arrive 10 kilometers north of the capital, where Alan had predicted the clash against the Demon Lord army. There were still no signs of the enemy. Ignamesu and the First Imperial Army would stand guard there. Formation north of Patlanta. Thanks to Angel Halo, Merus possessed summoning skills that put him on par with Alan. He would use Fish A's awakened ability, Mimic, to transform the Alan army of 5,200 and the hero army of 1,000 into merfolk. They would be transported to the ocean floor a few moments later via Bird A's homing instinct. Furthermore, Bird F's awakened ability, Messenger, would convey information about Merus and the army to Alan. The summoner would instantly know what he was up against. Helmios would also receive Merus' reports and would formulate plans for the two armies. Despite all this, the odds were stacked against them. Their opponent was an army of 100,000 that had a few demonic deities in the mix, and there were 4 greater demonic deities present to oversee the situation. It was clear that the Demon Lord army needed to win this battle. That's how badly they want to resurrect the demon god. What'll happen if they succeed? I feel like the world's gonna end or something. Anywho, I'm not sure if I can beat these 4, so I'll call for Dagora and the others too. The rest of the no-life gamers had been transformed into merfolk, and the summoner used homing instinct to swiftly bring them to what would soon be the battleground. Wow, didn't really expect this, Dagora said nonchalantly as he gazed around. He did not seem to mind that he had been teleported out of the blue. Krina also looked quite indifferent, but Keel, Luke, and even Valmer could not hide their shock. Some were used to Alan's selfish antics, while others still were not. In any case, Alan, Cecil, Sophie, Shia, Krina, Dagora, Keel, Valmer, and Luke were now together, and they would fight the greater demonic deities. Name: Cecil Granville, Mastery 4. Maruru, the only remaining member of the no-life gamers, stayed with the Alan army. She would fight alongside Merus, the Alan army, Helmios' party, and the Hero army, all of whom were stationed north of the Imperial capital. I wonder if the Hero's God Strike is effective against the greater demonic deities. I heard it didn't do anything to Kubel. Alan planned on calling Helmios into battle against the greater demonic deities if needed, and the Hero had already been notified of that. Dverg, who had some history with Shinorom, would remain with the Hero army, but his extra skill, Guard Break, was very useful. He might be called to offer a moment of aid along with the Hero, and Helmios had been told of this as well.
Oh.
I've been waiting a lifetime for you, little Dagora. Bask cooed. You got yourself a little makeover, huh? The demonic deity, his great sword slung across his crimson body, smirked at Dagora, who had transformed into a merfolk. Bask recognized Dagora at a glance, despite Mimic. Sounds like Dagora got under his skin. At the same time, Dagora readied himself for battle, taking Kagutsuchi in one hand and his Orichalcum Greataxe in the other. Well, it looks like you've got your opponents, Kubel said. I'm a little busy, so I'll leave the fighting to you. I've got an important mission to resurrect the demon god. Haha. He hummed as he casually walked away. When he reached the center of the flower style, he threw his hands into the air and created a deep dish out of nowhere. He took the dish in one hand and shoved the other into his pocket. Upon removing it, he revealed a void flame that flickered even underwater, and he neatly placed it onto the dish. It was an eerily similar sight to Alan. He had seen it once before, during the battle against Gashera at Freya's temple. The man had used her divine vessel to gain power. Perhaps Kubel had collected the flame once Gashera had finished with it. Don't think the same trick will work twice, Alan muttered through gritted teeth. Looks like we gotta stop him, Keel added from a short distance away. At least Keel understands what we've gotta do. The healer had acted like a team leader back in the Rank S dungeon. He had also taken charge of the Alan army. His leadership skills made him the prime candidate to coordinate the Alan and Hero armies, but Alan desperately needed a healer for this fight. Krina and Shia, aim for that beetle. They'll be your main objectives, but you've got more to do. He pointed at Bask and Bildiga. They were blocking the path to Kubel, who was busy placing the flame into the dish. You mean, like, we have to fight our main objective, but help out if we can? Krina asked. I need our back line to support those 3. You guys have vision from the back and can see over the entire battlefield.
What do you mean by that? Cecil asked.
Besides, who'll handle that other, man or woman or both? That other greater demonic deity? Alan glanced at the 3rd demon, who was acting as Kubel's guard. I'll handle him. Looks like he's Kubel's guard, or something. Once the other 2 are taken care of, come help me out. Wait, what? Rosalina asked, butting in.
Who are these people?
They came out of nowhere. Are they your friends, Alec? The merfolk frowned.
What?
I'm not going anywhere. I'll fight too. Besides, I can't let these jerks run free in the city. Looks like she's pissed that the contest was ruined. Okay, then could you help us from the back?
Alan requested.
We're up against some really strong enemies, so if you think they're too much for you, feel free to leave us and run whenever you like. He spoke quickly, and Rosalina gave a firm nod in response, then struck a pose like she was ready to fight. All right, here I go, she shouted. She suddenly puffed out her chest and broke out into a song. It was a short one, but when it ended, Alan felt power surge through his body. She raised my attack, and she did not stop there. She sang several short songs, each with a different set of lyrics, and by the time she was finished, a variety of buffs had been put on Alan and his friends.
I see.
So, she can boost intelligence too. She can even give HP and MP regen. Alan cracked open his grimoire and made note of Rosalina's abilities. Thank you,
Cecil cried.
I'm so glad you're on our side. Rosalina grinned as she wagged her finger. Oh, I'm not done yet. I prepared a special song so that this contest would bend to my whims, and I'll let you hear it. Here I go. Princess of Mermaids. So that the contest will bend to her whims? Just then, Rosalina began to waver as if she were enveloped in a heat haze, and she burst into song. Along with her breathtaking voice, glimmering particles began gushing out of her, enveloping Alan and his party. What the? All of our stats increased by 5,000. He swiftly double-checked with his grimoire and saw that everyone's stats had gone up significantly.
I'm så glad I befriende Rosalina.
Just then, a familiar, lecherous voice came from above. Grr, are you the guys who are trying to torment my adorable merfolk? Holy Fish Macris asked accusingly.
Oh.
Wait, this might be our lucky break. Immediately, Alan fell to his knees as though to worship Macris. That's right, my lord, he cried. I'm afraid we can't handle this ourselves. Please, Holy Fish, please lend us your powers. Alan, letting out his enterprising side, ready to take any advantage where he could, earned him a weary look from Cecil, but Macris eagerly nodded along at his acting. You got it, the Holy Fish shouted. Royal Guard. Despite the high water pressure on the open floor, Macris whirled around with tremendous speed, creating bubbles that scattered every which way. The pale blue bubbles surrounded Alan and his friends, popping on contact with them. With each one, power coursed through their veins. Alan once again opened his grimoire to check his stats, wondering what buffs the Holy Fish provided with his bubbles. Effect of Holy Fish Macris Royal Guard plus 3,000 HP and Endurance.
Whoa.
We're pretty well protected now. Maybe we can fight this without Marus.
Wait. Huh.
Alan used sharing to view through the lens of Bird E and realized that the battlefield had shifted. The summon was tailing Prostia's first Imperial army, 10 kilometers north, and they had fanned out to form a defensive barrier when light blue bubbles enveloped them as well. Because the army was underwater, some swam up to form a curved, towering wall of soldiers that faced the enemy. Macris' skills even affect those who are far away. Alan cycled through his Fish DS throughout Patlanta to check on the city and saw the same shimmering particles via each one. Macris' Royal Guard boasted tremendous range, capable of enveloping not only the 100-kilometer-wide Crystal Flower, but the armies that were stationed 10 kilometers north of the city as well. All 2 million of Patlanta citizens had received the protection of Macris. Then guess we can begin. The elf knitted her brows with determination. Of course. Spirits, please lend me your strength so that we may fight against evil. She crossed her hands in front of her chest before stretching out her arms, calling forth 3 spirits to buff her allies. Wind Spirit Gale, Earth Spirit Pygmy, and Wood Spirit Dryad all did their best to lend their support, though they were considerably less nimble than on land. At the same time, a translucent bubble formed at Sophie's feet as Nymph appeared. The water spirit was as lively as ever, swimming around to buff everyone. Sophie's spirit effects. The spirits did not just buff Sophie and her allies either. They could all attack or hinder their enemies at their discretion, protecting allies from enemy attacks. Spirit effects aside from buffs. Sophie's equipment prioritized intelligence, and MP, could we also get the blessing of the Sovereign of Spirits? Alan asked. He knew that blessing was also vital since they were up against 4 greater demonic deities. They needed every buff they could get. Certainly, Sophie replied. Lord Rosen, please bestow your protection upon us once more. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, and the shrimp on her head, Rosen under the effects of Mimic, floated up into the water and began swimming around.
Ah.
Looks like another tough battle, he remarked. He bent his hips and wiggled his butt above Alan and his allies, using his light to increase everyone's stats by 30%. Alan checked his grimoire and saw that everyone's stats had risen before raising his head and facing the demonic deities. Bask kept a grin plastered on his face. Meanwhile, Bildiga, the beetle with a metallic luster, maintained a silence, and the demonic deity that looked half man and half woman remained by Kubal's side. It was as though they had been waiting for Alan and his party to get ready. You guys are really laid back, huh?
Alan Mutat.
Kubal, who now held the dish containing the jet-black fire in both hands, chuckled. Thanks for being so concerned about us, Alan. Kubal replied, not moving from where he was. But I know you're taking your sweet time, so that you can let us have some fun. Don't you worry. We don't mind waiting at all. In fact, we feel bad for making you do all this for little Olbaas. Clearly, resurrecting the demon god is their priority. Once that thing's back, does it not matter no matter how much we buff ourselves? Will our efforts be futile?
No.
This must be a race against time. The 100,000-strong army to the north must be a diversion, bait in case someone gets in their way. In fact, the 3 greater demonic deities with Kubal might be bait too. Kubal had a history of using soldiers as decoys. He had used 10 million so that he could launch a surprise attack on the temple and steal fire goddess Freya's divine vessel. He had then used that vessel for Gushera, the pontiff of demonism, and taken countless lives before tossing it away as though he had no more use for it. If it means he can resurrect the demon god, he'll use any method at his disposal.
He's a merciless guy.
I know that better than anyone. Alan turned to Kagutsuchi, the scarlet axe of goddess Freya that Daegora held. Lady Freya, can you still fight underwater? Alan asked. It's not an issue, Freya replied. However, I'm in the territory of another deity. I cannot use my power to its fullest. Kagutsuchi pulsed red as though it were breathing, evaporating the water around it and sending soft bubbles rising above. Guess she isn't as strong down here as she is on land. The gamers were fully buffed thanks to the abilities and awakened abilities of fish-type summons. Surely Daegora could handle the rest. All right, let's do this, Alan said. That bug, Bildiga, I think is strong. Make sure you don't get hit by any of his attacks. She kicked off the stage of the Songstress contest and leaped into the air. This was her first battle as a merfolk, but she was able to get the hang of her new body in a flash thanks to her absurdly honed instincts. With her newfound ability to seemingly defy gravity, a power she did not have above the water, she acrobatically headed for her enemy. She tilted her body to the side and whirled around like a top, using the momentum to launch her orichalcum greatsword straight at Bildiga's exoskeleton.
Clang.
A sharp, metallic roar rang out, sending a radial shock wave through the water. The area around them trembled. Her attack was parried, and she momentarily lost her balance. Krina's fully supported and buffed, and she's even got powerful earrings, but that's still not enough to penetrate Bildiga's body. While Alan calmly analyzed his friend's fight, another shadow shot out from beside him. Krina, let's hit him together, Shia shouted, zooming through the water like an arrow cutting through air. She rushed toward Bildiga at the precise moment when Krina lost her balance, getting between her and the greater demonic deity, then swinging her fists.
Cling.
Another sharp screech of metal filled the waters when Shia's adamantite knuckles made contact with the side of Bildiga's exoskeleton. All the while, the demonic deity remained where he stood. Cautiously, Shia, who swam behind him, and Krina, who tried to flank him, stepped away. Shia's only got a 4-star talent, and her gear is adamantite. If Krina can't land an effective hit, I doubt Shia can. Krina, use your extra skill, and then Supreme Ruling Blade.
Allen instructed.
Right away, her entire body wavered, and her orichalcum blade started to tremble. Small bubbles were created by the weapon's movement. Opening the extra gate. Foolish, Bildiga muttered. Krina glared at him before she kicked the stage. Approaching her enemy, she raised her blade high over her head, leaving her open to an attack. Rah! Supreme Ruling Blade, she bellowed. Small bubbles followed her weapon as she swung it down, aiming for the tiny opening in Bildiga's carapace at his shoulder. Her blade moved so fast toward the centimeter-wide opening that it escaped its bubbly confines.
Clang.
For the third time, the same metallic sound rang out. Bildiga sank into the ground below, pushed down by the sheer force of the blade, and a circular crack ran through the Songstress contest stage. Even Krina's Supreme Ruling Blade proved fruitless, and the shock wave went through Bildiga before being transferred into the stage below. Alan, Cecil said, analyzing the fight carefully. Yeah, Alan replied with a nod. Either he's invincible against physical attacks or his endurance is just crazy high. He recalled when the insect A he had sent to the northern region of the central continent had been utterly destroyed. The summon, whose stats had all been above 30,000 because it had been King Mead, had been capable of defeating rank S monsters using just its normal attacks, but against Bildiga, everything it had tried had proven futile. Even Krina could not scratch on the demonic deity, proving that this was not a simple matter of high resistance. Bildiga likely had something stronger, such as the ability to completely nullify physical damage. She gripped her staff tightly with worry, but Alan did not respond. Instead, he began analyzing Bildiga. Gotta be careful of counters too, since that's how he took out my auntie. But before he could warn his friends, Bildiga unfurled his front legs. What would be his hands, which had been tucked up under his shoulders, opened downward at his wrists, revealing his scythe-like forelegs. He resembled a massive praying mantis that was ready to tear its prey apart. Though his front legs had halved in width, they had doubled in length. Krina, who was trying to flee now that she knew her skills were ineffective, was flanked by the two sharp appendages, both threatening to pierce her. She curled into a ball to try to dodge the attacks, and she narrowly managed to evade the scythe that came from the front. Her back was wide open, however. And though Shia quickly jumped in from behind and punched Bildiga's arm upward, changing its trajectory, the sharp spikes on his legs still managed to graze Krina's shoulder. Blood began pooling in the water. Krina had used her natural talents to dodge to the best of her abilities, knowing that she might not have been able to avoid a fatal blow. Cecil, I want you guys to cast your spells, Alan ordered. Krina and Shia can only act as meat shields. Okay, I'll do what I can, Cecil cried as she began casting her ice magic. And yet, Bildiga did not budge. Cecil proceeded to use her wind and thunder spells to attack, while Sophie utilized Gale to shower Bildiga with wind blades, but all of their attacks were for naught. He once again stood still when Krina and Shia distanced themselves. They were at a stalemate. I'm giving everything I've got, but none of it is effective, Cecil shouted. It seemed Bildiga had high magical damage resistance as well. I wonder if their spells are less effective underwater, kinda like how Freya's powers weaken. But I feel like we're doing nothing to him. This is gonna be a tough fight. We've successfully teleported to the ocean floor, Macris suddenly reported. We'll get into battle formation.
Hurry, Macris, Alan pleaded.
We don't have much time until the enemies arrive. Macris, Hero Helmios, and the Alan and Hero armies had successfully teleported to a location 40 kilometers north of Patlanta. They still had time to get into formation before the Demon Lord army arrived. A mere 20 minutes ago, the army of 100,000 enemies had been 60 kilometers north of their position. A clash was imminent. I know, Macris replied. Hero Helmios is taking charge, so I doubt there'll be any problems. Alan checked his grimoire and realized that the blessing of the Sovereign of Spirits had been placed on the Alan and Hero armies as well, despite them being a good distance away. However, they were not under the effects of Holy Fish Macris' Royal Guard. Perhaps they had been out of range for that skill. Alan entrusted his army to Macris before turning back to Kubel. The demonic deity still had that dish with the black flame roaring away. Just then, a conical bulge suddenly protruded from the floor of the Songstress contest stage. The bulge was rounded at the top, and that was where the dish was placed to serve as a temporary altar for the resurrection of the demon god. We gotta go all out too.
For real this time.
All right, maybe it's time to try something out. Alan summoned an insect bee and immediately used Deputize on it before sending it straight for Bildiga. The ant summon crawled across the stage before floating upward and spraying Bildiga with formic acid from its behind. When the insect bee then bit down on the demonic deity, bubbles rose upward.
Oh.
Did that have an effect? I'm so glad I'm able to use growth on my carefully selected summons. Physical and magical attacks don't work on you, but debuffs do, eh? Guess I've found your weakness. Alan had raised his growth skill level, along with the growth level of his summons, and he was beginning to see the fruit of his labor. Until now, summon stats were divided by rank, and if he wished to raise them, he required some sort of buff. But thanks to growth, with every level the skill gained, he was able to raise the base stats of his summons even higher. And so, he had toyed with growth and raised its level while raising the growth rank of his summons. It was then that he had discovered that while the buffs remained the same, each individual summon experienced a different increase in stats when growth was used on it. Whenever he used growth on his summons, he deleted those that did not reach max stats for their rank and summoned new ones until he found ones that did. He continued that cycle of creation, growth, and deletion until his holder had only summons with a rank A growth curve, the highest rank, and every stat above 10,000 in it. In fact, having agility over 10,000 was precisely why his fish C had been able to make it in time to see the Alan and Hero armies teleport underwater before the war. Along with the rank A growth curve of the summons that allowed them to have stat values reach upward of 10,000, Deputize boosted their stats by an additional plus 5,000. Furthermore, there was Macris' Royal Guard, Spirit God Rosin's Blessing of the Sovereign of Spirits, Sophie's Spirit Magic, and Rosalina's buffs. Alan was very happy to see his insect bee's stats. The fully buffed Antsy using formic acid had done the job. The seemingly impregnable defense that was Bildiga's exoskeleton had finally been penetrated.
Humph. Chicky best.
Bildiga spat. He shook himself free of Insect Bee, then unfurled his front legs once more and swung them at Insect Bee. Crick, crick. Insect Bee cried, pushed back ever so slightly by the water as it barely evaded the attacks. Oh, come on. Do you know how many rolls it took to get a summon with a rank A growth curve? I won't let you kill it so easily. Alan had to use creation and deletion hundreds, maybe even thousands of times to get his prize summons. He would not allow his precious insect bee to die so easily. Antsies in the water. Alan then used Recruit to increase their stats by 50%. The recruited Lil Antsie's stats were half those of Insect Bee, and they had then been raised by plus 2,500. They formed a tiny army that pounced on Bildiga, but the greater demonic deity used his scythe-like arms to slice through the nearby Lil Antsies, while the ones who managed to evade his attacks sprayed him with formic acid to eat away at his armor.
Nice.
I'll summon more. Should I hope that he'll fall asleep? No, I should chip away at his attack first. I want to learn more of his weaknesses. Alan tried to think of his next move and which summons to use for it. Meanwhile, another battle was about to begin. Alan was not the only one who was struggling. 40 kilometers north of Patlanta, an army was preparing itself. Crystal flowers bloomed across the ocean floor and formed small clumps, but their brightness paled in comparison to that of the massive flower the imperial capital sat atop. This location had been chosen as the battlefield because there were no villages or towns nearby, meaning the soldiers could fight to their heart's content. Battles underwater were a bit different from those on land. It was easier to move in every direction imaginable. Maruru, Helmios and his party, and the two armies, who were all under the effects of Mimic, had been teleported to the ocean floor by Bird A's homing instinct. They formed a massive square shield made up of 2 vertical layers of people, a feat that could only be accomplished underwater. The strongest troops were placed in the center to handle the bulk of the fight. Simultaneously, Those making up each corner of the four walls would deal with any enemies that might try to escape. Not only did he transform us, but he then tossed us into the ocean and told us to fight an army of over 100,000, filled with rank A monsters. Rosetta of Helmios' party, now a merfolk, muttered wearily. He really isn't a normal child, is he? We're long past the point of wondering if he's normal or not, Dverg replied as he unsheathed his blade, his gaze as menacing as ever despite his merfolk form. Right now, we just need to face the enemies that are coming to attack us.
Yeah.
As the main force, our job is to stay in formation in the middle and draw the enemy's attacks, Helmios, whose sword was also already drawn, explained. He was staring into the dark waters straight ahead. Our role is to delay their invasion as much as possible and to shave away at their forces. Marura's golem squad will serve as our wall, and, in exchange, Dverg and I aren't allowed to use our extra skills. We need to save them in case Alan and his friends struggle in their battle with the greater demonic deities. I don't know, but he did also say that if a demon called Shinorom is among the enemies, we're to capture him alive. I think it's Alan's way of showing Dverg he cares. Alan was indebted to Dverg, and if there was a chance that Clasis was still alive, he wished to rescue, or at least search for her. He wanted to help to the best of his abilities. He's got integrity in the weirdest of ways. Rosetta muttered as bright light showered upon them.
Huh.
Wait, isn't this? Yeah, it's the power of Lord Rosen, the god of spirits, Helmios remarked. I'll have to thank him. The moment the light hit his body, he felt power surge through him. He narrowed his eyes and smiled when Alan's voice came from above. This is the power of spirit god Rosen. Please focus on the battle, he said. As though that was their cue, massive shadows appeared below Helmios, who stood in the center of the formation. Golems march, Captain Zarare of the Golem squad ordered. The dwarves had slotted special dolphin slates into their magic discs, and a hurricane golem in dolphin mode swam forward, followed by 120 mithril golems, all in dolphin mode as well. Behind them were 80 mithril golem soldiers as they slowly trekked across the ocean floor. They would be the walls for the armies. At the same time, Helmios readied his blade, straining his eyes to gaze far into the distance. From above, Macris was making some minute changes to the formation of Stone as and BS in preparation for their clash with the Demon Lord army. Most of the soldiers in the Alan and Hero armies had raised their class skill to LVL, or 5. They had received class promotions from the dungeon during April, and since then, until the current month of November, they had trained every day. Only a handful had managed to reach skill LVL 6, which gave another stat increase, and they needed to be kept alive at any cost. To make that happen, Alan had placed some insects as and BS in front of the golems, then used spawn to increase their numbers. The plan was to wait for the Demon Lord army and attack from below, surrounding them. Additionally, from above loomed a 300-meter-long dragon A under the effects of King Me, as well as a dragon B that had the best growth curve possible. If the Alan and Hero armies let any enemies slip past them, it was up to those two to wipe out as many as they could before the monsters made it 30 kilometers farther, where Ignamesu waited with his army. And if the First Imperial Army could not handle them either, the Second Imperial Army was on standby in the city to protect the people. Once Macris saw that every summon he had been entrusted with was in position, he used sharing to see through Bird E's eyes. The summon was deployed to scout the area, and the enemies were close. Demon Lord army ahead, Macris warned, using Bird F's transmission to notify his allies. Helmios had already caught sight of the dozens of massive shadows that were headed his way through the dark waters. While he could not hear them approach, he could feel the current across his face like the wind as the monsters pushed through the ocean. He closed his eyes, but he then snapped them back open and saw that the individual shadows were close enough for him to make out. Several sharks with jagged fins that covered their bodies were rushing toward the hero, and there was also a kraken, its tentacles fluttering behind it and gripping an oyster shell. It rhythmically paused and moved forward, but every time it charged ahead, it was so fast that it looked like it had teleported. The sea dragon leading the group opened its enormous mouth, capable of crushing a boat in one chomp, and roared with such intensity that the water could not absorb the shock. Its powerful battle cry was cut short by a massive golem thrusting its entire body into its jaw. It was a battle between two giants, and the water they displaced hit the Allen and Hero armies with so much force that their formation wavered for a split second. A moment later, part of the formation lurched forward due to the golem squad that rushed ahead, cutting through the sea. The current they created had dragged people forward. Enemies ahead. It's our turn now. Maruru shouted.
Ready, Tum-Tum.
Brace yourself and keep them here. We must not give an inch. General Zorair barked. As the two gave their orders, Maruru's Hurricane Golem changed into dolphin mode, as did General Zorair's supergigantfied Hurricane Golem. The towering golems that walked along the ocean floor and the ones that swam using dolphin mode clashed with their massive enemies. Function, Screwdiver, U. Stats of dolphin mode Mithril grade golems /U. U. Stats of supergigantfied Mithril grade golems /U. Maruru took charge of the dolphin-shaped golems, having them use their functions to open their mouths wide and create powerful currents. The streams of water overlapped and amplified one another, subjecting monsters to excruciating pain from multiple angles. Gaia, a kraken screamed as its massive tentacles were pulled in all directions, ripping the rank A monster into several pieces. On the monsters that tried to avoid the powerful currents, the rank A monsters' stats were all in the ballpark of 3,000 to 6,000, while the 80 supergigantfied mithril golems each boasted at least 15,000 per stat. They made the perfect walls, tirelessly toiling away to reduce the number of monsters, crushing everyone attempting to escape. The monsters, in turn, learned that they could not fight individually and changed their tactic. They began evading the currents while ganging up on one golem at a time. They vastly outnumbered the golems, so through sheer numbers, they were able to push Zorair and the others back. Just when Helmios and the others tried to step between the gaps in the golem squad, Alan used his Bird F's ability, Transmission. It's time. Please activate your extra skills and push the enemies back, he shouted. Yes, sir, the soldiers of the Spirit User Squad answered. The square shield of soldiers, built by the Alan and Hero armies, split into 4, and the 100 Spirit Users formed their own group. Most of them were formerly Spirit Wizards, a 2-star talent, but they had received class promotions to become 3-star Spirit Users and heightened their abilities. Combined with the rings and necklaces that boosted their MP to over 10,000, each Spirit User. The water spirits became raging torrents of their own, avoiding their golem allies while clashing against the monsters that tried to overpower them with numbers. Maruru and the other pilots, now with the spirits on their side, managed to push the monsters back a few hundred meters. The Spirit Users then all used their extra skills to summon Grand Wind Spirits, and 100 massive tornadoes formed within the water, dragging monsters in. Judgment Lightning. Meruz roared, activating his awakened ability. A ball of light as dazzling as the sun appeared, and countless rays of purple lightning rained down on the battlefield, attacking the monsters within the tornadoes. A mountain of burning corpses began to form atop the ocean floor. Please don't let your guards down,
Alan warned hastily.
the enemy generals making its appearance. Before the summoner could finish his sentence, Helmios saw a shadow at the helm of the Demon Lord army leap past the corpses of its comrades. The hero had been keeping a close eye from the back, and he had spotted the second wave of enemies, with 13 demonic deities at the front. Several of them took the form of a large insect. Those foolish merfolk aren't half bad, one of the insect demonic deities noted. Behind them were a few more curiously shaped demonic deities, along with a gargantuan rank S sea dragon that was ready to heed its superior's orders. We of Commander-in-Chief Ramon Hammond's squad will reduce them to ashes, the oddly shaped demonic deities declared. Are you lot the commanders of this army? Meruz asked, stepping out from among his army. Alan had coached the Angel A on how to act during times like these. We are, the demonic deity replied. It's our duty to fill the sea with the blood of the merfolk eating away at Patlanta. Fight to the bitter end. If you don't, our leader, Lord Bildiga, will. One of the insect-shaped demonic deities prattled on as it stepped toward Macris. It was exactly what Alan had been waiting for. That was their cue. The 100 soldiers of the Alan army, who had throwing-type extra skills, all launched their attacks. "Gah!" the insect cried. It had been caught off guard, and in mere moments, it was reduced to ashes. "Be bastards!" Another demonic deity howled with rage. Just then, a light blue shadow swam forth, the cold steel of his sword gleaming menacingly. The angry demonic deity was beheaded in a flash, and it also turned into dust within the waters. Hero Helmios had prepared for this battle by using his extra skill, Natural Gift, to learn skills that he was sure would prove useful. "I just killed a demonic deity, and as you can see, you all defeated one earlier as well," Helmios bellowed. "This is a battle we can win. We can easily triumph over demonic deities. If we fight as one, use teamwork, and give it our all, victory will be ours." The hero, now in the form of a merfolk, paused before he added, "Maintain formation and protect each other. Let's all return home in one piece, safe and sound." The Alan and hero armies roared with gusto, ready to fight as one. 10% of the soldiers had already used their extra skills, including Macris, and they had defeated around 10% of the opposing army, demonic deities included. This war had only just begun. It was imperative that they ride their momentum to keep morale high. Hero Helmios, who had braved many battles, knew this well. Chapter 6: A Raging Battle Above the Crystal Flower. As the war north of Patlanta was headed into its second phase, Alan and his friends fought atop the Songstress contest stage. Their foe was the greater demonic deity Bildiga, who used his absurd endurance to tank blows and counterattack. Beside them was Dagora, who was engaged in a battle of his own against greater demonic deity Bask. "Rah!" Dagora bellowed, swinging his red-hot Kagutsuchi through the bubbling water. Bask was able to move as nimbly as he could on land, however, and parried the blow with his greatsword. Dagora used his other arm, which carried an orichalcum greataxe, to launch another attack, but Bask easily pushed Kagutsuchi away, twirled his greatsword, and guarded himself against that one as well. He barely broke a sweat while defending himself against Dagora's flurry of strikes, proof that he possessed stamina befitting a greater demonic deity.
"Small, little the..."
Bask taunted. "You ain't hitting me like that. Put more oomph into it, will ya?" Bask casually swung his greatsword around with one arm and stomped on the greataxe while guarding himself against Kagutsuchi. He stuck out his tongue and grinned before he removed his foot from the axe and buried it in Dagora's stomach. The boy had tried to pull his greataxe back, but the sheer force of the kick blew him back to the guest stands. He refused to stay down, though, and immediately kicked the broken stands to get on his feet. Then, he crossed his greataxe and Kagutsuchi in front of his chest and let out a mighty, angry roar. He slowly took a step toward Bask, then another. Kagutsuchi's blade was evaporating the water around it, forming a small stream of white bubbles behind him. Bask chuckled with glee. "This is bad." Dagora got way stronger, but he still can't handle Bask by himself, Alan thought as he cast a sidelong glance at the greater demonic deity. "With my current intelligence, I can keep Bildiga in check while throwing out a few insect-type summons to support him." Dagora gave a small nod as he approached Bask. "Thanks. I'll need it." Alan opened his grimoire and checked Dagora's stats. Nice. He's LVL 99, and his XP indicator's gone. He maxed out. And I'm LVL 100. Mastery 3, Shield Mastery 4. After Dagora fought Beast King Musa of Albahal at the Five-Continent Alliance Conference in June, he had spent 5 months holed up in the Rank S dungeon, farming iron golems and Goldino, the final floor boss. He had raised his level and skill levels as much as he could, reaching LVL for Heart and Soul and LVL for Axe Mastery, soaring past the limits of normal mode. The Alan and Hero armies, who were also buffed with the blessing of the Sovereign of Spirits, had defeated 4 demonic deities in their fight to the north of Patlanta, earning Dagora the XP he had needed to reach LVL 99, the max level. He did not require any more XP for now, but his blessing is still mid despite him being maxed out. If it had upgraded, we might have been able to have a better fight, but... Also, I guess Extra Mode's max level is 99. Alan then checked Dagora's gear, along with his stats now that they had received buffs from their allies and the God of Spirits. Alan's stats with full gear and buffs /U. Dagora, who wielded Kagutsuchi with one hand, had over 75,000 attack. Meanwhile, Greater Demonic Deity Bask's stats were likely in the ballpark of 60,000 per line. He especially eclipsed Dagora when it came to agility. That meant he could easily dodge or parry the boy's strikes, and high attack was worthless if blows did not land. But Bask's obviously gotten exponentially stronger since our fight on the floating island. What happened? What gave him his buffs? The summoner scrutinized Bask's gear, noticing the holy orbs that decorated his arms and neck. He was even fully decked out in earrings and anklets. Alan was curious about two factors. First, the jet black band wrapped around Bask's crimson body in many layers. It was hard to miss. Even when Bask was not moving, it pulsated as though it had a mind of its own. Clearly, it was not a fashion statement, but some sort of special armor. Second was the additional weapon that Bask had on his back, another greatsword. He had used his orichalcum greatsword until now, but he had made no attempt to use his other blade, its unsheathed body enveloped in some sort of black miasma. In contrast to the white bubbles created by Kagutsuchi that trailed behind Dagora, Bask was followed by... Oi! Bask, the blade suddenly shouted. Hurry up and kill that brat so that I can drink his blood. What are you waiting for?
Huh?
What gives, Onuba? Bask replied. I know. Don't rush me. I'll smack him around a little more, and then you can drink all you want. Deal? Only then did Alan realize that everyone could hear the blade's voice. A sword with a sharp tongue? Whoops, no need for me to make a pun here. Forgive me, for I have sinned. In any case, a talking blade. A relative of Freya's, perhaps? Or is it a trend to let swords talk in this world? I think it was called Onuba. Are you Onuba? Freya suddenly shouted via Kagutsuchi as Dagora continued to march. Why are you here? Huh? That voice. Are you Freya? Onuba replied. I see. Well, I'm glad I tagged along then. You do know that you're on my hit list too, don't you? Looks like this Onuba is the blade itself, or is using the same system as Freya to speak through the blade while they're in a different realm. And so, Bask reluctantly reached toward his back to grab the sword, which he then pointed at Dagora. A moment later, the blade that had been simply expelling puffs of black smoke from its ornate body suddenly began to transform, with disgusting cracks and squelches ringing out. One side of the blade had a gentle curve, while the other was jagged like a saw, its tip turning sharp and triangular. It had turned into a dangerous weapon of slaughter, capable of slicing, shredding, and piercing its prey. Alan heard that declaration loud and clear. He kicked the water to dash toward his friend a moment before the grinning Greater Demonic Deity leaped forward. Quick as a flash, Bask swung Onuba down, threatening to lop off Dagora's head, but Alan just barely managed to stop it. Not on my watch, the summoner shouted. He did not expect to successfully parry or tank a blow from the talking blade, and immediately launched a counter, aiming for Bask's neck. The best way to stop an enemy from attacking was to force them to retreat.
Hey.
Whoa there. Bask cackled ecstatically. You gonna fight me too, little Alan? Onuba, looks like you can feast on blood today. Haha. He smiled and kicked the contest stage, fleeing upward. Damn it, he's too quick. And that's not all. Every blow he dishes out is heavy and powerful. His gear is well balanced between offense and defense. He's got quick decision-making skills from his ample experience as a fighter and moves on instinct. Yeah, this guy's gonna be a real pain. Should I ditch my initial plans? Cubal, protected by the greater demonic deity that resembled a man and a woman, had already placed the dish on an altar and begun some sort of ritual with the black flames. Pelomas was still nowhere to be found, and there was not much time left before his mimic effects wore off. But if Alan called Maruru and Meruz here, he would break the delicate balance of power in the battle in the north. Even if the front lines could be maintained, the Alan and Hero armies, along with the First and Second Imperial armies behind them, would suffer heavy casualties. They would have to rebuild their armies, forcing them onto the back foot, where they would be cornered. Was this all a part of Kubl's plan? Just then, the summoner realized that Bask's great sword was approaching him with incredible speed. Devastating weapon changed its trajectory, saving Alan by a hair's breadth. The demon's sword then jumped up to attack Alan once more, its path having formed a V. The summoner instinctively used his orichalcum sword to smack the side of Onuba, causing it to dig into the jagged, saw-like teeth of the demon's sword. Onuba tilted slightly and pulled back, shaving away at the orichalcum blade ever so slightly.
Damn.
This blade's got a sharp tongue and body. Alan turned to Bask, who had locked eyes with Dagora and was swinging his orichalcum greatsword around with ease. He wielded Onuba without turning my way. He's a lot stronger than I thought. Thanks to that realization, Alan came up with a plan. As Bask swung Onuba to his side, the summoner crouched low to dodge the attack, then kicked the concert stage to swim above his foe. "Oh, okay," Dagora replied as he swung his axes and started to retreat. Alan charged straight in, bellowing at the top of his lungs. "Rhaera!" Bask could not help but turn up toward the noise, but he looked genuinely exhausted when he saw Alan headed straight for him. He casually swung Demon's sword Onuba up at the summoner, and Alan braced himself. "I should be able to endure one hit." He pretended to swing his orichalcum sword down, but instead, just as planned, swiftly brought it out in front of him to defend himself. The moment his sword was caught by Onuba's jagged edges, he released it and used only his armor to tank the hit. The saw-like teeth shredded Alan's armor, and blood gushed into the ocean as he was blown back.
Ow ow.
Titch that hurt. Even so, Alan had not been one-shot thanks to the buffs he had received from Spirit Bee's buff, high physical damage resistance, decreased damage taken, and Fish A's boosted evasion, ensuring that Alan would not receive a critical hit. And so, he was able to survive an attack from the demon blade. "At least I'm not dead. Keel heals me with impeccable timing, so I should be okay." Because Alan had tanked a hit, Bask followed through on a swing, just as the summoner had hoped. Doing so left the greater demonic deity wide open to attack, and Dagora did not miss the opportunity. Heart and soul, the destroyer roared. When he activated his skill, Kagutsuchi in his right hand glowed brighter than ever before. Ha-ia! With a powerful battle cry, he swung Kagutsuchi in front of his chest from left to right, white bubbles trailing the red-hot blade. His target was Bask, whose body was twisted after his swing of Onuba. Dagora landed his attack on Bask's left side. "Huh!" Bask cried. He instinctively spun himself around, whirling Onuba behind his back with incredible speed. As the clean, wavy edge slashed downward, it collided with Kagutsuchi, with a clash of darkness and fire powers creating an explosion under the water. He bounced thrice on the contest stage from the shockwave, but managed to land on his feet without sustaining much damage. In contrast, Bask had fallen forward and was slowly pushing himself back up with both hands. A massive gash on his side gushed blood into the water. "Onuba, you did well defending me," the greater demonic deity said, glancing at the sword in his right hand. It seemed that the black belt around his body was not the only item protecting him. Had Onuba not rushed to Bask's back to block the hit, Kagutsuchi would have sunk deeper into Bask's body. "You oaf!" Onuba roared. "If you hadn't taken that pipsqueak's obvious bait, I wouldn't have had to clash head-on against Rhaera." "Shit, that hurt." Bask did not respond. He merely turned to Alan and gave a smug sneer. "Ha! I thought you were a coward who just commanded his friends from the back lines," he said. "But you risked your life to become bait, eh? Not bad. Not bad at all, Junior. Wait, no, you didn't care as long as it wasn't a fatal blow."
Nice.
"I'll copy that method myself. Ramon Hammond, heal me." "Fine." Ramon Hammond, the greater demonic deity that resembled two people, grunted in a feminine voice. "Evil recovery." Right away, blood stopped leaking from Bask's side. "Oh dear." Kubal jeered as he stood in the middle of the venue, in front of the altar that was built in the middle of the Flower style. You used what little intelligence you had and gave it your all for this plan, but now you're back to square one. Alan ignored the taunting remarks and replayed the earlier fight in his mind. Dagora's in extra mode, so Heart and Soul is now a regular skill. It's got a cooldown of an hour, so I doubt he can use it again. The enemy clearly knows our power. At the very least, the Demon Lord army's going all out to beat us. If I call Macris back here, the Alan army'll get slaughtered. Alan knew that Macris was fighting hard in the north, making his way through the Demon Lord army and cutting down as many monsters and demonic deities as he could. He was practically fighting by himself, and that implied that his temporary retreat would be even more devastating. Thanks to the Angel A, both the Alan and Hero armies were able to fight in relative safety. Furthermore, Macris was using his Angel Halo skill to produce summons in Alan's stead, supporting both armies to the best of his abilities. His loss implied the loss of those summons as well, and the armies would suffer drastically. Lord Alan, what shall we do? Sophie asked worriedly from behind him. As things stand, we're at a disadvantage.
She's right.
And both Blessing of the Sovereign of Spirits and Krina's Limit Break have strict time limits. The former would last as long as Sophie's MP could be kept up, and the duration of Krina's extra skill was based on her MP at the time it was activated. Thanks to their new gear and class promotions, they were able to maintain their skills for much longer, but they still would not last forever. By Alan's calculations, both could stay active for another half an hour, but since Ramon Hammond was capable of healing magic, it was possible that would not matter. Unless the gamers could somehow dish out an attack powerful enough to one-shot Basque, who attacked with incredible speed, and Bildiga, who boasted an absurd amount of endurance, they would be pushed back. The battle would end in their crushing defeat. Should I switch roles with Macris? Alan, has Macris gotten stronger? Kubel asked, breaking the silence. I wouldn't mind seeing him. It's been a while. The summoner quietly turned to the strategist, who went on, ultimately, anything you guys do will be futile. This world will end soon enough. If something doesn't change, the demon god will be resurrected, and Patlanta will fall along with us. Or so he's implying. All the while, Basque and Dagora were having a conversation of their own. Haha.
Small, little.
Basque jibed. You can still fight, can't ya?
Yeah.
Alan turned toward Dagora and saw his friend about to pounce on Basque. The summoner gripped his sword and moved to help Dagora while deploying a few summons to assist Krina and Shia in taking down Bildiga. Cecil, who was equipped with a holy orb, realized that none of her spells worked on the beetle and changed targets to attack Basque. Unfortunately, however, landing spells on him while ensuring the safety of Dagora and Alan was difficult, and even when she did manage to hit him, she hardly did much damage. And it's all because of that black belt that's wrapped around his upper body. Cecil realized that while Alan's sword and Dagora's Kagutsuchi could land a few blows on Basque by taking advantage of openings, they could not lay a scratch on the belt itself. Physical attacks were seemingly nullified, and it boasted high resistance to magical damage as well, leading her to assume that the belt was of the evil element. Beside her stood Keel, who maintained the delicate battlefield while thinking of his next move. He was a good distance away from both battles, Krina and Shia against Bildiga, and Dagora and Alan against Basque. While Bildiga had hardly moved from his initial position, Basque swiftly moved from side to side, forcing Dagora and Alan to chase after him. In doing so, the two were distancing themselves from the rest of their allies. Only then did Keel realize Kubel's plan. The greater demonic deity was wary of Alan's summons and knew that the summoner's range was 50 meters. Kubel was their ultimate target, but Alan was being unwittingly kept away. Time was not on the gamer's side. They were only just barely able to keep up thanks to the buffs, but once those ran out, they would be at a disadvantage. On top of that, Keel could not heal everyone quickly enough. Sophie's water spirit could also heal, but she currently had her hands full with Bildiga, who would strike with his long legs whenever he had the chance, hurling globs of water at him to slow him down and protect Krina and Shia. It was then that Keel came up with a new plan. Sophie and Luke each possessed their own extra skill, along with a second extra skill that could only be used when Rosen or Fable were around. Luke's extra skills: Starvation Hell and Barrier of the Sovereign of Spirits. Fable, who took the form of a crab while in Prostia, was actually a black weasel and the guardian of the Dark Elves. She jumped out of Luke's pocket, swam upward, and waved her claws around comically as she danced a little jig. Luke's extra skill was actually Starvation Hell, but with Fable by his side, he could use a greater skill known as Barrier of the Sovereign of Spirits. Purple mud began to seep from the contest stage. Enemies who stepped in it would be debuffed, lowering all of their stats. The extra skills range was a circle 100 meters in diameter, and it had a cooldown time of a day. Luke had a 2-star talent, and his stats were not very high, but this was an extra skill conducted with the help of Fable and at the cost of all his MP. Its area of effect was rather large for his number of talent stars, class, and stats. Still, it paled in comparison to the range that Alan's party was used to.
Oh.
What's that? Barrier of the Sovereign of Spirits. Huh? Alan was surprised by the purple mud, and he stepped away from Basque to check the skill's effects in his grimoire. It was able to reach both Bildiga, who had hardly moved an inch since the start of battle, and Basque, who was still fighting Dagora, and the two greater demonic deities were given a slight debuff. Bildiga and Basque are just way too strong, but hey, it's better than nothing. Wait, what? While Dagora handled Basque and Alan tried to think of his next plan, Bird E, which was circling above the battle, notified the summoner that Holy Fish Macris was on the
move.
He was readying himself to fire his spells at Cubal and the other greater demonic deities. The Holy Fish opened his mouth, creating an ice needle. It drew in water from around it and began to grow thicker and larger, forming a massive, conical spear. Clearly, he saw Cubal as an enemy and wanted to assist Alan and the other merfolk to protect Patlanta. Valmar was not one to miss this opportunity either. A massive icicle spear shot toward Basque, and Valmar unleashed an arrow that cut through the waters. Kaboom! An explosion rang out when the ice javelin struck the contest venue. The shattered debris of the stage floated around, obstructing Alan's view for a few moments. Macris swam down to the edge of the stage, pushing the debris away to reveal Basque, whose stomach had been pierced by the icicle, pinning him to the ocean floor.
Gah!
Basque coughed.
Gore.
Alan wasn't the only one sneaking around, huh? Even the black belt could not block Macris' attack, and Valmar's power shot, enhanced by Strongbow, allowed his arrow to sink deep into Basque's eye. The greater demonic deity angrily pulled the adamantite arrow from his eye. Oh my, Cubal remarked, glancing at Ramon Hammond. I didn't expect Macris to join in as well. A holy beast's attack is troublesome, but you're one lucky duck, Basque. Your new armor protected you. Ramon Hammond nodded their heads and began to cast healing magic on Basque. Cease that pathetic sight at once, Ramon Hammond's masculine head said. Healing you while you're skewered will do very little, Ramon Hammond's feminine head added. Basque was finally able to remove the icicle from his body, though it tore at his flesh with grotesque squelches in the process. All righty. Now that Macris is on our side, maybe we should aim for Ramon Hammond. Pain be damned. Wait, I'm not sure I can attack them while ignoring Basque and Bildiga. Ramon Hammond's feminine head was in charge of healing, and Alan wanted to defeat her first to prevent the fight from getting too drawn out. But back during the battle on the central continent, that woman head was also able to cast attack spells, and the manly half approached enemies and ripped them apart with his bare hands. Ramon Hammond was a powerful foe capable of both physical and magical attacks. They were able to destroy insect-type summons efficiently, proving that they were at least as powerful as Bildiga. Even if Basque and Bildiga had not been present and Ramon Hammond were fighting the gamers alone, Alan was not sure if they could beat the greater demonic deity. Way stronger than Gushera, at least. That guy didn't have any resistance either, so once we destroyed the altar that was the source of his MP, we got to wail on him all we wanted. And this also means the Demon Lord army is doing everything it can to resurrect this demon god. Suddenly, Alan heard the sound of hoofbeats. Wait, hooves? Underwater? We're totally struggling, Alan replied.
Wait. Huh.
The summoner was shocked when he saw the deity who had been resting in a stable on Hardcore User Island. Her body was covered in glorious scales, and horns grew from her forehead. Falnemes, the goddess of arbitration. She moved as nimbly as she did on land and approached Krina gently. Krina dodged Bildiga's attacks and leaped away, only for her back to bump into Falnemes's chest. The girl swiftly turned around, her eyes as wide as saucers when she reunited with her friend. Bask also gazed at the goddess. He recognized her.
Huh?
Did you get your free will back once that demonic deity stone was ripped out of you? He asked. Alan turned to Bask as the greater demonic deity leaped away from Dagora, clearly wary of Falnemes. The demonic deity stone must be that black, round object that was ripped out of her neck back on the floating island. Is that thing capable of turning others into demonic deities? Because you needed that power, I've been freed, Falnemes said indifferently. And for that, I must thank you. Because the demonic deity stone was removed from her neck, the goddess of arbitration regained her sense of self, it seems. The goddess of arbitration? Kubel muttered, joining the conversation. His usual playful tone had vanished, replaced with one of nervousness that Alan had never heard before. I've come to stop you, Falnemes replied simply. And how can a deity who's lost her powers do that? Bildiga inquired. The goddess of arbitration turned to Bildiga as she maintained her usual, nonchalant tone. Just as you have done, I will choose my own path. That's all I can say. I will put everything I have on the line to stop you. Humph, Bildiga spat, unfurling his front legs. Until now, he had only occasionally lashed out with his scythe-like appendages to counter attacks from Krina and Shia. Otherwise, he had kept them folded. The fact that they were now out in the open proved that he, too, was treating the newcomer with caution. What in the world happened between Kubel, Bildiga, and the goddess of arbitration? Just then, Falnemes folded her forelegs and lay in front of Krina. Please ride on my back, Miss Krina, Falnemes urged. Huh, Krina gasped. Goddess of arbitration stood up, allowing Krina to become a head taller than Bildiga. As the greater demonic deity readied his scythe-like appendages, Krina gazed down at him and huffed angrily while raising her eyebrows. She pointed the tip of her greatsword at her enemy, the blade positioned diagonally to the right of the goddess. When Krina nodded, Falnemes rushed forth as though she were racing across a grassy plain. She galloped through the waters without disturbing them and appeared in front of Bildiga in a flash. But before Krina could swing her greatsword down, the greater demonic deity crossed his arms in front of him and swung outward, pushing the water away from him.
Damn.
I thought the goddess would be a reliable ally, but maybe I expected too much from her. She doesn't have as much power as she did when she was an enemy and was letting Bask ride her. Maybe that demonic deity stone made her stronger, or maybe Krina just isn't as strong as Bask was back then. The goddess of arbitration regained her balance and quietly descended upon the contest stage while Krina readjusted the grip on her sword. Neither of them gave up, again charging at Bildiga with everything they had. Futile, Bildiga grunted as he once again crossed his arms in front of him. You don't stand a chance in your current form. Falnemes shook her head. Let's go, Miss Krina. A moment later, Krina's view changed. At first, the girl was utterly confused by the sudden shift, and she could only quizzically voice her bewilderment. Just a millisecond ago, she had been on the ocean floor, and she could have sworn that she did not blink, yet she now found herself on Hardcore User Island. She looked around, baffled, when the goddess of arbitration quietly called out to her. We aren't on an island, Falnemes corrected. We haven't teleported either. This is my holy ground. If you claim to see an island, your heart must be showing you a familiar location so that you can process my holy ground and temple. Wait, a temple? You mean the one on that mountain? Krina asked as she gazed at Goddess Freya's temple, which stood on the mountain in the center of the island. Falnemes quietly walked along the uninhabited island with Krina on her back. When she reached her destination, she lay down to allow Krina to dismount. That's the stable. Krina cried. Foul. Did you want to come back here? The girl stood in front of a stable that the goddess of arbitration had stayed in while on Hardcore User Island.
No.
I need you to open this door, Miss Krina, Falneems replied. Sure, Krina replied. But before I do that, why don't we return to that fight? If we don't, everyone will be in danger. Indeed. And for that, I require you to open this door. Just as Sir Dagora has received Goddess Freya's power, I shall lend you mine. You will. Krina's face brightened excitedly. You're gonna make me stronger, Fal? Cecil, Sophie, Maruru, and Dagora had all received power-ups recently, and Krina felt as though she had been left behind, unable to support the group. That feeling of loneliness and isolation grew especially strong whenever Alan opened his grimoire and coordinated his party, while handing weapons and gear to his allies. She was able to forget her sorrow during fights, but it had been a while since she had fought a powerful opponent with Alan, making her painfully aware of her own powerlessness. She had been unable to so much as injure that massive beetle, and she had grown anxious at her weakness. If I can become your disciple and get stronger, I'll do it, Krina declared. Falneems quietly shook her head. No, you cannot become my disciple. I don't currently possess enough divine power to rewrite your entire existence. Precisely. However, you can only use this power when you fight alongside me.
Ooh.
Yippee. A new skill. So, I can get stronger while I'm in this temple, right? Krina happily leaped into the air before she suddenly stopped in pensive thought. Wait, did Alan also get stronger by visiting a temple?
No.
Sir Alan is different. Unlike a liberated, the limits of his power are unknown. He operates on a different set of logic entirely. He is a transcender. Making one is beyond my capabilities, beyond any greater deities. Only a deity of the highest rank can use their heavenly powers to turn someone into a transcender. I see. Okay, so a person gets stronger once they receive the approval of a deity and enter a temple, right? And Alan was approved by a super-duper deity and became a transcender. Believing that this information was extremely important, Krina repeated it to the goddess of arbitration. Like you, one with a pure heart may even be able to reach the judgment gate, guarded by the descendants of the dragon god. Should you do so, I'm certain that you will be able to aid your friends. Not quite. The dragon god's descendants are there. That is all I would like to say.
Okay.
Then please lend me your power. Krina opened the door to the stable and strolled right in. She was greeted not by the dingy, dimly lit interior of the stable, but by a windowless room made entirely of stone. Welcome, Miss Krina, Falneems greeted from behind. This is my temple. Since I am losing my powers, the best I can do is maintain my holy ground. Krina whirled around and saw that the door she had entered through was gone. She faced the goddess of arbitration within the square room. Whoa! Krina cried. My hands all wavy. Her entire body began to waver and flicker. Haha, your soul has entered the domain of my divine powers, causing it to waver, Falneems explained. When humans open the gates and touch upon divine power, they all waver and flicker like so. I shall transform your soul so that it does not do that anymore. Though Krina did not quite understand, she guessed that Falneems was referring to when people use their extra skills. The girl then walked forward, away from the goddess, and spotted unfamiliar patterns etched onto the floor. When she walked farther, she found a small circle that she just barely fit inside. She instinctively knew that it was the center of the room. I must stop Cuplis, Falneems remarked. They aren't the type who prefers this method, and thanks to that, the heavenly realm will shift dramatically. Krina ignored those comments, deeming them unimportant, and merely turned to face the goddess of arbitration. The moment Falneems nodded, Krina felt something surge from the soles of her feet, causing her to gasp. Just as she felt power fill her body, the view in front of her eyes shifted once more. The moment Falneems had urged Krina to head forth, the girl, who sat on the goddess of arbitration's back, shuddered ever so slightly. No longer did her body waver, an effect that implied that she was under the effects of limit break. Instead, It was enveloped in a pale blue glow. Miss Krina, you are now liberated, Falnemes reported, also basking in the pale glow. Right, Krina replied with a firm nod. Alan intuited that something must have happened to Krina.
Huh.
I feel like she's gotten stronger. He immediately opened his grimoire, obsessed with the idea of strengthening, class promotions, and growth, and checked her stats. Krina's stats with full gear and buffs / you. Huh. The blessing of the goddess of arbitration? Did Krina enter extra mode like Dagora did? Alan looked ecstatic, as though he had received an enhancement of his own, while Krina rushed toward Bildiga atop Falnemes' back and raised her greatsword up high. Remaining divine power, you have to welcome her into your holy ground. At that precise moment, Krina swung down with a powerful battle cry. Hiya!
Clang.
She activated her super slash and swung down with everything she had, but Bildiga guarded himself by crossing his front legs in front of him. Have you gone mad, goddess of arbitration? Bildiga asked. What can a liberated who receives the power of a fallen deity possibly do? Bildiga swung his long front legs once more, knocking Krina and Falnemes back.
Yeah, no dice.
Her skill levels have reverted back to 1, so even if she's got the stats for extra mode, she probably doesn't stand a chance against Bildiga, who can resist most physical attacks. Alan tried to think of a way to offer assistance as Falnemes safely landed on the contest stage. Miss Krina, try using Deep Impact, Falnemes advised. I'm certain that our blade will reach Bildiga if you do. All right, got it. Deep Impact. Krina shouted. She tilted her blade in front of chest, its tip pointed right at Bildiga as the goddess of arbitration rushed forth once more. The goddess, still glowing a faint blue, glided through the water without disturbing it, her hoofbeats echoing throughout as she charged toward Bildiga like an arrow. As the goddess rushed past the massive beetle, Krina's greatsword thrust forward as though it were being sucked into Bildiga's body. Bildiga tried to respond, but he fell down like a human dropping to their knees. Gore. My body. Pathetic, Kubel remarked. Then, in a low voice, he added, Are you still unsure about working with us, Bildiga? The strategist glanced at the bleeding Bildiga, and then at Bask, who was still fighting the Kagutsuchi-wielding Dagora while periodically dodging Macris' ice javelins. Kubel lowered the hand he held above the black fire atop the altar and gave a command to the 2 demonic deities. Bask, Bildiga, Kubel ordered. Unleash your true powers. This plan cannot and must not fail, or else I'll begin to wonder why I lived this long in the first place. It was unclear if anyone had heard him faintly whisper that last line, but it was Bask who was the first to respond. Yeah, guess playtime's over. Rhea. Bask gave a powerful battle cry, his crimson body bulging repeatedly. I suppose we've got no choice, Bildiga muttered. At least for me, this is the only path there is. The large beetle stood up and unfurled 4 pairs of legs that had been neatly stored under his abdomen. A horn also extended from either side of his head, giving him the appearance of a stag beetle. Jagged teeth emerged throughout his wide-open mouth, threatening to shred anyone caught in them. Bask pushed Dagora back, and Bildiga also struck Krina and Falnemes, forcing them away. Each was able to do so with a single strike. Cecil had been diligently casting her spells whenever she saw an opening, and Sophie and Luke were using their spirit magic too, but the 2 greater demonic deities were unfazed. Bildiga used a back leg to block Shia's low kick, and the spike on his leg hurt her instead. Damn, just when I thought that things were looking up for us. Alan clicked his tongue internally and produced more summons. Very good, Kubel said with satisfaction.
See?
I knew you guys could do it if you tried. Now then, Ramon Hammond, we need our sacrifice and holy beast stone. Could you go and fetch Shinorom? Certainly, the woman's head replied. Got it, the man's head said. A magic circle appeared within the water, and Ramon Hammond vanished. They've lost their healer, but I don't know if that's enough to turn the tables. Bask, just do it already, Kubel urged. We're getting the holy beast stone. As though that was his cue, Bask used both arms to shield himself with his greatsword against Agora's 2 axes, kicked the boy away, and turned toward the massive, white shadow swimming above. "Got it," Bask muttered. "And you've just been swimming around. It's pissing me off." Berserker mode. With a mighty roar, his muscles pulsated, and he began to transform. He easily dodged Macris' freeze cannon attack and swam higher up. When Alan turned toward the noise and gazed up at the fight, he saw Demon Sword Onyaba's dark miasma form an arc, landing a hit on the holy fish's head. Was that Bask's ultimate move? No matter the case, the white dolphin's head was nearly split in two, and Macris' body turned into millions of glittering particles that fluttered away. Even from the stage, Alan could see the holy fish slowly disappearing. "Good. We killed Macri," Kubel said. "Do you see now? Anything you do is futile. This world will end, leaving only despair." Kubel neither celebrated nor shouted with delight. He merely spoke nonchalantly, like he was reciting a shopping list. His eerie indifference permeated throughout the water. Chapter 7. Pelomas the Merchant's Battle. A day before the Songstress contest, Alan and Pelomas were in the reference room of the Patlantian Palace in search of clues. "I knew it. Last year's supply of crystal seeds is missing. Every last one," Pelomas said, showing Alan a ledger. "Yeah, that looks unnatural," Alan agreed. "But tomorrow's the contest. There's a chance that Ignamesus secretly sold the seeds to a noble or something. Nothing is certain yet," the summoner thought. "But since the contest is tomorrow, there's a chance that Ignamesus sold off the seeds using an undisclosed route, one that's not totally legal and didn't record it in the ledger. Maybe he distributed them to provinces or nations under the empire that didn't have friendly ties with Prostia, or maybe he sold them to some noble to make money. Maybe the crystal seeds were sold to a merchant outside Patlanta." The massive crystal flower that sealed the sea monster served as the foundation for the imperial capital. Every year, on a certain day, the flower expelled a massive number of crystal seeds, around 10,000 or so. If any of these seeds ended up buried beneath the sands of the ocean floor, they could turn into light that would illuminate the depths of the sea. They could even grow into crystal flowers that possessed some sort of repellent power that chased away monsters. If people collected the seeds and brought them to an exchange post run by the Empire, they could be exchanged for 1 gold coin apiece. The Empire would then take them and sell them to magic shops, encouraging the shops to charge around 100 gold per seed, from which taxes would be collected. Last year, around 3,000 of the precious seeds had been delivered to the Empire, but the ledger officially listed only 100. The smaller number matched the number sold to magic shops. Alan suspected that Ignamesu was fudging the numbers and pegged the Emperor for an idiot. Ignamesu was not the calculating type and generally had short-sighted plans. It was difficult for the summoner to predict his actions in the long term. "Could be," Pelomas muttered. "I'm not certain yet, though. This ledger was probably written by the official in charge of the warehouse, so I think I'll go ask him a few questions." As Pelomas shut the ledger, Alan checked the time using a magic tool around his wrist. "Got it," he replied. "I'll head to the rank S dungeon for a bit. Thanks to you, we managed to get our hands on a few earrings, and I want to give them to my friends." "Sounds good to me. If my hunch is wrong, I'll cut this investigation short and head back. Should I return to Luke and the others?"
Right.
"Yeah, it might take me a while, so I'll cast Mimic on you before I head out." A fish, a massive octopus, suddenly appeared in the room, shocking Pelomas. "Lord Alan, you want to extend the effect of Mimic, I presume?" it asked. He was always surprised, as the summoner sometimes did not always explain what was going on. Nevertheless, he quietly allowed himself to get sprayed with the ink while Alan used Potherb and then teleported away. He was likely off to cast Mimic on Cecil, Luke, and the rest of his party, before heading for the rank S dungeon. And so, the merchant went on his merry way toward the office where the officials were stationed. Over the past month, while working in the palace, Pelomas had become close with an official who also worked there. He assumed the merfolk was in his office, the largest one among them, but when he went to check, the official was not there. The merchant spoke to the guards at the entrance of the office and learned that the official was off at a meeting. Thus, Pelomas walked on in search of this meeting room. Several moments later, he spotted the official he was looking for cleaning up after the meeting, which had just finished. The official looked up and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Don't you remember me? I'm Pelaniki," Pelomas said.
Huh?
"Ah, right, so you are," the official replied, finally recognizing the merchant while returning the desks to their original locations. "Thanks. I could really use the extra hands." "Was this meeting about the Songstress contest tomorrow?" Pelomas asked. "Yeah," the official replied. "It's all hands on deck when it comes to this contest, so we all have to pitch in. It'll be a busy night for us." When Pelomas had started his whaling company, he had been busy running around to collect magic stones for Alan while also managing hotels. The merchant sighed when he recalled his days of toiling away, desperate to earn the approval of the wealthy Chester, the owner of Ratasha's largest inn. Oh yeah, you're the subordinate of that ambassador from Crivel. The one trying to earn the favor. That's me. My boss is seriously impulsive. He never really looks at things in the long term." Pelomas flashed a genuinely weary-looking frown, his acting supported by his negotiate skill. "Yes, I can see that," the official said. "Didn't he claim that he could earn 10 million gold in 3 months?
So?
How's it going? Think you can make all that dough?"
What?
"Come on, it'll just be between you and me." Pelomas grew suspicious at the official's eagerness to gather information. He did not hesitate to voice his concerns. "Wait, you know about that? Yeah, we're all placing bets on whether you guys will make it or not." "Oh, and just to be clear, mine's on you guys making good on your word." Pelomas knew right away that the official was lying. His numerous years as a merchant allowed him to keenly observe a person's thoughts and read their mannerisms. Alan, playing the role of Alec, the former ambassador of Crivel, had made a bold claim to Ignamesu that he could make the money. The summoner knew through Fish D that many officials were betting on the outcome of that declaration. Alan and Pelomas could not have predicted that people would gamble on their claims, of course, but the latter knew that this was the perfect opportunity to manipulate a person and steer negotiations in his favor. If he was lucky, he could obtain some information as well, so he decided that he would leak some intel to the official. "Well, truth be told, it's not looking good." Pelomas replied with a look of panic. The official grinned and placed an arm around Pelomas' shoulder. "Yeah? Gee, then you must be in a tough spot, huh?" "Yeah. And I'm sure the stress is getting to Sir Alec as well. He keeps taking it out on me." Pelomas looked as though he was about to burst into tears. "I see." The official nodded, looking sympathetic. "Hey, have you thought about switching sides? Why don't you leave that bastard Alec and join us?" "Sure you can. The reason guys like us who served the previous emperor are still here is because we earned the approval of Emperor Ignamesu. I don't think this is a secret anymore, but you know how he became the emperor, right? We were faced with 2 choices, get killed, or, at best, get chased out of the palace. And yet, we took neither route, which is why we're here today." Pelomas was a bit surprised to hear that. People like Ignamesu, who rose to power after a successful coup, were generally cautious of those who would follow in their footsteps, of others whose thoughts turned toward rebellion. It was normal for successful usurpers to place only people they trusted close to them, but those who swore obedience to Ignamesu had been allowed to stay. The new emperor likely wanted seasoned officials around him so that he could host the Songstress contest without issue, but even so, old officials being allowed to serve the new leader was certainly not the norm. Is Emperor Ignamesu a kind man?" Pelomas asked. "I'm not sure if kind is the right word for him," the official replied. "But when he was a general, he was the kind of guy who gave vague orders and didn't sweat the small stuff. I guess you could call him the laid-back type." Alan had told Pelomas that Ignamesu was a spear king, a 4-star talent. The emperor likely took pride in his fighting prowess and had managed to become a captain. Perhaps his. "I see. Then if you don't mind, I'd like to take you up on your kind offer and ask you something," Pelomas started. "Oh, made up your mind already?" the official asked. "Yes. Truth be told, Sir Alec claims that crystal seeds can be sold for a pretty coin above the water, so he believes that if he gets a few, he can find a path to making that 10 million gold." Ooh, I see. The official replied with a smug nod. Pelomas had found his chance. So, if I can just borrow a few seeds for a short while, I promise I won't cause any trouble. I just want to borrow a few, and I'll return them in no time. The official sadly shook his head. Sorry, bud, but I can't help you there. A bit, yeah. I want to help you if I can. I really do. I'm the one in charge of the palace treasury and warehouses, and I organize the ledgers too. But that's exactly why I know that I can't help you out. What? Does that ever happen? Are you just trying to make sure that you can win the bet when my boss and I can't make the money? Why, you moron. I told you that I'm betting on you guys. I think you'll win. Right. But seriously? There isn't a single crystal seed within the palace. Yeah, there should have been 3,000 of them, but they all vanished overnight. I'm the one who made note of the numbers the day before, so I'm certain that they all just went poof. I know nothing, mind you. And I reported the incident to my superior immediately, but, well, the culprit was never found. There was no trace of them. Do you know why that might be? Yeah, I think you've got it. After a while, we were told by the higher-ups to not investigate the matter further. The order came directly from the Chancellor. I don't believe it. Pelomas acted pensive, but he had already seen the ledger and knew of the fraud that had been committed. They were stored in the East Warehouse, correct?
Yup.
The Chancellor's there, as we speak, to keep tabs on this year's seeds, but I reckon those ones will vanish overnight too. I'm the one in charge of them until then, though. Pelomas parted ways with the official and walked down the hall before finally deciding to head for the warehouse. The entrance was not even guarded, and the door to the room was unlocked. When Pelomas stepped inside, he first checked the walls and surfaces, wondering if there were any secret doors or halls. However, he found nothing suspicious, so he proceeded to inspect the floor. Just then, he heard the door to the room creak open. He instinctively hid behind one of the shelves, held his breath, and listened when the footsteps on the floorboard stopped. Lord Kibble, thank you for coming all this way, an elderly voice greeted. Hey there, Shinorom, another, higher-pitched voice replied. I came here to change our teleport destination for tomorrow. The Holy Bee Stone is ready, I trust. Pelomas's heart almost stopped when he heard the elderly voice utter Kibble's name. Alan had mentioned that there was a greater demonic deity by that name, and if this was truly him, the Demon Lord army had already infiltrated the underwater city. In fact, in the worst case, the demon might even discover Pelomas here. Called Shinorom replied, I've currently got it in my research room to do some final adjustments. It will activate with its full effects by tomorrow's resurrection ritual. I'm counting on you, Kibble replied. I'll tell the Demon Lord that things are going well. Failure will not be an option tomorrow. You best know that.
Ido.
As you surmised, the crystal seeds are managed by Water Goddess Aqua. We cannot process them into Holy Beast stones, and there's now an extra step in the process where I require the permission from the manager herself. Pelomas drew in a sharp breath upon learning who had stolen all 3,000 crystal seeds. He had to tell Alan about it, and quickly, which meant he had to leave the warehouse somehow. He silenced his thudding heart as he tried to wait things out, hoping that the two demons would leave. You heard that, little eavesdropper? Kibble called out. It took less than a moment for Pelomas to realize that the greater demonic deity was referring to him. His heart pounded faster than ever, and he began to shudder. If he were found here, he would be killed. Huh? Who's there? The elderly voice asked. Pelomas was petrified. He did not know what to do. He glided through the shelves he was hiding behind and tried to head for the warehouse door, but his legs refused to move because he was so afraid. He could neither walk nor swim his way out. He knew he looked pathetic, but there was nothing else he could do. He barely managed to kick the ground and swim forward before kicking the ground again to continue propelling himself ahead. When he spotted the entrance to the warehouse, he reached out to leave, but he was stopped just before he could escape. Caught you, a high-pitched voice whispered in his ear. Huh. Pelomas whirled around and saw that he was face-to-face with the grinning mask of a jester. The sight terrified him. Ayahawk. The merchant failed to notice that the owner of the mask had grabbed him by the collar. He flailed his limbs, but try as he might, He failed to move another inch. Unlucky official, Kibble remarked. But now that you've seen me, I can't really let you leave here alive, can I? He opened his other hand and tried to grab Pelomas' head when the elderly demonic deity called out. The elderly merfolk stepped between Kibble and Pelomas without giving the merchant the time to process the situation. Shinorom took a pair of glasses out of his pocket and scrutinized Pelomas' face. The boy could only visibly shrink with fear when the man's eyes suddenly widened behind the spectacles. Huh. So this kid's got a talent, does he? Kibble replied as he turned toward the elderly merfolk. The last human who had that became a merchant king who restored a nation, if memory serves. Director Shinorom, please don't make a fuss. Do you want to use him for some kind of experiment? Pelomas once again quivered with fear, terrified of becoming an experimental subject, while Shinorom nodded furiously. Precisely. I would love to have him. Please. Shinorom begged. I won't have a chance like this again. Is his talent that rare?
Kibble asked.
Well, okay. But prioritize perfecting the Holy Beast Stone first. Kibble gave a weary sigh and violently threw Pelomas into the hands of an eager Shinorom, who looked like a kid on his birthday. The elderly man screeched with joy. Pelomas, meanwhile, was unable to hide his surprise. A moment later, he was transported from the dimly lit warehouse to a dingy, stone hall. Before he even realized that he had been teleported, he found himself carried off by the elderly merfolk. Please let go. I promise I won't tell anyone about this, the merchant cried. He tried to wriggle away, but Shinorom was far stronger than he looked, and he squeezed the boy tightly. Oh ho ho ho, you think I'll let your precious Libra skill wriggle out of my grasp so easily? Shinorom replied. You can curse no one but yourself for foolishly being in that warehouse for whatever reason you had. No, perhaps you should curse the deity who blessed you with Libra. If you didn't possess such a rare and wonderful talent, you would have been killed back there. Pelomas froze, and a cold sweat ran down his back. He could do nothing but helplessly stay in place while Shinorom walked into the stone structure and descended a flight of stairs. Pelomas noticed that this place was not underwater, which meant that he was no longer in Prostia. Still, the air was unfamiliar and filled with strange scents. The atmosphere was extremely unusual and foreign to him, which served as a terrifying reminder that he was away from home. Shinorom walked along the end of the long hallway and reached a door guarded by two demons. Shinorom grinned back. A reward bestowed upon me by Lord Kibble. I'm so excited to experiment on him after tomorrow's ritual ends. Merfolk. Open the prison cell. I obtained new power thanks to my research, and I won't accept any mistakes. The demon opened the door, and Peloma stiffened when he spotted a mithril gate inside.
He realized that this was a
well-guarded prison that trapped those with skills inside. As Shinorom had mentioned, Pelomas did not have fighting skills like his friends did, and in fact, he disliked fighting. Because of that, he had no idea how to act during times like these. He could not see a way to escape, and he turned pale with despair as Shinorom marched him inside and tossed him into the open cell. Pelomas was stunned, but the pain from hitting the floor forced him to get up when the gate closed. With the boy safely locked up, Shinorom turned his back to the cell, then strolled away with one of the demon guards. Oh, I'm so busy, he whined. If I don't have everything ready for tomorrow, I won't be able to play with my new toy. Please let me out. Pelomas shouted as he grabbed the mithril gate. Only then did it finally sink in that he had become a prisoner at the demon's base.
Please
let me out. I'll do anything. Please don't kill me. The demon who had stayed behind to stand guard opened the door and peered in. Hey, pipe down back there, or you'll turn out like him. Pelomas let go of the gate and turned in the direction the guard pointed. Only then did he finally spot a prisoner that had been here since long before him. He gasped at the horrific sight. The prisoner, a beastkin with all four limbs severed, looked up and locked eyes with the trembling merchant. For the first time, Pelomas turned behind him and noticed how surprisingly spacious the cell was. Perhaps this place was used to contain monsters at times. The ceiling was high, and the walls were rather far away. Against the wall in front of him was the beastkin, a thick chain tethering him by the neck. He sat quietly and stared at Pelomas. The sight was so harrowing and pitiful that the merchant gingerly crept forward, toward the back of the room. The best he could do was speak with his fellow prisoner, but he simply could not sit there and do nothing about the pitiful beastkin. As he approached, he noticed that the prisoner was a lionkin, and immediately, various pieces of information rushed into his mind. "That's correct," the lionkin answered, looking surprised. "You know who I am?"
Ida.
Beast Princess Shia is searching all over for you. Biko more closely resembled a lion than Beast Prince Zuo or Beast Princess Shia. Around 30 years ago, Albahol's Beast King, Musa, had been blessed with an eldest son, Biko. The baby had resembled a beast so closely that the king had instinctively declared that the new Beast King was born, or so Shia had once claimed. The first king of Albahal, the man who established the country of Beastkin, was said to have been a descendant of the child born to Garm, the god of beasts. He was half deity and half beast, and he closely resembled the latter, boasting the tough body of one as well. That story was recorded as part of the nation's founding, and as a result, it was more favorable if the beast prince closely resembled a beast. The closer the better. Biko had clashed with Beast King Jiru thrice, and the final battle, where Biko had finally emerged victorious, was proudly declared the Battle of the God of Beasts, and many Albahalans had reveled in Biko's triumph. Pelomas recalled that when Shia had shared that story, a sad smile had flashed across her lips. "Yes, excuse me, Princess Shia. I'm fully aware of her status in your nation, but she graciously and benevolently allowed me to call her by her name," Pelomas explained. "In any case, Her Highness is currently infiltrating Patlanta in search of you, Beast Crown Prince Biko." The no-life gamers had members who were formerly serfs like Alan, the party's creator, as well as those of noble birth like Cecil. Some of them, such as Sophie and Shia, were even royalty from other nations. Naturally, once everyone was in the same party, social rank mattered very little, but it was not rare for people of similar social rank to form a party. The no-life gamers was simply an anomalous party. As a member of the gamers, Pelomas was able to speak with a vast array of people including royals and vagabonds. Given his ample experience, he made sure to speak politely to and use the proper title with royals such as Sophie or Shia, but one day, Shia had claimed that she preferred to be referred to more casually. Because of her high rank, Pelomas had determined that it would be rather rude of him to ignore her request, so he opted to henceforth call her only by her name. "I see."
Shia.
Biko muttered. "She became friends with merfolk like you. It's very like her. That kindness of hers shines through." He flashed a forlorn smile, one that was reminiscent of Shia's expression. It was apparent that the two were siblings. "And what is Ignamesu up to?" Biko suddenly inquired. "Has he started his invasion of the land?"
"No,"
Pelomas replied, "but he mentioned leaping to action after tomorrow's Songstress contest ends." Biko let out a deep sigh, slumped his shoulders, and hung his head. His arms were severed at the elbow, and his legs were reduced to stumps above the knee. It was wretched to look at. Dirty bandages covered his wounds, sullied with blood and pus, and the putrid stench of rotting flesh filled the air. Pelomas realized that he was all too late. The merchant was well aware that beastkin and humans were at odds. Both Shia and Zhu had hated Alan at first. Additionally, their father, Beast King Musa, had once flown into a frenzied outrage when he was offended by the insolent things Alan had said about Beastkin. But because saw Pelomas as a merfolk thanks to the effects of Mimic, and until it wore off, the merchant hoped that he could speak with the Beast Crown Prince without any issues. He did not know, however, if making conversation would improve their situation, and he looked around. The cell had no windows, and the ceiling was high up. The solitary opening that served as the only entrance and exit was blocked by a mithril gate. Air seemed to be getting in, but he was not sure where from. Pelomas recalled that Kubel had mentioned something about changing teleport destinations and preparing a holy beast stone, to which Shinorom had replied that he was making the final adjustments for tomorrow. Pelomas pieced together that he must be in the Demon Lord army base where those adjustments were being made, and that the following day, there would be some kind of ritual that required a holy beast stone. The Songstress contest would be held the next day as well, and the crystal flower that supported Patlanta would expel its seeds, temporarily weakening its powers to ward away monsters. Pelomas was quickly able to deduce that the Demon Lord army would strike at precisely that moment. "Why are you being kept prisoner here, Your Highness? Are you related to whatever the Demon Lord army is trying to do in Patlanta?" "Ah, well." Bika flashed a wry smile. "Broma, no, I believe the demon is actually called Shinorom, claimed that. To resurrect the demon god. Then, do you know anything about the Holy Beast Stone?"
No.
"But judging from your expression, it seems my end is near. Thinking back, I was a hopeless fool. I was conceited in my own power and lost my humanity. I was unable to live up to my father's expectations, and I even sank my teeth into him. Moreover, my only friend, who held unwavering faith in me, was slaughtered in front of my eyes. And now, I'm only kept alive, solely for the resurrection of the demon god. Death would be kinder. I would feel much better if I left this world." As Biko mocked himself, his cheeks twitched, and Pelomas spotted a glittering tear roll down the lionkin's cheek. That caused something to stir within the merchant's heart. "You cannot die, Prince Biko. Your sister is desperately searching for you, and you can't let her efforts be in vain. But what can I do? As you can see, I'm a wretched sight, and you don't seem the type who can fight barehanded. Even if you have a weapon, with that frail body of yours, I doubt you have any skills that'll help in combat." Pelomas was impressed by Biko's keen eye. The lionkin was indeed a seasoned warrior, and as one who stood above others, he could ascertain the skills of others well. It was then that Pelomas remembered the magic bag by his waist. He had a special magic tool that Captain Rarapa had fashioned, and like Alan's grimoire, the small pouch could store an incredible amount of things, far more than its appearance would have one believe. The demons had presumably allowed him to keep it since it looked like "I've got a lot of stuff on me," Pelomas explained. "Maybe we can find a way out if we use these items wisely." Pelomas pointed to the bag that he had removed from his waist and listed off what was in it. Biko seemed uninterested at first, but he gradually turned pensive and formed a plan of his own. "I do," Pelomas said. "So please don't give up. You must escape this prison and see Shia again." He did his utmost to offer encouragement, all the while envisioning the person that he wanted to see again. For the next few hours, Pelomas and Biko put their heads together and tried to find ways to utilize the items in the bag. Since they were in one of the Demon Lord armies bases, they only had one shot. Their escape would have to be flawless. Thanks to the magic bag, they were able to plan how Biko could be spared and how the two could escape the prison, but they needed to map out their actions after that, or else they would merely be fleeing on impulse. Forethought was vital, because priority was reclaiming the symbol of the Beast King, the precious gear that he had stolen from the Albahal royal family, only to have it confiscated from him by the Demon Lord army. Pelomas wished to obtain the Holy Beast Stone from Shinorom, or, at the very least, destroy it. Once both men achieved their respective goals, they would head to the teleportation device and escape the base together. Numerous times during their planning, the prison guard demon opened the door beyond the mithril gate to check on the prisoners. Whenever that happened, Pelomas acted depressed and begged to be spared. The merchant was relieved once their escape plan was finished, and Biko was tired after speaking with someone else for the first time in a while. The two fell asleep so quickly that they practically fainted. When Pelomas woke up and sneakily checked the time, it was already 7 in the morning. He woke Biko up and told him that they did not have much time. Then, he strained his ears and tried to sense any presence from outside the door. The guards showed no signs of checking on the prisoners, so Pelomas decided to put their plan into action. "Let's use this first," he said, taking out a blessing of heaven. He crushed it above Biko's head, and glowing bubbles rained upon the lionkin. The moment the bubbles touched his battered body, his limbs began to reform. His eyes widened as he watched his limbs, which had been ripped away by Ramon Hammond, regenerate. Once he had reclaimed his arms and legs, he opened and closed his hands trying to get a feel for his new limbs and realized that they were as good as new. He could move just as nimbly as before. "And wear these, please," Pelomas said, handing the lionkin rings and a necklace. "They should make it so you can break that chain." The 2 rings raised attack by plus 5,000 each, and the necklace gave an additional plus 3,000 boost. Just then, Pelomas heard the door open behind him. Biko leaped to his feet and gripped the chain behind him. The metal began to creak and groan, and then a snap rang out as it shattered. Biko placed his hands around his neck and fell to the ground with a deafening thud. "Huh!" Pelomas gasped. He crouched down worriedly as harsh crackling emanated from the shackles around Biko's neck. With loud clacking sounds, the cell opened and 2 prison guards marched in. The 2 demons had been enhanced by Shinorom's research, and horns grew from their burly bodies. One of them suddenly lunged forward and punched Pelomas, who was too scared to move. The merchant slammed against the wall and collapsed onto the ground as the other guard approached and stepped on the boy. "Hey, what the hell's going on here?" the guard near Biko asked, astonished. "Why does he have his limbs again?" "Smells fishy. I reckon this newbie's got something to do with it," the other guard replied as he buried his foot in Pelomas's back. The pain from the punch, the impact against the wall, and the foot suffocating him, coupled with the psychological anguish that his carefully crafted plan was ruined from the beginning, had Pelomas frozen with fear. He struggled to breathe from the terror, and his chest was compressed from the force of the demon. "Just die already," a guard roared. "I'll just tell Lord Shinorom that I had no choice because you decided to cause trouble." Pelomas opened his mouth and stuck his tongue out like a dying frog. His hearing was beginning to fail him, and his vision had started to blur. He saw the stone floor Biko was lying on as a guard kicked him. Because Pelomas's vision was hazy, the image of a smiling Fiona appeared before his very eyes. He wished to see that dazzling smile of hers again, and to make that happen, he had taken up an unfamiliar weapon and challenged both the class promotion and rank S dungeons. He had even headed for the ocean floor and was now standing at death's door in an unknown location. "Everything hurts. I'm in so much pain. Maybe everything would be easier if I died," Pelomas mused, but he shook himself free of those thoughts.
"No.
I can't die here." He gritted his teeth and tried to raise his head when someone lifted his body and checked his clothes. Pelomas realized that he was wearing armor made from monster hide underneath his Prostian official clothes. The guard who had grabbed the boy's arm and lifted him into the air was astonished by the gear. Pelomas used the opportunity and desperately dug through his magic bag, grabbed a potib, and crushed it in his hand. The potib turned into bubbles of light and vanished. A moment later, a short distance away, one of the prison guards' heads vanished. He watched his colleague's headless body fall to the ground, and when the guard let out a pathetic gasp, his head was also crushed. Pelomas once again fell to the floor, his captor now dead, and Biko, healed from his paralysis, reached down to help the merchant back to his feet. "Haha, you did it," Pelomas said between coughs as he managed to stand. Biko was silent for a while, rubbing his stomach. "You said that you had food, didn't you?" he finally asked. "What?" Pelomas hastily pulled some dried meat from the magic bag, and Biko popped the strip into his mouth and munched away, polishing it off in moments. "Then you've got an excellent friend. You'd best treasure such people." The lionkin gave a sad smile as Pelomas hastily brought out more strips of meat and some water, handing it all to the beast crown prince. Biko finished the meat and drank the water, then gazed at the door outside the mithril gate, clearly worried that someone else might enter. "Personally, I'm shocked that this guy can eat beside 2 headless corpses," Pelomas thought. "Phew," Biko sighed. "I can finally take a breather. Now then, what's your name?" Said quietly. "I'll thank you for your actions one day." "I'm very grateful, but maybe we should worry about stuff like that after we've escaped." Biko stepped forward, through the mithril gate, and headed for the door of the prison. Pelomas hastily followed, and moments after the duo started down the hallway, demons spotted them and barred their path. "Call for reinforcements." "He's escaped," a third yelled. Pelomas was busy wondering whether to prioritize the symbol of the Beast King or the Holy Beast Stone when he snapped out of his thoughts, surprised by the demons. In front of him stood Biko, who clenched his fists and quietly readied himself for battle. "I suppose we've got no other choice," the Beast Crown Prince said. "We'll defeat them and move forward. Attack, Peloniki." Pelomas braced himself and took out the ancient wood abacus, following Biko down the hallway toward the demons as he did. The first demons to pounce were ones who had horns sprouting from their bodies like the prison guards. Armed with halberds, they lined up and blocked the hall, while keeping their weapons low, aiming for Biko's legs. The escaped prisoners were in a straight hallway, and the demons' aim was to force them back into their cell. The enemies thrust their halberds at Biko, who smacked the weapon's spikes down into the stone hallway. In moments, he used his hands and legs to destroy the 3 demons' heads. One head flew to either side and slammed into the hallway walls, crushing them both. Meanwhile, Biko used Iron Claw and swung upward to rip the middle demon's head off their body. Once the 3 demons fell to the ground, Biko tossed the 3rd head away and walked ahead. The battle had ended in a flash. Pelomas gingerly walked around the bodies as he followed the Lionkin. Biko was first to turn the corner, and before Pelomas could follow, the cries of demons filled the area, causing the merchant to freeze. The clanging of weapons rang out, followed by the sound of fists beating against flesh and the screams of demons. Pelomas, who was overcome with fear, readied his ancient wood abacus just in time for a demon to jump out from around the corner. Biko had likely dodged the demon's attacks, causing the enemy to rush down the hallway where he spotted Pelomas. He unsheathed a large, curved sword and headed the merchant's way, causing the boy to instinctively inch back. The demon was quicker, however, and pounced. Wary of his opponent's blade, Pelomas thrust his weapon out and tried to leap away, but the demon grabbed his arms. He flailed around in an attempt to get away when something hard knocked against his head. Pelomas almost lost consciousness for a moment, and his knees buckled under him. The demon restrained him from behind and brandished his blade in front of the merchant. Pelomas still had the ancient wood abacus in his hands, but if he tried to attack, that sword would likely slice clean through his face. The thought alone left him frozen in terror. Fortunately, however, Biko turned the corner and returned to the hallway, removing the point of a broken spear from his stomach as he approached the boy. "A step back," the demon cried in a quavering voice from behind the merchant. "Or else your friend gets it." The blade was pointed at Pelomas' throat, and the merchant stiffened. "As long as you're alive, you can use your items and heal yourself. Hurry up and take care of that eyesore. Slam your weapon against that dope's head." "What did you say?" the demon asked as he tried to peer into Pelomas' hands. Just then, Biko threw the tip of the spear at the demon's face. The demon swiftly used his blade to protect his face, and Pelomas used that opportunity to shake himself free from the enemy's grip. There was a loud metallic clang, signaling that the demon had parried the spearhead, and Pelomas practically stumbled forward to escape from the terror behind him. Biko rushed past Pelomas and crushed the demon's chest, ending his life in one blow. When Biko turned back, he locked eyes with Pelomas, who had managed to stand up, his breathing haggard as he leaned against the wall. "Thank you, Prince Biko," Pelomas said. "Don't worry about it," Biko replied. "Can you take care of this wound for me?" Once Pelomas had healed Biko's wound, the Lionkin strode forward once more and turned the corner, this time protecting Pelomas, who walked behind him. Another long hall awaited them, and at its end was a flight of stairs that headed to the floor above. 2 doors stood on each side, and Pelomas carefully analyzed the 4 entry points. The 2 doors in the back were already open, implying that the demons who had attacked the pair had passed through them. "The teleportation device should be above here," Pelomas said. He had arrived here just the other day and recalled the route well. The Lionkin opened the front right door and stepped inside, while Pelomas remained vigilant, cautious of demons popping out from within. But no monster nor demon appeared, and Biko swiftly stepped out to open the door on the left. Pelomas followed him into a simple room with a large, stone operating table standing in the middle. The merchant was shocked to see a demon's corpse atop the table. There was a deep incision from their clavicle to their stomach, and they were locked in place by some items. Pelomas cautiously approached the corpse and saw that it only had the right half of its head, which was stuffed with various tools from the clean opening. He felt sick, disgusted that a demon could perform such a cruel and grotesque act on a comrade. When he turned away, he noticed Biko crouching down in a corner of the room. "Yes," Biko replied. "I didn't think it would have simply been tossed on the floor, though." The lionkin stood up, the orichalcum knuckles, and the bracelet with the holy orb in his hands. The moment he finished speaking, Pelomas spotted an orichalcum breastplate that had been split in two, its front portion ripped from its back. He was sure that it was the final piece of the symbol of the Beast King. Biko gazed at the knuckles and bracelet, frozen in place. "What's wrong?" Pelomas asked. The merchant was surprised. He had wrongly assumed that Biko would wear the symbol. "What are you saying? Surely you should wear that gear." He was almost certain that there would be more guards before the duo could reach the teleportation device, and there was a possibility that some sort of unknown monster would appear out of nowhere. Biko needed to protect himself with the armor and use the bracelet with the holy orb to buff himself while he fought with a weapon he was used to. "These are not made for me," Biko said solemnly, looking down. "Pelaniki, I have no right to wear these items." Pelomas felt his chest tighten from the grief that was apparent in Biko's voice. Shia's pained expression flashed across his mind. "Even so, you must protect them," the merchant said, unable to stop himself from speaking. "I think that you should wear them and keep them safe until the one who deserves the symbol of the Beast King shows themselves."
Ida.
"I will deliver the symbol of the Beast King to the suitable person, but until then, we have to ensure that no one else can steal it. And Prince Biko, only you are capable of protecting those items." Biko raised his head, his eyes filled with uncertainty, and Pelomas made sure to sound firm. "Please lend me your power, Your Highness," he pleaded. "If not for you, who has no right to wear the symbol as you claim, then for the one who is suited to inherit those precious items." Biko was silent for a few moments before he nodded. "I understand. I'll protect the symbol of the Beast King." He slid the holy orb bracelet onto his left arm and clutched the knuckles as Pelomas swiftly went and picked up the breastplate. Biko could surely put it on himself, but the merchant thought it best if he offered his support. He had sold this sort of armor before, so he knew how to handle it. He could have placed the breastplate on the lionkin who was sitting on the floor right then and there, but he first stabilized the front and back parts. The belts on the shoulders and arms that tied the armor together were surprisingly elastic, and he was able to perfectly fit the breastplate onto Biko. "Pelaniki, I see that you're a rather skilled merchant," Biko remarked as he donned the armor. "Oh, that's very nice of you," Pelomas replied humbly.
I'm terribly honored.
"I'm not giving you empty praise. Your quick wit has helped me to change my mindset, and coupled with that glare of yours that I saw earlier, I'm sure that you've been able to touch the hearts of many. No, I'm afraid that I'm not as great as you make me seem. The person I wish to change the most won't change for me." Pelomas quickly shook his head.
I'm sorry.
"Please forget what I just said. I'm still in the process of trying to change that person's mind, you see." "Is that so? I guarantee that you'll be able to do it." "I'm happy to hear such kind words." Once Pelomas had fastened the clasps on Biko's shoulders, the lionkin stood up and made his final adjustments to the breastplate. In contrast to his self-deprecating remarks, it suited him very well. It was as though the gold armor and bracelet had been made specifically for a lionkin. Pelomas looked around, hoping to be of any further help, when he spotted a translucent, sky-blue bracelet. "I'm sure it looks familiar to you," Biko said. "It's the blessing from your goddess, Aqua. They forced me to wear it when I was brought here." Recalling that he was in the form of a merfolk, Pelomas hastily handed the gear over to the lionkin. "Of course. If you don't wear it, you'll drown in Prostia even if you manage to make it out of here." While watching the lionkin equip the bracelet, Pelomas turned pale, realizing that the effects of mimic would wear off on him rather soon. The duo left the room and inspected the other two rooms, but there were no traces of demons. However, when they climbed the staircase and stared down the long hallway before them, they spotted dozens of demons crawling about. This hall was wider than the one on the floor below, with 5 demons standing side by side instead of 3, all of whom pointed their spears menacingly at the escaping pair. One of the demons, presumably the commander of the floor, gazed down at Bikuo and Pelomas while blocking the staircase that led to the room above. "Oh, what a surprise to see that you've regrown your limbs," the commander remarked. "But I am greater demonic deity Redragok. I can easily tear them from your body once more. If you wish to escape that grisly fate, return to your cell at once." A second later, the lionkin rushed forth like a burst of golden wind, straight into the group of demons. He punched and kicked every enemy in his way as he cleared a path forward. Redragok had lined the hall with demons who were skilled with the spear, and they assaulted Bikuo in 3 directions. Spears came from above, in front, and below as a wall of deadly weapons threatened the lionkin and the merchant, trying to prevent them from reaching the upper floor. Unfortunately, even Redragok, in all his delusions of grandeur, could not predict that Bikuo had enhanced agility thanks to the holy orb of Quattro. The beast crown prince weaved between the openings before the demons could thrust their spears, and with the demons so tightly packed despite the large hallway, they could not utilize their weapons as they would have liked. One by one they went down. Redragok jumped into the fight and activated his skill, but a single powerful blow from Bikuo's orichalcum knuckles was enough to defeat the greater demon deity. Silence settled over the hallway, the walls soaked with the blood of demons, as Pelomas healed his friend. The lionkin and the merchant elected to explore this floor before heading to the next one. If not, we simply need to push forward until we find it. The double doors that lined the spacious hall were wide enough for large items to be carried through. As the duo opened each set to reveal the massive magic tools or water tanks hidden inside, they spotted abnormally shaped demons and massive monster babies floating within the tanks, but the stone was nowhere to be found. However, when they entered the 4th room on the floor, they spotted a stone with a pale blue shimmer. It was as large as a human head and closely resembled a crystal seed, floating about in a tank filled with translucent liquid in the middle of the room. The frail-looking demon, likely a researcher, was greatly intimidated by Bikuo, who was covered in blood. Pelomas was also secretly terrified, but he pressed his weapon against the demon nonetheless. The demon's mouth gaped like that of a stunned fish. They could not utter a word, and, predictably, Pelomas's analyze could not uncover the stone's identity.
Fin.
He muttered as he activated Libra, his extra skill. His eyes widened with astonishment. What? What an extraordinary price. I don't believe it. Is it immeasurable or something? But Pelomas could hardly provide an answer. His Libra had approximated the price of the stone at 999,999,999,999 gold. Despite his young age, Pelomas was a seasoned merchant who had conducted countless successful trades and mastered his extra skill. He knew right away that the absurd price point only went to show how invaluable the stone was to the world. "I'm almost certain this is the Holy Beast Stone," he murmured. "What is this used for?" A flash of gold shot out from behind Pelomas, and a burly arm grabbed the feeble researcher by the head and lifted them into the air. The demon helplessly flailed about and cried out in pain.
Ga.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll talk. I'll talk, they screamed. Bikuo released his grip, and the demon fell to the ground on their butt. This stone will apparently be used after the demon god is unsealed from Prostia's ocean floor with the blood of the sacrifice, but before it can reclaim its lost power, the demon reluctantly explained. The demon god can regain power by devouring the souls of people, but we predict that once it's strong enough, it'll refuse to listen to our orders. If we use this stone before that happens, we'd be able to harness the full power of the demon god and control it as we wish. Or so Lord Shinorom told me. I don't know, but the Holy Beast Stone can seal the souls of deities' kin and wield that power. If we can seal the soul of Holy Fish Macris, the power he used to mend the seal on the demon god will be ours to use. Theoretically, it should be possible. It's all still theoretical. And Lord Shinorom was the one who planned to kill your deity and her kin. I haven't done anything at all. So please spare my life. When Pelomas tried to pull his weapon back, the demon pounced and tried to steal it from his hand. Their efforts were in vain, however, because a moment later, their head flew off thanks to a single kick from Biko. Pelomas quivered as blood spraying from the corpse covered his body, and the lionkin offered his hand to help the merchant back to his feet. "Now then, what shall we do, Pelaniki?" Biko asked. "We have to stop them," Pelomas answered. "I know that much for sure." He picked up his ancient wood abacus, and after a moment of thought, he slammed it against the tank.
Crack.
While he was unsure of what the glass-like walls of the tank were made of, the one he hit shattered, and the liquid inside began pouring out. Once most of it had been drained, Pelomas proceeded to widen the hole, shove his hand in, and remove the holy beast stone. Just as he placed the stone in his magic bag, Biko whirled around. "What are you doing?" an elderly voice screeched. "Roma."
Oh, Sino.
Biko growled. Pelomas also turned around, and in doing so, he saw a massive monster open the doors and enter the room. "Aha!" he screamed. A towering eyeball with countless tentacles greeted the jailbreaking pair. Several tentacles banded together to form an arm so thick that it could open doors, and the tentacles below its body stretched out vertically, touching the floor to create its legs. The lower appendages began to move, propelling the eyeball monster forward. "You didn't just flee, but you even stole the holy beast stone from me," a small, elderly demon in front of the monster shouted. "Little guy, catch them at once." The monster charged, its eyeballs so low that it almost touched the ground. Countless tentacles slapped the floor at extreme speeds to push the monster toward the merchant and the lionkin. Biko stepped forward to fight, but he did not attack of his own accord, instead merely dodging or parrying the attacks, using his arms and legs to change the trajectory of the tentacles that assaulted him. The monster, having quintupled its number of tentacles, tried to swallow Biko whole and even restrain Pelomas, who stood in the back, trembling with fear. A golden lion appeared before everyone's eyes. He shredded the tentacles and pounced onto the eyeball monster. The eyeball monster wrapped its tentacles around the lion and leaped out into the hallway. Biko, now transformed into a lion with 2 feet, sank his claws into the little guy's scara, causing fluids to spray everywhere.
Eep.
Shinorom yelped as he rushed past the entangled monster and lion. "He's too strong. I don't stand a chance." The eyeball monster pushed the golden lion away and rolled toward the stairs that led to the floor above. It regenerated its lost tentacles and wriggled them toward Shinorom, chasing after its master. "And no!" Shinorom shouted. "Little guy, you stay back and stop them." While the bipedal golden lion watched the researcher and his monster head up the stairs, Pelomas stepped out of the room and approached his friend. Pelomas quickly retrieved a blessing of heaven. "Wait," the boy said with a befuddled frown. "Of course. Only by losing your sense of self and letting yourself be consumed by power do you also become a beast at heart." Pelomas gazed up at a newcomer who had just reached the bottom of the stairs. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am demonic deity Timarod, and I serve directly under the strategist Lord Kibble," they said, a faint smile dancing on their lips as they gave an elegant bow. "Playtime is over. I shall wrench off your limbs once more and throw you back in your cell." Timarod straightened their posture, and in the blink of an eye, they were standing directly in front of Biko. Pelomas could only stand there in astonishment, but the lionkin had predicted the demonic deity's movements and made to slam the back of his fist into his opponent's face. His knuckle-adorned left fist flew toward Timarod's face, but the demonic deity used their right arm to guard themselves. Unfortunately, they were still in the air, leaving them unable to brace themselves. Biko's swing sent them flying. But while they were now back where they had started, a nonchalant grin stretched across their face. They were completely unfazed by the Beast Crown Prince's attack. "I see. Decent attack," Timarod observed. "But thanks to Lord Shinorom's research, I've obtained power that trumps that of even a greater demonic deity. Can you fight against this?" Timarod raised their arms in front of their chest and pointed their palms at Biko, creating a ball of magical energy out of thin air. "Whoa!" Pelomas shouted as the orb shot toward Biko. Rah! Biko roared. He bared his fangs and swung his orichalcum knuckles at the magic sphere. The moment his weapon made contact, the sphere shattered into particles of mana. Timurad was not finished, however. They hurled a second and third shot to assault Biko. The demonic deity's plan was to attack from afar, avoiding a fight at close range, where Biko excelled. Biko, of course, managed to crush the mana spheres with his knuckles, but every time he did so, Timurad summoned another. Each one was harder to hit than the last. Biko was slowly losing ground. Eventually, the lionkin missed a sphere, and it flew behind him and hit a trembling Pelomas with a loud smack. "Ack!" the boy cried. He had instinctively used his ancient wood abacus to protect his face, causing the sphere to shatter, but he was blown back from the sheer impact of the attack. When the merchant opened his eyes, because golden breastplate was right in front of him. Defending that trash is practically begging to get hit by my attacks. Only then did Pelomas realize that Biko was tanking hits, and the merchant quickly used a blessing of heaven to heal the lionkin's wounds. Biko then spun around to face the demonic deity once more. Standing tall with his back to Pelomas, he again began to punch the mana spheres into pieces. The battle was seemingly endless. Pelomas used blessings of heaven when he could, but he was gradually growing anxious. "Prince Biko, at this rate, we'll lose," Pelomas said. "Please don't worry about me. Leave my side so you can attack." "Don't be foolish," Biko replied. "If you're not here to heal my wounds, I cannot continue fighting.
I've got no reason to abandon you.
But I'll force him to make an opening. When I give the signal, fall back." Just then, Biko crossed his arms in front of his face in a defensive stance. He kicked the weapon at his feet toward Pelomas. Too tired to crush my spheres." Timurad gloated as they summoned more mana, orbs than ever before.
"Now!"
Biko shouted. When Pelomas heard his friend's low voice, he fell to the ground and watched as the massive, golden lion above him was blown backward. Dozens of magic orbs flew toward Biko, who had already been pushed back. Particles of mana rained down on the lionkin as the spheres made contact with his body. Meanwhile, Pelomas leaped to his feet and swiftly reached into his magic bag to take out another blessing of heaven. Just then, however, a hand shot out from behind and stopped him. "What are you doing?" the demonic deity asked. Every hair on Pelomas's body stood on end as he gradually turned around to see Timurad standing there. "What is that?" "A healing item," they asked. "Have you been healing that sacrifice?" The merchant was about to burst into tears. He had never been faced with the terror of a demonic deity before. Still, he managed to stare right back into Timurad's eyes. "Oh, you choose to rebel against me, I see," Timurad said. "Since you're not a sacrifice, I suppose I can kill you." "All right, then do it," Pelomas replied, his voice so hoarse. "I said you can kill me if you want. Make it quick. But while you do that..." Timurad looked upright as Biko got back to his feet and let out a powerful battle roar. Immediately, his body bulged and his legs changed form. Two were no longer able to support his tremendously burly body, and he was forced to fall onto all fours. His fingers, still wearing the knuckles, shrank and were replaced with long, sharp claws. The breastplate stayed on thanks to the elasticity of the belts, fitting snugly against Biko's large chest. The lionkin grew a longer snout, his enlarged fangs bared ominously. Timurad could only try to summon more magic orbs, but Pelomas took the chance to swing his ancient wood abacus down on the demonic deity's foot. A flurry of golden wind shot across the walls as he kicked the ceiling and raced through the hallway. Timurad, unable to move for a moment because of Pelomas's attack, could not evade in time. The magic spheres did little damage to the approaching lionkin, who then leaped above Pelomas's head and shot his monstrous arm forward, barely grazing the merchant. When the golden wind rushed past, Timurad's head was gone, and purple blood spurted from the wound, his corpse on the ground. "Awesome. You just killed a demonic deity," Pelomas muttered in awe as he sat on the ground. Biko, still a beast on all fours, approached his merchant friend. Get on my back. All that's left is for us to break out of here. Pelomas knew that riding on Biku would be much faster than walking, so the merchant clambered onto the beast crown prince's back. Then, Biku rushed up the stairs, moving so fast that it surprised the merchant. He was faster than Alan's bird bee, which Pelomas had ridden at the Academy's dungeon. When the pair reached the upper floor, Pelomas looked ahead, where he spotted several demon soldiers. All of them were fully armed, causing him to tremble with fear. But Biku was faster. He leaped past the soldiers and swung his clawed limbs at them, turning every last one into a mist of blood. From there, he raced down the hallway and through the open door, entering the largest room that they had seen yet. The moment they were inside, the lionkin stopped where he stood, and Pelomas slid off his friend's back to gaze at three enemies in the middle of the room. The small demon was Shinorom. Accompanying him was his eyeball monster companion. And in front of them stood a funny-looking demonic deity with 2 heads and 2 pairs of arms and legs. Sacrifices should quietly stay in their cell until their time is up, the male head of the unknown demon said. You escape only to have your limbs torn off again. How very foolish of you. Quite right, Shinorom said. Ramon Hammond, capture the sacrifice once more. We don't have time. Indeed, the male had added. We are no longer weak, childlike demons. We have been bestowed power that surpasses that of demonic deities. The lionkin quietly observed them, then shook his head. Humph, you're the foolish one, he said under his breath. Surely you all know why I'm here, Biku explained. I foolishly trusted Romu, or Shinorom rather. I was enticed by the prospect of becoming more powerful than anyone else. Indeed, you buffoon, Shinorom replied. You had no idea that I was deceiving you. You mentioned earlier that you were no longer the weak, childlike demons you once were. Biku went on. How does that make you any different from me, when I was fooled by Shinorom? Perhaps the two of you are being tricked as well, and you simply aren't aware of it. Ramon Hammond's 2 pairs of eyes were pointed dubiously at the grinning Shinorom.
Thing.
You are my greatest creation ever. Ramon Hammond turned back to Biku, their gazes filled. Then I've got no other choice, Biku concluded. I must avenge my friend Kay, as well as all those who believed in. Biku exerted power into his legs, forming a circular crack on the ground underneath him. A millisecond later, Biku swung his arms with incredible speed, and a furious gust of gold assaulted the demonic deity. The masculine side of Ramon Hammond crossed his arms in front of them to block the attack. While Hammond, the younger brother, defended their shared body, Ramon's arms shot out from their back and produced 2 mana spheres that flew straight for Biku's body.
Gore.
Biku growled, forced to retreat. The burnt stench of his back prompted Pelomas to use a blessing of heaven. Prince Biku. Hang in there, the merchant shouted. Biku did not even have time to respond. He once again pounced on Ramon Hammond. However, Hammond's arms continued to expertly block every single one of his attacks. At the same time, Ramon fired mana spheres. Biku dodged them and kicked the ground to put some distance between them, hoping to find some sort of opening, but Ramon Hammond's 2 heads left no blind spots to take advantage of. If Biku was too wary of the spheres, he could not approach the demonic deity, and even if he had an opportunity to draw near, his attacks were relentlessly blocked. He did not stand a chance against them. Even so, Biku refused to surrender. He boldly dodged Hammond's arms and charged in, hoping to sneak in a few blows before quickly retreating to a safe distance. Pelomas also did his part, instantly healing any wounds his friends sustained from the kicks and spheres, and the battle was now in a deadlock. Stop fooling around, Ramon Hammond, Shinorom screeched impatiently. Lord Kibble awaits. Hurry up and capture the sacrifice, or I'll throw you 2 back into the experiment lab. Expressions that could be called neither rage nor fear. Yes, Lord Shinorom. We shall make quick work of him. Ramon Hammond's 2 heads said simultaneously. With incredible speed, the demonic deity approached Biku, and Hammond reached out from both sides to grab the lionkin's head. Biku managed to dodge the arms, then he bared his fangs and crouched low, aiming for Ramon Hammond's forelegs. Hammond kicked the ground and fled into the air, causing Biku's chomp to miss. Immediately after, an unexpected blow assaulted him.
Thump.
Biku's massive form was slammed against the wall and floor, causing the room to quake. Ramon Hammond was standing on just one of Hammond's legs instead of all four, with the other three still high in the air after they had kicked Biku. When Hammond lowered his other leg, leaving only Hammond's two raised, Pelomas turned to look at his friend. The lionkin lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Prince Biku, he cried as he ran ahead, only to be grabbed by a powerful force from behind.
Whoa. No.
Shinorom shrieked. He's got a precious skill on him, and what's going on?
Poof.
White smoke billowed from Pelomas' body, causing Ramon Hammond to release the merchant from their grip in surprise. They spotted a human rolling along the ground near their feet, and they froze in shock, creating just the opening that Biku needed. A flurry of gold and crimson blood rushed toward the demonic deity. They chose to defend rather than attack, but the heavily wounded lionkin was not aiming for them. Instead, he was headed for the human at their feet. Biku took the chance to run, Pelomas' body in his mouth, toward the opposite end of the hallway from where. That's the teleporting room. Wait! Shinorom shrieked, his voice quickly fading into the distance. Pelomas dared not breathe. He knew that Fish A's mimic had worn off, and that Biku was one of the beastkin intent on invading the central continent to exact vengeance on humans. Biku had rushed at Pelomas at incredible speed, grabbed the merchant with sharp fangs, and run. The merchant was certain that any second now, he would be snapped up by the lionkin's mighty jaws and become an afternoon snack. But on the contrary, he found himself thrown onto the stone floor. He landed on his butt and hastily looked up into Biku's crimson, sorrowful eyes. I am, Pelomas replied. Just then, a shadow loomed behind Biku, causing the merchant to cry out. Prince Biku, behind you! Before he could even finish his sentence, Biku had already whirled around and used his arms to block Ramon Hammond's kick. A clink rang out as something rolled by Pelomas' feet. The merchant, on the ground by the door, instinctively looked down toward the noise and spotted a bracelet, one that was graced with Goddess Aqua's blessing. He noticed that Biku was standing valiantly in front of the door, allowing himself to be hit by Ramon Hammond's attacks while blocking their way.
And fast.
He quickly steeled his resolve within his heart. Prince Biku, I'm heading out, he said. But please protect the symbol of the Beast King until I return. I shall, Biku replied. Go and help Shia. Aid her in her
quest.
I owe this demon for what they did to me on the ship. Once I've beaten them, I'll follow after you. The Beast Crown Prince could not risk looking away from his opponent, so Pelomas gave a deep bow toward the lionkin's back before turning on his heel and running. The merchant equipped Aqua's bracelet, switched his rings and necklace to ones that boosted agility, and trained his eyes on his destination in front of him. He ran with all his might, tears streaming down his cheeks, because loud guffaw encouraged Pelomas to press on. So, the one I save with my last breath is a human. Biku roared jovially. How ironic. And utterly hilarious. Yes, how absurdly hilarious, Ramon replied. What a foolish beast you are. Biku ignored the laughs of Ramon Hammond and roared, Ultimate Beast Fighter. Beast God. Every muscle in Biku's body began to pulsate, and long hair covered his body. He now resembled a lion with other beastly qualities, the embodiment of every type of beast cobbled together into a single harmonious body. Ramon Hammond had seen this form once before, when they had ripped off his limbs, but this time around, his eyes were dyed a rich crimson, filled with rage, bloodlust, and insanity. Graar, he bellowed, rearing up onto his hind legs. Ramon Hammond, who had been grappling with him, now inched back, practically tripping over their own feet. Even if he's gotten stronger, he still won't stand a chance against us. Ramon shouted, summoning another pair of mana spheres. Biku's back legs kicked the ground, and his sharp claws gouged out Hammond's stomach. Direct hits from the 2 mana spheres were not enough to stop him. He used his arms to support his body, his legs high in the air as he kicked Ramon Hammond's stomach before leaping back. The moment his paws touched the ground, He jumped once more to attack Ramon Hammond again. He was now on all fours, rushing toward his enemy. Ramon fired mana spheres, but Bikud jumped around and dodged the attacks, using his front paws to destroy any orbs hurled at him while he was in the air. He charged ahead and tried to headbutt Ramon with all his might. Ramon Hammond managed to dodge, but Bikud landed a kick on their flank, and for the first time since the battle had started, they were sent flying. He landed on his 4 feet and bared his fangs. His scarlet eyes died with rage and insanity, while Ramon Hammond's 4 eyes, filled with delight and bloodlust, glared back at him. Is this the power of a beast who's stepped into the realm of the divine?
Ramon Bundarat.
How interesting. He was drugged the last time, Hammond remarked. He's displaying his true powers right now. Ramon Hammond's body squelched and creaked as they visibly grew in size. Their body doubled in size, and blood gushed from their 4 eyes. A vertical tear ran along their shoulders and all the way down to their fingertips. Their torn arms turned into a single pair of limbs, and screw-shaped claws sprouted from their fingertips. The beast crown prince pounced, and the demonic deity's newly formed hands clashed with Bikud's front paws. Door with a sign that read "Teleport a room." Though out of breath, he pressed on. He had bumped into several demons on the way here and dodged their attacks without ever stopping. It had been more tiring than running in a straight line. His throat burned, and he was so exhausted that he feared the strength might leave his arms and legs at any moment. However, when he spotted the door to the teleporter room, he knew that he had to stay strong. He raced across the last several meters and burst through the door. The first thing he spotted was a towering magic tool that stood in the middle of the room, along with several magic circles drawn on the floor surrounding it. When he approached the tool, a voice echoed throughout the room. This cube was eerily similar to the ones in the Rank S dungeon, but Pelomas shook himself free of those needless thoughts. "To Prostia Empire, please," he requested in a hoarse voice, hoping that the device would allow him to leave. Pelomas glanced down and spotted one of the many magic circles emitting a pale glow. "What?" An elderly voice spluttered from behind. "Stop! Don't teleport him." Pelomas whirled around and spotted Shinorom and his eyeball monster entering the room. The merchant quickly jumped into the circle. The eyeball monster's tentacles shot out toward Pelomas when the device's voice filled the room. A moment later, the tool, Shinorom, and the eyeball monster vanished from Pelomas' sight. They were replaced with the battlefield on the glowing ocean floor. Chapter 8. The One Who Protects Prostia.
Ah.
My merfolk. Holy Fish Macris' final words echoed throughout the Songstress contest venue as he received a blow to the head from Bask's demon sword Onuba. Alan heard those words loud and clear, which means Bask was in charge of defeating Macris, he thought. Was he just searching for the right timing? I feel like all of this is going according to Kubal's plan. Unfortunately, he had no idea just what processes, steps, and items were needed to resurrect the demon god. He could not tell just how far along the enemies were in their mission. Was the Demon Lord army done, with all the necessary preparations? The summoner stepped back and tried to confirm 2 situations at once. Only around 5 demonic deities are left in the northern region of the imperial capital, but there are still quite a few rank S monsters. Now that Macris is gone, how long will Royal Guard last? 40 kilometers north of Patlanta, the Alan and Hero armies were doing battle with 100,000 enemy forces. Thanks to their tireless efforts, along with the support of Maruru and Hero Helmios' party, they had defeated around 60,000 monsters. Still, there were 30,000 rank A monsters and around 2,000 rank S monsters left, along with some demonic deities. Alan and the rest of the gamers were fighting atop the Crystal Flower, but he had no idea how long Macris' Royal Guard would last, and he suspected that this would be a difficult battle. Alan turned back to the battle in front of him. The scales were not tipped in their favor. Valmer, Luke, and Sophie were helping Krina and Shia fight Bildiga, and while Krina had received the support of Goddess Valnemes, Bildiga had unleashed his full power. His endurance was higher than ever before, and he was armed with 2 pairs of terrifying, scythe-like appendages whose jagged edges could shred his opponents with ease. Meanwhile, Dagora, assisted by Cecil, bravely fought against Bask. With Macris gone, however, the greater demonic deity was able to focus on one enemy at a time and act more aggressively. As a result, Daugora was forced onto the defensive. Keel was in the back, carefully observing the two teams and healing as needed, but most of his attention was focused specifically on Daugora. The battlefield was a fickle place, so while Keel was making safe bets with his healing magic, he knew that things could change at the drop of a hat. "Alan, what do we do?" Shia cried. "Don't just sit back and watch. Give us an order." The summoner knew that he had to be quick. Shia's commanded an army before, but I'm the party leader and the commander-in-chief of the Alan army. She probably thinks that I got to step up. She was not wrong. Alan was in a position where he had to guide his friends, but every word he uttered carried with it immense weight. He could not speak carelessly. He first needed to carefully formulate a plan. Plan A meant maintaining the status quo. Unless the battle in the north turned overwhelmingly in Alan's favor, he could not hope for his friends to come back to help him. The way things were going, his friends might become victims to the greater demonic deities. Plan B could avoid that scenario, but retreating implied that the 2 million merfolk of Patlanta would be left to die at the hands of the Demon Lord army, and they would likely be sacrificed for the demon god's resurrection. Even if Alan and the others managed to flee for now, they would inevitably become cornered. If Alan wanted to prevent the demon god's return, Plan C was his best bet. He could call the main attackers, such as Macris, back to him and defeat the greater demonic deities, but he was not sure that would stop the ritual, and both the Alan and Hero armies would be devastated as a result. It would be difficult to recoup the losses. Furthermore, if the front lines were to crumble, the surviving monsters would break through and head to Prostia's first Imperial army, stationed 10 kilometers away from Patlanta. Merfolk would fall victim once more. As Alan tried to gauge which of these three plans would be ideal, the two battlefields continued their grisly fights, barely hanging in there. Helmios used his body as a shield to protect his wounded soldiers while casting healing spells to close his wounds. The goddess of arbitration leaped to and fro, dodging the electricity that sparked from between Bildiga's horns, and Luke deployed his spirits in tandem with Krina's wings, hoping to delay Bildiga's defensive attempts. All the while, Shia kicked the beetle from behind. And still it was not enough. Spirits were chased away, blades were blocked, and Bildiga's long, jagged appendages shredded away at the legs that tried to kick him. Bask was able to move as nimbly as he did above the water and expertly wielded his two great swords, forcing Daugora to defend himself. He managed to barely evade fatal wounds, but he could use neither Kagutsuchi nor his great axe to launch any attacks. Cecil's spells connected with Bask's back, but he made no attempt to block or dodge them. But despite all that, and despite Kubel being too busy with his ritual to attack, Alan was still unable to choose between his three plans or think of a fourth. If Kubel were to halt the ritual and join the battle, the gamers fighting at the concert stage would be wiped out. The fact that he had not done so implied that there was something preventing him from cutting the ritual short. Meanwhile, Ramon Hammond had vanished to presumably run an errand. Just then, a magic circle appeared with a mystical glow, located precisely where Ramon Hammond had vanished.
Crap.
Are they back? Alan internally panicked, cursing the fact that he could not come up with a plan. Ramon Hammond, you guys are late, Kubel said excitedly before he stopped himself. Huh. A tattered young man stood there. Pelomas? He's safe. And wait, he's a human again. The merchant realized that Alan was staring at him in awe. He hesitated for a moment and glanced around before he made a beeline for the summoner. For some inexplicable reason, Pelomas, now a human, did not drown in the deep waters of Patlanta. He seemed completely fine as he raced through the water. When Bask turned toward Pelomas, Daugora was finally able to launch an attack. He did his best to prevent the greater demonic deity from making his way toward the defenseless merchant. But the louder he was, the more aggressive Daugora became, assisted by Cecil's attack spells as they locked Bask in place. All the while, Pelomas kept running, digging around in his magic bag as he did so, and taking out a large, sky blue stone around the size of a human head. The defeated soul of Macris reacted to the stone and turned into glowing bubbles that gathered around it.
Huh? Me?
What even is that? Isn't it absorbing Macris' soul?
Ardent exclaimed internally.
And he was not the only one who was surprised. When Pelomas revealed the stone, which glowed brighter with every step he took, Cubal raised his voice with shock, sounding more surprised than ever. That's the Holy Bee Stone, Cubal shouted. Holy Bee Stone? Wasn't Ramon Hammond sent to fetch it? And I don't think I've ever seen Cubal panic so hard before. Bask. Kill him. Cubal turned to Bask and roared at the top of his lungs. The greater demonic deity used the arm-wielding demon sword Onuba to fight Daugora and the other to fling his orichalcum greatsword at Pelomas. The merchant turned to look at the weapon zooming toward him and determined that he could not dodge it. And at that moment, a certain person's face flashed across his mind. For their sake, Pelomas had to complete his mission, even if it meant dying. He hurled the brightly glowing Holy Bee Stone at Alan while Bask's great sword careened toward him. Steely. Protect him. Use sacrifice. Alan summoned a stone sea directly in the sword's path and used its awakened ability, sacrifice, right as it was hit. Doing so successfully stopped the greatsword, and it fell to the ground, sticking diagonally into the contest stage. At the same time, the Holy Beast Stone rolled near Alan's feet. Are you all right? Alan yelled, turning to his friend while reaching out to pick up the stone. You're not a merfolk, but are you safe?
I'm okay.
Pelomas shouted back. I received Goddess Aqua's blessing from Prince Bika. The merchant tripped over his own feet, but he managed to leap back to his feet and continue running toward his allies. Alan was still bewildered, but when he saw that his friend was safe, he picked up the Holy Beast Stone.
Vwam.
His grimoire suddenly appeared in front of him, and the Holy Beast Stone fell into storage without Alan directly placing it there. Notifications popped up on his grimoire's pages. Wait, what? Analysis? That round rock was the Holy Beast Stone? Or is it called that because it absorbed Holy Fish Macris? Alan gazed at the log in his grimoire when the grimoire automatically flipped through its pages and stopped at a certain point to reveal a message. Mr. Allen. Grimoire, and I've got more than a few questions.
First, what the hell's going on? Can't they be more specific?
Although maybe they don't have the time or leeway to do that. While Alan had no idea what the letter was trying to convey, he presumed that the situation might shift if the gods were able to fully analyze the Holy Bee Stone. In the meantime, they would have to continue their battle against Bildiga and Bask. Daugora, Goddess Freya, it seems you've been given some divine power from Goddess Aqua, Alan reported. So it seems, Freya mused. Aqua's refused to give up the Advent Festival. If she's been pushed this far, it means that I must use everything I've got as well. Kagutsuchi burned brighter than ever, and an impressive number of small bubbles formed in the water. Sorry? Is it just me, or did that sound like Freya's got a grudge against Aqua? What the...
Whoa.
I feel so powerful, Daugora shouted. He happily raised his speed and slammed his two great axes into Bask. Because Freya had received more divine power, her disciple, Daugora, had gotten stronger as well. They were in the midst of a battle, but Alan could not help but flip through his grimoire and check Dagora's stats. Some of Freya's blessing effects and power thanks to Dagora's enhanced skills, he could now stop Bask in his tracks. Nice. Bask cackled as he gleefully swung Onuba. Now we're talking. What are you doing? Cubal scolded. Hurry up and retrieve the Holy Beast Stone from Alan. I feel like Cubal's kind of breaking character. Is me having the stone cause for this much panic? Just then, Bask locked eyes with the summoner. His new skill caused both Kagutsuchi and his other great axe to glow red-hot, and he unleashed a merciless flurry of attacks that left a trail of white bubbles with every swing. Damn, Bask said, grinning as he used Onuba to parry Dagora's fire explosion. If things are getting this fun, Alan's the least of my concerns. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Alan spotted 3 flashes of light beside Cubal. A figure emerged from each one. I am terribly sorry, Lord Cubal, the smallest demon cried as he fell out of the magic circle. The holy beast stone was stolen from us. But it looks like you caught the sacrifice, Kubel said. One of the figures behind the small, elderly demon was Ramon Hammond, the curious-looking greater demonic deity. In the arms that belonged to Hammond, the right side of the body, was a golden beast. Finally, Alan was able to piece together that Ramon Hammond was carrying Biko and that he, the beast crown prince, was the necessary sacrifice for the resurrection of the demon god.
Huh.
Wait, didn't Pelomas just mention Biko? Did the two of them meet wherever the holy beast stone was? Shia. Biko groaned. His face twisted with pain as he tried his best to scream and breathe underwater, but his efforts turned into fruitless bubbles. Run. You can't defeat them. Like hell. Bask, who was busy parrying Dagora's attacks, rebutted. You got eyes, don't ya? Even I'll struggle without this bad boy. Hey. Before the demonic deity could finish his sentence, Demon Sword Onuba flew out of his hands and into Kubel's with incredible speed. The moment Bask lost his sword, he leaped back as quickly as he could toward the Orichalcum greatsword that was stuck in the concert stage. He used his bare fists to block Cecil's spells and managed to grab his blade in the nick of time to block Dagora's attacks. Meanwhile, using a backhand grip, Kubel raised Onuba high. His target, the lifeless Biko's chest. The beast princess changed targets and swam around Bildiga's long arms while Krina defended her. She tried to get to her brother, but her path was blocked by a greater demonic deity with 8 limbs. Move! Shia bellowed as she attacked with more fury than she had ever felt before. Hammond's 4 arms managed to stop her, preventing her from getting close to her beloved brother. He'll be fine, Kubel said. His voice was so hauntingly gentle that Shia froze on the spot and stopped her attacks. Don't worry. Your pain, sorrow, and suffering will all disappear. That's why I've been alive for many, many years. Speaking kindly, like he was pacifying an upset child, Kubel pierced Biko's chest with Demon Sword Onuba. Alan hastily summoned a stone sea and had it head for Kubel. With a single wave of the greater demonic deity's hand, however, the summon was reduced to glowing bubbles. Alan refused to give up and called forth another summon. But Biko had taken far too much damage. The stone sea could not absorb all of it, and it turned into glowing bubbles. As the beast princess's voice filled the water, Kubel pushed the sword farther into Biko until the entirety of the blade had gone through him. He was pinned to the ground, where he began convulsing. The time is ripe. I've offered the blood of the sacrifice. Rise up and come forth, demon god's tail. Kubel shouted. Color drained from Biko's body. Blood gushed from the wound made by Demon Sword Onuba, but it then rushed back into the beast crown prince as he lay on the ground. The blood that pooled under his body was also sucked below, as though the concert stage and the crystal petals were absorbing it.
Damn it.
I couldn't stop Kubel. Will the demon god come back to life now? Just then, the ground underneath Alan's feet began to shake violently, and a deafening rumble rang out. The summoner instinctively jumped up into the water, but the quaking shock wave and the eerie sound permeated throughout the ocean. The unpleasant sensation enveloped his body. An earthquake, Cecil shouted as she also jumped. No, wait. This looks pretty bad.
Boom.
With another thunderous rumble, the Songstress contest stage was cleanly split in 2 from where Demon Sword Onuba pierced the ground. The dish set atop a rod also split in 2, with either piece sliding diagonally down, but they were caught by one of pillars that supported the flower style and stayed there. Alan and his party had to focus on their own safety. Beneath the cracked stage was a massive flower style, penetrated by the tip of Demon Sword Onuba. A dark substance began to seep out of it. Is that the demon god? Dagora asked, holding his 2 great axes in one hand and using the other to grab Shia's arm. When the stage shattered, Bask, Bildiga, Shinorom, and Ramon Hammond stepped away. Shia tried to use that opportunity to collect Biko's corpse, but Dagora quietly stopped her. Perhaps understanding that it was dangerous to get near her brother, she gazed worriedly at him. Biko's body turned into a translucent crystal when another quake came from below, fully destroying the concert stage and quietly sending it below. Upon seeing the remnants of the stage silently fall, Alan turned back to the bear style. In doing so, he spotted a dark, humanoid silhouette. Is that the demon god's tail?
It doesn't look like a tail to me.
Looks more like the sea monster from Tales of the Prostia Empire. And I think this all went according to the Demon Lord Army's plan. Can we beat a portion of the demon god? Alan, unsure of where to go from here, chose to begin by observing his opponent. The demon god's tail was as dark as the void and looked humanoid. Reddish-brown lines covered its body, pulsating like veins. But its similarities with humans ended there. The entity did not have eyes, a nose, or a mouth. It looked around as though to gauge its surroundings, then finally spoke. "I thank you for awakening from your slumber," Kubel said, kneeling at the entity's feet. "I've been eagerly awaiting this moment for over 1,000,000 years." The raspy voice that came from its mouthless face seemed dazed, as though the entity were still half asleep. I think Tales also mentioned that the sea monster didn't seem to be fully awake. Wait, the goddess of arbitration's approaching that thing? Falnemes, with the great sword wielding Krina still on her back, walked forward. She stopped on the other side of the demon god's tail, across from Kubel, and folded her forelegs to lie down. The demon god's tail turned toward the goddess. "You look familiar," it said in its hoarse voice. "Oh, you poor thing. You're a deity called Exilion," Falnemes replied in a clear voice. "Did you also lose your memories when you lost your head?" Falnemes nodded. "That's your name. Exilion, the god of law. And I'm Falnemes. You rode on my back as we traversed the 3 realms. Ah, yes, I remember now. You're Falnemes. Ah, I see. It's good to see you." The demon god's tail extended its veiny hand and petted the goddess of arbitration's head. "You as well," Falnemes replied. "Yes, I've eagerly awaited the day that we reunited." "I'm happy to hear that, Fal," Krina said, gently patting the goddess's neck. "Wait, the god of law?" "Oh yeah. The goddess of arbitration mentioned that she was the guardian of the god of law or something. But the god of law is the demon god's tail? I'm confused here." It seemed the demon god's tail had the same question as it patted Falnemes' head. "Axilion, that is my name," it wondered. "Indeed," Kubel, still kneeling with his head low, answered. "You are in charge of the rules of this world, my lord. Your steed, Falnemes, and I, your first angel, can be sure of your identity." Wait, the first angel? Alan was completely flabbergasted by the revelation. "My first angel?" it asked, twisting its body to look at Kubel. "Which means you're Q. I just can't seem to remember your name. Perhaps it's because of that peculiar mask of yours. If you truly claim to be my first angel, I ask that you remove your mask at once." Kubel shook his head. "I'm terribly sorry, but I cannot obey your orders. I cannot remove this mask until I complete my mission." "What is the meaning of this, Cupless?" Falnemes asked. "Is this not what you meant to do? I thought we had both braved the past 1,000,000 years so that we could resurrect Exilion, the god of law." Kubel did not respond. Instead, he simply stood up. At the same time, within the large dish on the conical altar behind him, the dark flames stretched upward through the water, like a snake rearing its head. "You're right, Falnemes," Kubel replied. "I can't deny that I've lived for the past 1,000,000 years with the goal of resurrecting the demon god's tail. But that's just part of the process to fulfill my actual mission." When he outstretched his arms, the void flames shot out from the altar and attacked the demon god's tail from above. "Ag!" the entity cried as it was enveloped in flames. It fell to its knees as its body began to bubble and deflate. "Lord Exilion," Falnemes shouted, jumping to her feet upon seeing the demon god's tail suffer. In its agony, the demon god's tail swung its short, thick arm around, knocking her and Krina back. "Cupless, what have you done?" "Those are the human souls we've been gathering," Kubel explained. "I simply gave them all to the demon." The dark humanoid continued to writhe around in agony, sandwiched between Kubel and Falnemes, as its body transformed into a monkfish monster with arms and legs. It began to expand and inflate. How could a first angel do such a thing? Falnemes cried with a glare. You aren't in your right mind. This world isn't in its right mind, Kubel replied as he began an odd dance. When she turned to face Krina, Falnemes saw that the girl was staring at the demon god's tail, her eyes filled with determination. That person was nice to you, Fal. Which means whatever it is now must not be its true form. It's like that because it's in pain, and if that's the case, we should save it. Falnemes glanced at Kubel, who was still dancing next to the fallen altar. The dark flames were gone. They had been completely absorbed by the demon god's tail. I suppose we've got no other choice, Falnemes said. To stop Lord Exilion, we must weaken him first. So we have to attack it. That's not a good feeling, Krina said as she hugged Falnemes from behind and rubbed her face against the goddess's scales. Indeed, Falnemes replied quietly. But I am the goddess of arbitration. I've done this countless times during the past 1,000,000 years. Falnemes charged, and Krina raised her great sword in front of her chest, preparing to thrust it forward. Struggled to follow the conversation between the demon god's tail, Kubel, and Falnemes, but he knew that he had to help Krina. Greater demonic deities that stood in front of Kubel and the demon god's tail. I'll avenge my brother, Shia growled, rage apparent in her tone. Alan, we must not retreat. That is my order. She glared at Bask as he removed demon sword Onuba from Bika's corpse, then turned to Kubel, who was still doing his strange dance in front of the demon god. The beast princess quietly walked forward. Alan, I'll support her, Cecil said, readying her spells. Lord Alan, your order, please, Sophie requested from beside the summoner. Yeah, this is great and all, but we're running if things get hairy. His grimoire once again popped up in front of him with another alarming notification. The grimoire flipped through its pages by itself and stopped at the messages section. All these messages I'm getting makes it feel like spam. When Alan was Kenichi, he had gotten familiar with emails and the like that had used keywords such as only you followed by lucrative rewards or prizes. Back in his previous life, he had regarded such messages as spam and fraud, but this time around, it seemed highly unlikely. We were fighting a tough battle, but now, with Ramon Hammond joining the fray, the situation is dire, hopeless, even. It's Kubel who bought us time, but he's not the only one who has. Ever since the demon god's tail had awoken and Falnemes and Kubel had begun conversing with it, Alan had been checking up on the battle to the north of Patlanta. Macris and the others had successfully defeated 13 demonic deities, and Pelomas and Biko had also slain one together. All in all, their hard work had rewarded Alan with so much XP that he had gained 14 levels in one go. He was now LVL 107. And if I beat that demon god in front of me, I'll gain 100 levels at once. How high will my stats go? The summoner also saw that Prostia's first Imperial army, stationed 10 kilometers south of the battlefield, was heading north to assist the Alan and Hero armies. No longer did the summoner have any reason to hesitate. Attention Alan army, he declared using Bird F. The demon god is being resurrected. We're switching plans. All forces retreat. Fall back. He spoke confidently to his forces, and as soon as he finished giving his order, Macris appeared in front of him. Kubel, the King Mead Angel A. seethed. The greater demonic deity was still dancing by the feet of the writhing demon god's tail, and the former first angel rushed toward him. Simultaneously, Helmios and his party, Sacred, also appeared atop the flower stile. Maruru had come with them to help, expertly maneuvering her hurricane golem, Tam Tam, which was in dolphin mode. My oh my, Kubel said, narrowing his eyes behind his mask as he watched Macris charge at him. It's been a while, hasn't it, Macris? The Angel A increased his speed and immediately sent out a whirlwind of kicks and punches, but Kubel guarded himself with one arm while continuing his dance, being careful not to get stepped on by the demon god's tail. True to his sobriquet of being the strongest greater demonic deity, Kubel was relaxed during the fight. Wow, even Hero Helmios is here. Kubel cackled. Did your defensive line in the north crumble, Alan? Did you want to save your friends, the main firepower of your forces, before they were all mercilessly slaughtered? It's a logical choice, fitting for someone like you. Maybe I underestimated you, and you were able to somehow crush our forces in this short amount of time. Though, if that's what happened, I should probably apologize. No need. Just worry about your own life, Alan replied, refraining from providing intel to Kubel. Should I have called them from the start? No, I only think that because I've got hindsight now. Besides, we defeated the demonic deities in the north, and then my strongest allies got here safely. Alan used Bird A's awakened ability, Homing Instinct, to teleport the hero army's main forces to the flower style only after learning that the first Imperial army of Prostia, led by Ignamesu, would be heading to the northern battlefields of Patlanta. You must not aim for needless glory and attempt to defeat the enemy general, Alan commanded through Bird F's messenger. Bolster your defenses and head south. He ordered the remaining Alan and Hero army troops as the Golem squad formed a square shield to guard their allies behind them. Ranged attackers used arrows and spells to keep the monsters at bay while slowly retreating south. With Prostia's first Imperial army, Cecil asked, "Will you have them retreat here?"
"Yup," Alan replied.
"If they can make it all the way back to the capital, the Second Imperial Army can offer their aid, and they can probably hold down the fort for a while. Which means we need to defeat that sea monster in the meantime." "Wait, then what will we do if we can't beat it?" "Are you thinking about moving the merfolk somewhere else?"
"Bingo.
Lives can't be replaced after all. Even if this massive crystal flower is destroyed, without merfolk, the Demon Lord army can't do a thing." "Please don't say that," Sophie said, her face filled with grief and sorrow. "If the crystal flower is destroyed, I'm certain that the people of the Empire will be devastated. While they might survive, they will have to spend the rest of their lives shouldering the regret of having abandoned their city. I can't let them be shackled by such an act of cruelty." Much like how the elves of Rosenheim treasured the World Tree, the merfolk loved the crystal flower more than anything. Rosenheim and the World Tree, Bakis and the Tower of Tribulation, and Prostia and the Crystal Flower. As the summoner traveled the world, he had come to learn that every massive nation had a symbol of its own. Right when Alan began giving orders to his allies who were busy fighting the three greater demonic deities, a member of Sacred stepped forward. 50 years ago, Dverg had fought the Demon Lord army. Their clash had led to the disappearance of his wife, Clasis. Ever since, he had called her name and charged into battle in search of vengeance against his enemies. He had not been a merfolk for long, but he was already used to his new body and the unique environment they lived
in.
He opted to swim instead of walk and kick instead of jump, creating his own current to use to his advantage as he fought. Only an experienced fighter like him could master the merfolk form in such a short amount of time. The researcher could not stop the eyeball monster from floating forward and thrusting its tentacles straight toward Dverg. The warrior smashed the tentacles with his blade, then used the water current to swim forward. Following the tentacles, he approached the eyeball monster, only to glide past it and close in on Shinorom. He swung his blade at the researcher, but a metallic clang rang out. His attack had been parried by an exoskeleton with a metallic luster. "Commander Shinorom, you should fall back," Bildigo advised. "You haven't modified your body yet. You'll die." The beetle unfurled his front leg and swung it at Dverg, who instinctively placed his sword in front of him to defend the attack before being blown back. The damage he took was heavily reduced thanks to buffs he had received from Vesta, a Holy Knight King in Sacred, who had teleported along with her party. She used to have the 3-star talent, Holy Knight, but had received a class promotion and become a 4-star Holy Knight King, which allowed her to support her allies and cast buffs on them. Effects of Holy Light Shield plus 10% evasion. "Alan, you really need to cut it out," Rosetta snapped, angrily making her way over to the summoner. She was now a merfolk as well. "You suddenly make us change shape, throw us at a horde of monsters, and even teleport us into this gathering of freaks. What in the world is wrong with you?" Rosetta hurled her multitude of complaints at the summoner, not caring that they were in the middle of a battle. Alan, for his part, did not lock eyes with her and instead turned to Helmios and asked for his help. The hero had joined Dverg in his fight against Shinorom and Bildiga, who was protecting the researcher. He noticed Alan's persistent glares and managed to slip away from the battle and over to his party member. "Hey, stop ignoring me," Rosetta demanded. "Look at me and say something, would you?" Helmios could only flash a wry smile as the summoner continued ignoring Rosetta and shot glances at him. "Today's the day I teach this brat the ways of the world. We can do that later. I want you to steal an anklet from that bulky guy." He pointed at Bask, who was fighting Dagora with breathtaking speed and force. Rosetta spotted an anklet on the greater demonic deity. "Please," Helmios replied. "As long as he's wearing that anklet, Dagora's got no shot at winning." Rosetta pondered for a moment, glancing between Alan, who refused to meet her gaze, and Dagora, who was valiantly fighting Bask. She finally sighed some bubbles of resignation. "I'll remember this, Alan. Robber hands," she muttered. She activated her extra skill, and her body began to waver as if it were in a heat haze. A moment later, she was clutching a glimmering anklet. Alan watched as Bask froze in surprise. Dagora took his chance and whirled horizontally, swinging Kagutsuchi. But Bask possessed astounding intuition. Even while looking away, he managed to use his Orichalcum greatsword to block Kagutsuchi, then slide his blade along the axe before kicking Dagora away. He quickly righted himself and charged back in, implying that Bask had been weakened, albeit only slightly, thanks to Rosetta stealing his anklet. I knew Rosetta was amazing when she stole the skill that negates our buffs from Goldino, the final floor boss of the Rank S dungeon, but if she can easily steal gear from a greater demonic deity, it feels like nothing is impossible for her. She's already been a huge help in this battle too. Rosetta looked a bit annoyed and touch-weary because of Alan, who was impressed with her, but she said nothing more, merely swimming back to her party. Just then, merfolk knights approached the battle, headed by a spear-wielding merfolk.
Emperor Inyamazu.
Alan shouted back. "You even brought your royal guards with you?" Internally, the summoner was exhausted. Even if Ignamesu and his royal guards were here as promised, they would hardly be of any use on the battlefield. Yeah, this changes nothing. Like, at all. Did Ignamesu give out some orders, then grab these guys and rush over here? There must be some powerful enemies in the center of Patlanta. "Of course," Ignamesu replied. "I am a man of my word. And when did a monster like that appear? And are those people fighting our allies?" "Look,"
Alan shouted.
First Angel Merus just came down, transformed the heroes above water into merfolk, and rushed to our aid. Stunned for a moment, but he quickly readied his spear and glared at the demon god's tail. "That's reassuring," he cheered. "Does that mean that that thing is the sea monster? Are Lord Merus's forces fighting the demon lord army?" "I'm terribly sorry, Emperor Ignamesu," Alan cried, acting as desperate as possible. "The situation has changed. Please give me some time before I can explain." Ignamesu needed a minute to process the situation, and Alan used that time to give more orders to Merus, who was trying to find an opportunity to attack. "Focus on defending," he said. "I want you to protect everyone, myself included." "Wait, what?" Cecil cried. "What are you thinking?" Alan turned to Merus, and the Angel A immediately understood the summoner's intentions. He swiftly switched gears and attacked Bildiga, Bask, and Ramon Hammond in turn. The three greater demonic deities tried to shoot him down, but he was too quick. He attacked, then immediately fled, moving on to the next deity. No one could keep up with his agility, and, because of his strength, he could not be ignored.
"Oh,
buying time?" Kibble asked, noticing the change in Alan's plan. "Did something nice happen?" Alan ignored the taunt and calmly gave out commands, glancing at his grimoire whenever he had the chance. Then, finally, the message he had been waiting for appeared, and he struck a quick victory pose. "Analysis of the Holy Bee Stone has finished. I mean, they sent 2 messages about that stone and made me wait this long. It's gotta be something good, right? This is what I've been buying time for, after all." Alan excitedly waited for more logs to pop up on his grimoire's pages. "Negotiating? And I get notified of that?" Just then, another line popped up in his grimoire. Alan could only stare in astonishment when more text popped up, this time more lifeless and monotonic, the logs that he was used to seeing.
Oh.
Can I use the Holy Beast Stone now? Frankly, though, I don't actually know what that means. The summoner could not hide his excitement, but his joy reached new heights when he saw a new message.
Huh?
What? Cecil asked with a jolt. What are you shouting for all of a sudden? That appeared in his grimoire, lost in pensive thoughts. To normally summon a rank S summon, I need holy orb points, huh? If it's defeated or deleted in the future, I'll need holy orb points to create another one, but I guess I get a freebie this time around. So I'll summon my Fish S, of course.
Come on out, Fish S.
Wait, you've got a name already, don't you? You have created a Fish S summon. The moment that log popped up, a card with the letter S appeared in front of Alan's eyes. He did not think twice about grabbing and using it. Ah, I'll protect the merfolk, Macris shouted. Even though he was now Fish S, he kept his same childish mannerisms from when he had been the Holy Fish.
F-T-I-H-N.
Alan was familiar with a few types of whale from when he had been Kenichi. He gazed up at the Fish S and saw that his summon closely resembled a blue whale, its colossal body measuring over 100 meters long. Aren't whales mammals? Not sure if they can be classified as fish. Then again, I've got a frog as an insect-type summon, so it is what it is. I ought to thank the Heavenly Realm staff and Pelomas. I've got possession of the Holy Beast Stone now, but I wonder if I'll have to follow a similar process to unseal the rest of my summons. During the demonism debacle, Fire Goddess Freya had lent a hand, and this time, Water Goddess Aqua and the angels were helping out. Did Macri follow in Maris's footsteps when he became a summon? If so, do the rest of my potential rank S summons need to die before they can become mine? A new summon, Cubel remarked. Is this the ace up your sleeve? Or did they butt in? Alan could not read the expression behind the mask, but Cubel seemed completely relaxed. Until now, only Merus had been able to go toe-to-toe with transformed greater demonic deities. Krina and Dagora, despite being in extra mode, barely had room to attack, and the same went for Maruru and her Hurricane Golem. They were forced to stay on the defensive, and even that was a challenge. That's right, Alan replied. This is my trump card to change the tide of battle. I'll make you and that croaking frog behind you regret ever being here for this battle. He pointed at the demon god's tail, writhing behind Cubel. In response, the greater demonic deity shrugged. Good grief, he said with an exaggerated sigh. Seriously, Alan, you have no tact. You should really be more perceptive. Watch and listen to the world around you. Study some more. Alan ignored that insult, but internally, he was annoyed. I'd like to end your playful tone right here and now.
But
enough of that. I should get to analyzing. He gazed down at his grimoire to check the status of his Fish S. 5 abilities and 3 awakened abilities. Rank S doesn't disappoint. And flight? Can Macri fly when he's on land? Alan tried his best to come up with ways to use Fish S's abilities to win this fight. The team fighting in the north doesn't have the effects of Royal Guard, he said. If they're in range, can you cast it on them? The titanic white whale whirled on the spot, creating tiny, glowing bubbles in the center of its little dance. The bubbles shot out and surrounded not only Maruru, Helmios, and Sacred, but everyone in the northern region of the imperial capital as well. Geez, that's one crazy area of effect. He's as strong as he was when he was a holy fish. Unexpected, but definitely a pleasant surprise. Alan confirmed the increase to his allies' stats and hastily sent his bird F over when he saw the bubbles make their way to the battlefield in the north. The soldiers were still heading south, and when the bubbles touched them, they enjoyed a boost in stats as well. Unfortunately, however, some were surprised by the sudden appearance of the bubbles and tried to shake them off. This is a buff from my summon, Alan reassured them through Bird F's awakened ability, Messenger. Please remain on the defensive in this battle. He turned his attention back to the fight at hand and decided to test out the rest of Fish S's abilities. Since Macri is a fish-type summon, I expect them all to be supporting abilities. Fine. Glittering, snow-like particles, even finer than the earlier bubbles, blew from the spout on Fish S's head. The sparkling snowflakes flew straight up before scattering in all directions in a beautiful arc, creating a dazzling umbrella of snow. Isn't a whiteout an actual weather condition? Like when snow gets kicked up into the air and makes it hard to see. Anyway, Macris follows orders really well. Is he bound by a contract after becoming one of my summons? Macris might also blatantly look reluctant at times, but he still always listens to my orders. Alan blurted out commands, speaking to Macris as one of his summons instead of as the Holy Fish. The summoner cracked open his grimoire and checked his friend's statuses, but no change could be seen.
Huh?
Does it affect enemies' stats instead? Alan, who possessed over 10,000 intelligence, quickly came up with a few guesses, and he activated Bird E's awakened ability, Farsight, to observe the battlefield in the north. It became clear that the golem squad standing on the front line was taking less damage. While the golems boasted sturdiness that could resist water pressure, they were not impervious to it. If they were not in dolphin mode, they moved sluggishly, and the monsters had used that disadvantage to land critical hits on them. Now, though, the Demon Lord army was struggling to critically strike. I get it. Whiteout's a debuff that lowers enemy crit rates. When Alan turned back to the battle in front of him, he noticed that while Basque, Bildiga, and Ramon Hammond continued to overpower his allies, their attacks had lost some of their edge. Basque, in particular, was showing his impatience and irritation. Fish-type abilities are really something. Pesky light, Bildiga muttered, breaking his silence as he finally folded his front legs once more. Ramon Hammond, lend me a hand. We'll kill Falneems and that human girl. Their two heads nodded, and they kicked away Shia, who had been fighting them. Then they charged at Krina and the goddess of arbitration. The duo was busy launching attack after attack at the demon god's tail, but Falneems quickly noticed that the greater demonic deity was now targeting them. Ramon's forearms summoned manospheres, and the goddess dodged the attack. Hey! Krina shouted angrily. Don't get in our way. The moment Krina locked eyes with Ramon Hammond, Bildiga approached her without a sound. The beetle unfurled one of its jagged front legs, tripling its length, and used it to strike both Krina and Falneems from their blind spot. Ramon Hammond used that chance to close in and attack. Meanwhile, Alan hastily turned to his fishes. Freeze cannon! Macris yelled, opening his humongous jaw wide and summoning a glowing magic circle in front of him. Straight at Ramon Hammond with impressive speed. However, the two-headed greater demonic deity had no blind spots. Ramon's 4 mana-filled arms blocked the chunk of ice, and Hammond's 4 then shattered it. You got it! Freeze cannon! Macris yelled back, firing off a second and third shot. The same attack. How boring, Ramon declared. Your moves are meaningless if they can't hit me. Ramon placed her 4 arms together and created an enormous manosphere. Her attack shot out toward Freeze Cannon, effectively canceling it out. You're right, Ramon, Hammond added. If we're not in its path, we've got nothing to fear. Hammond used his long, live legs to nimbly step out of the way of the 3rd Freeze Cannon bullet. In this world, spells don't have a 100% hit rate, and if they don't hit, the enemy won't take any damage. If you can hit a vital area, the enemy will be damaged more than usual. Resistance and elemental types also affect damage. Macris's Endow element will be vital for this battle. Come on, make their weakness ice already. I've been trying, Macris grumbled. They have high intelligence, it seems. Alan did not respond and instead decided to test more of Fish S's abilities. I've got Royal Aura and Shooting Star left. They both sound like buffs. Alright, let's start with Royal Aura. It's an awakened ability, so I've got high hopes. Royal Aura, Macris bellowed. His body instantly emitted a beam of white light, blinding Alan. Returned, and he felt a powerful surge of power fill his body. What in the world? What effects does this ability have? He quickly scanned his grimoire to check any change in stats. Effects of rank S summon Macris' Royal Aura. Alan followed a hunch and checked the battle in the north of the Imperial capital. The Alan and Hero armies had stopped heading south, and were battling the monsters. Thanks to sharing with Bird E, the summoner could see that the armies had finally met up with the First Imperial Army, and they were successfully pushing the monsters back. When Alan turned back to the battle in front of him, he noticed that the no-life gamers and Sacred, who had been fighting the 3 greater demonic deities, were moving more nimbly and confidently than before. All it took was one awakened ability to vastly improve our situation. Alan smiled happily and requested that Macris use his last ability. Shooting Star, come on, hit them. Macris shouted. A hexagram appeared on each of Ramon Hammond's chests. It's like a marker indicating where to hit them. Alan used his intelligence to its fullest while monitoring the battle. Sir Alan, I've successfully used Endow Element, Maruz informed him. And it looks like we're locked on, so let's try using Freeze Cannon again, Alan said. Ice began to form, with sharp cracking sounds ringing through the water. Thanks to Royal Aura increasing intelligence, Macris was able to summon a terrifying pillar of ice that shot out toward Ramon Hammond.
Ramon.
Dodge that attack. Cubel commanded the moment the ice was fired. Ramon Hammond quickly followed that order, with Hammond running as fast as he could to dodge the straight line that Freeze Cannon moved in. The greater demonic deity evaded the attack handily, but when the ice moved past its target, it immediately turned toward them. One could only assume that its absurd trajectory was it homing in on its target. A moment later, the ice struck Hammond's chest, piercing through him. Hammond quickly tried to remove the ice with his 4 arms, but they turned to ice. The freezing cold then spread, extending to his chest, shoulders, stomach, neck, and waist.
No. Ramon Gaspat.
We're the strongest demonic deity there ever was. Lord Shinorom said that our power is on par with the 6 great demon gods. Hammond cried. How can this attack beat us? The 2 heads screamed, but the frost was relentless. Eventually, the greater demonic deity was frozen completely solid, and they then shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Huh! Macris cheered, his triumphant battle cry echoing throughout Patlanta. I see.
Al-Mutat.
That ability shaves away at the enemy's HP and then finishes them off. Well, that's 1 down. Gained 5 levels at once and felt his stats rise considerably, but there was no sign of him gaining access to any new skills. But hey, there's still greater demonic deities left. On to the next one. He licked his lips greedily, searching for his next target, when he locked eyes with Cubel. The heavenly realm sure knows how to meddle, Cubel muttered from behind his mask. That was some impressive power. But, well, it's too late. Cubel smirked, and Alan realized that the demon god's tail had stopped writhing. It was now curled up on the ground. Chapter 9. The Demon Lord's Ardent Wish and the Demon God's Tail. The demon god's tail quietly raised its head, revealing a pair of large, crimson eyes that gave off an eerie glow. Then, it opened its large mouth so wide that it practically unhinged its jaw. Using its 4 legs, it slowly raised its enormous monkfish body off the ground. It stared at Alan and his allies while lifting its left leg high in the air, and when it swung down, a crack spread through the crystal flower style. Cuplis, is that what you wished for? Falmemes asked. It is. Cubel replied quietly, no longer dancing. If I don't do this, nothing will change. Cuplis. Alan thought, I've been the manservant of a noble house, attended the academy, and traveled the world, but I've never heard that name before. Is it Cubel's real name? And are those 2 acquaintances?
Cut.
My mission, the 100 levels that I can gain. We'll beat the demon god before it has a chance to move.
Alan shouted.
Boom. Fish S rammed into the monster, and the impact of the 2 gigantic forces colliding sent shockwaves through the water. A second later, seawater began being sucked into a vacuum of space. Everyone aside from Cubel, Falmemes, and Krina was pulled in by the current, and they all shifted their gazes to the ground, trying their best to brace themselves and fight against the flow of the water. Eahar. The demon god's tail let out an agonized roar. Alan raised his head and saw that Macris had chomped down on the demon god's tail's throat.
Crack.
Crack. The demon god's tail flashed a look of anguish as its dark, red-bane-covered body squirmed and wriggled. Bildiga,
Bask.
stop that summon, Kubel ordered. The two greater demonic deities acted at once, moving so nimbly that it seemed as if the shock wave hadn't affected them in the slightest. However, Bildiga's jagged front leg and Bask's orichalcum greatsword barely left a scratch on Fish's. With a single shake of his body, Macris pushed the greater demonic deities away. They regained their balance with ease, still standing atop the flower style, but Bask's left arm was broken, and Bildiga's metallic exoskeleton was covered with scrapes and cracks. I knew it. These greater demonic deities don't stand a chance against Macris. Then again, I figured that out when he used his ability to defeat Ramon Hammond. I guess this is the power of a rank S summon. Alan excitedly opened his grimoire to check Macris' status. Macris' current stats /U. Support, but due to his high rank, his allies' buffs such as Blessing of the Sovereign of Spirits, and the effects of his own abilities like Royal Guard and Royal Aura, he was able to easily overpower a greater demonic deity. Furthermore, one of his 3 awakened abilities was sealed, meaning that he was not yet at full strength. This was beyond exciting for Alan. That thing's practically a minor deity, Shinorom exclaimed. I don't want to fight that. The pair vanished courtesy of a teleportation magic circle, and immediately after, Dverg's blade swung through the water, where they had just been. Damn, Shinorom ran. Oh well, I think our armies can handle the battle in the north now. Alan glanced at a clearly frustrated Dverg while checking on the status of the war. Bird gazed down at the fight and saw that the Alan and Hero armies, along with 1st Imperial Army of Prostia, were being protected by the golems as they methodically took down monsters. Macris' royal aura was helping both there and in the battle against the greater demonic deities. Humph. Meruz grunted as he sprouted 6 wings. He swiftly dodged Bask's blade, then punched the greater demonic deity in the stomach.
Gah!
Hey, you ain't half bad. Groaning in pain, Bask tried to swing his orichalcum greatsword down on Meruz's head. The Angel expertly defended himself before delivering a roundhouse kick to his opponent, pushing him back. Meruz's current stats /U. The no-life gamers' backliners were able to land all of their attacks thanks to Macris' shooting star. What in the world? Cecil gasped with surprise while casting her ice spells. I can't believe it. Though Bildiga did his best to swiftly dodge her attacks, the ice followed him as if it were being sucked in by the hexagram on his body. Sophie's spells, cast with the help of spirits, also chased Bildiga down until they hit their mark. Effects of Shooting Star. Spells aren't surefire hits in the world, after all. The speed of the chant, cooldown, and the enemy's movements all have to be kept in mind when activating one. But this battle was not tipping solely in Alan's advantage. The demon god's tail used its front left leg to push Macris down.
Boom.
The ability, fired from close range, pierced the demon god's tail's throat. If we want to crush Kubel's plan, speed is vital. The longer this battle draws out, the greater the risk of him trying something funny. But I guess we can't change the element of the demon god's tail. What element is it anyway? Alan had ordered Meruz to use Endow element on the demon god's tail, but to no avail. Perhaps it was of the evil element like Bask. Please time your attacks with ours. Helmios nodded, then immediately turned to his party and gave out orders. Now was the time for the teamwork they had practiced in the rank S dungeon to shine. The 2 parties swiftly got ready, and Dverg was first to attack. Once Dverg managed to sink his great sword into Bildiga's metallic body, Cecil's and Sophie's spells homed in on the wound and struck true. Maruru changed Tamtam's right arm into a massive cannon, and Meruz, Krina, Dagora, and Shia attacked Bask from 4 different directions at once. The moment Bask took up a defensive stance, Alan used Bird A's awakened ability, Homing Instinct, and teleported his allies away to a safe distance. Bask was now open for a direct attack, and Tamtam fired its Void Element beam, which had the bare minimum effect on the evil element. Gah! Bask roared, his crimson body staggering as he took a direct hit from the beam. Right when Macris pounced on the head of the demon god's tail, the monkfish frozen in place by Freeze cannon, Hero Helmios swung his sword. But the orichalcum greatsword did not sink into the forehead of the demon god's tail. The tip of the blade stopped just short of the monkfish, and Helmios furrowed his brow in confusion. The holy element can't damage that thing? It's not even frozen by the freeze cannon. Looks like you had the wrong red, Alan, Kubel jeered. What's going on?
Alan demanded.
The demon god's tail has the immortal element. I hope you learned something today. Kubel doesn't even call that monkfish Axilian like Falnemes did. And I've never heard of that element before. An immortal element exists? Such terrible manners, Alan. Kubel scolded. Since I answered your question, you should thank me and say that you've learned something new.
Oh, dear.
You really don't understand what you've gotten yourself into, do you? Kubel slumped his shoulders, but Alan ignored him and turned to his friends. The no-life gamers and Sacred quickly got into formation to attack Bildiga, Bask, and the demon god's tail. Bildiga, with purple bodily fluids seeping into the water and enveloping him like mist, continued to dodge the countless ice spells Cecil hurled at him. However, just as the ice turned to follow him, he suddenly stopped moving. I've been searching for ages, but I see now. This is the answer. He muttered. The shards of ice were crushed by a pair of fists encased in mana that glowed an ominous gold. Bildiga, look at the sorry state you're in, a voice called. As a member of the 6 great demon gods, you should be ashamed. Appearance. 2 horns sprouted from his forehead, and he was donning a black mantle. Alan could not hide his surprise upon hearing Bildiga thank the newcomer. Wait, Ardo? The Ardo. The one who's in charge of the entire Demon Lord army. Huh, Bask grumbled. Can't believe the 6 great demon gods in charge of attacking the heavenly realm are butting in here. Handed Demon Sword Anyuba over to him. Does he think that we can't be trusted to handle this battle by ourselves? Kubel asked quietly. No, you misunderstand, Ardo replied. This has always been our Lord's plan. He simply did not let you in on it. Another magic circle appeared, emitting a dangerous glow, and a man with crimson hair and eyes emerged, standing proudly. He gazed around in a daze for a while, but when Bildiga, Ardo, and the other greater demonic deities knelt on the ground, he slowly walked forward. With every step he took, the pitch-black mantle he wore over his crimson hair and naked torso gently fluttered behind him. It looked as though he were walking through a quiet, grassy plain, into a gust of wind. Can demons survive underwater? Or are they wearing gear with Goddess Aqua's blessing like Pelomas? Alan knew from having checked Pelomas' status that the merchant was wearing a bracelet that allowed him to breathe underwater. Meanwhile, the demon man approached Bildiga, who was kneeling with his head held low, then gazed down at the beetle and parted his lips. I'm surprised to see you so backed into a corner, he said. I'd heard that the new hero was born recently, but he seems to be quite the opponent.
Yeah.
He's probably the Demon Lord. Personally graced us with his presence. And yet, the summoner could hardly process what he was seeing. He barely had any information, and even the 5-continent alliance knew next to nothing about the man in question. The Demon Lord army had left the Forgotten Continent, where the demons lived, and so, people had assumed that the Demon Lord was a demon, but that was
all.
Not once had he ever attempted to contact the 5-continent alliance or even humanity, and his identity had been shrouded in mystery until now. Even Macris, the former First Angel, had suspected that the Demon Lord was a demon since, historically, many Demon Lords had been, but that was where his intel stopped. If this man with scarlet hair was truly the Demon Lord, he was the very man who had been relentlessly attacking humanity and the 5-continent alliance without ever uttering a word, slaughtering tens of millions of people and spreading fear throughout the world. Alan quietly glanced around and could tell that the rest of his party, Sacred, and Ignamesu and his royal guards had an inkling of the crimson-haired man's identity. Demon Lord, Kubel yelped with shock. May I ask why you're here? And why are the 6 great demon gods with you? What's going on, my lord? Despite his panicked tone, his demeanor was cheery as he approached the Crimson Man. But sire, if you aren't clear with your intentions, it will catch me off guard, Kubel replied. After all, I am the strategist.
Yes.
Indeed. As they say, To deceive your enemies, you must first deceive your allies. And I admit, there may be a traitor among us. No one could tell if Kubal was playing dumb, or if he was truly surprised that the demon lord had come here. He turned to gaze at the frozen demon god's tail, and Kubal hastily reported back. I'm terribly sorry. I was just so surprised that I failed to report back in a timely manner. Ahem. As you can see, the demon lord crossed his arms quietly, and Kubal did a little twirl. The last holy beast stone was stolen by Alan and his friends over there, the greater demonic deity muttered. Because of them, the demon lord's tail is in a very unstable state. He pointed right at Alan, and the summoner could hardly respond in time.
Hey, don't make this about me.
Alan feared that the demon lord would turn to him, but the Crimson Man kept his back turned toward Kubal and Alan as he gazed up at the demon god's tail. Is this part of your plan as well? He asked. You mentioned that the holy beast stone was necessary to control the demon god's tail. Well, yes, it is necessary, Kubal stammered. Ramon Hammond screwed up. The demon lord suddenly whirled to face Alan. He stared quietly at the summoner with his crimson eyes, and Alan reflexively looked away. However, he felt that he needed to utilize his intelligence, which was over 10,000, to further understand the head of the demon lord army. Unless he could find out who this man was, what went through his mind, and why he had come here, the summoner would have no chance of winning. The Crimson Man did not answer, instead simply sizing Alan up. Alan's party, Helmios, Ignamesu, and even the greater demonic deities froze as they watched on. Silence fell over the scene, and the seconds felt like an eternity. Slowly but surely, Alan realized that something felt off. Is the demon lord different from what I expected? No, he's basically exactly how I thought he'd be. Then what's this feeling? What makes him different? Why does he feel odd somehow? Something's different, I'm sure of it. When Alan was Kenichi, he had played a myriad of games that had a demon lord. The character had almost always exuded dignity and spoken in a haughty tone. The demon lord in front of his eyes was exactly as he had envisioned, but something just did not sit right with him. In a nutshell, this demon lord creeped him out. The summoner did his best to determine the cause behind that eeriness and snuck glances at the silent demon lord, who crossed his arms in front of him. Are you Alan? The demon lord asked, suddenly breaking the silence. The demon lord looked puzzled for a moment.
Who?
I see. You wish to know my name, do you? Well, if I recall, you called yourself Alan, the summoner of the beginning. If so, I suppose I am Zeldias, the demon lord of the end. Wait, what? He gave me his name just like that? Why didn't he do this years ago? Because it wouldn't have worked in his favor? Well, whatever the reason, I guess his name's Zeldias. I see. Zeldias turned his back to Alan and slowly walked toward the demon god's tail. Where do you think you're going? Alan hastily asked, the demon god standing at death's door. Or are you going to fight us, demon lord Zeldias? The hero this time is different from the ones in the past. The demon lord conversed with the summoner as he headed for the frozen demon god's tail, but he did not look back a single time. I don't know what you're up to, but don't think I'll just sit back and watch.
Alan shouted.
Macris, freeze cannon. I'm up. Freeze cannon, Macris boomed. Fish-S, who was floating above Alan's head, opened his jaws wide in response to the summoner's command, creating a dazzling, white magic circle. A large pillar of ice shot out toward his target. The ice had been powerful enough to freeze the demon god's tail, but the demon lord did not so much as turn to face the attack. Gandira. Ardo, the towering commander with blue skin, barked. Use your iron defense to protect the demon lord. A greater demonic deity whose body had a dark gleam, presumably adamantite, stood up and stepped between the demon lord and freeze cannon.
Clang.
The tough body of the greater demonic deity acted as a shield that blocked the ice blade. When the metallic clang rang out, the ice shattered.
Eek. I should.
Cecil cried as she covered her ears. Alan's allies crouched down to avoid the flying shards of ice except for Dagora, Krina atop Falnemes, and Helmios. who braced themselves against it, grimacing at the unpleasant clatter. And yet, Gandhira and the other greater demonic deities showed no signs of following up on the initial attack. "His power is astounding," Ardo muttered. "My lord, please make haste. Should this continue, I'm unsure if even we can hold him off." Alan's sharp ears picked up Ardo's words, but the demon lord seemed as calm as ever, not once turning toward the summoner. "I'll finish this quickly," Zeldias replied. "Ardo, make sure I won't be interrupted." "Certainly, my lord," Ardo answered. "Everyone has heard the demon lord's order, I trust? Our lord's ardent wish will soon be fulfilled. Do not let a single one of these puny humans lay a finger on him." All the greater demonic deities, barring Kubal, Bask, and Gandhira, rose to their feet at Ardo's command. But one struggled to stand. "Bildiga, now's your chance to redeem yourself. Stand up with everything you've got," a greater demon deity with dark wings said. She cast a healing spell upon everyone. Evil full reverse. "Haha, you're a big help," Bask added. "You're cute and considerate." Bildiga's tough exoskeleton regenerated to the point that it looked as though it had never seen battle, and Bask was fully healed as well. "There are a lot of enemies, but let's maintain formation and fight," Alan said. "Huh." The moment Alan signaled the start of the battle against the greater demonic deities, Cecil fired her spells and Sophie unleashed her spirits at Mara, while Gandhira stood between them and used full counter. However, despite the increased number of enemies, Majestic paid them no heed. As the greater demonic deities clashed with Alan and his allies, the demon lord leisurely walked along without joining the fight. Meanwhile, hero Helmios stepped in front of one of the enemies. Alan watched the battle from above with bird eye and saw that Helmios's face was filled with unadulterated rage unlike anything he had ever seen before. "Ardo, my ears didn't deceive me," the hero growled. "Huh? Who the hell are you?" Ardo asked. "Do I know you? I don't recall being friends with the merfolk." During the Alan and Hero armies' joint training exercises, when Helmios had been in the Rank S dungeon, Majestic had shared any intel regarding the Demon Lord army with both groups. Helmios had been stunned by one of the reports he had given. The supreme commander of the Demon Lord army is a greater demonic deity by the name of Ardo, the angel A had shared. When they stole fire goddess Freya's divine vessel, that was how he introduced himself. "Oh, are you the hero Kubal mentioned before?" Ardo wondered aloud. "What was your name again?"
Ash, Hill.
Helmi, Alan, and everyone else had transformed into merfolk, and Ardo realized that Helmios was actually a different species who had taken on his fish-like form to fight underwater. Ardo, though facing the hero, simply tilted his head to one side and placed a hand on his chin. He made no attempt to grab the great sword slung across his back, instead merely standing there in pensive thought. "Helmios. I told you my name back then too," the hero said. "Demonic deity Ardo? I'm surprised you're not dead. I didn't know there was a supreme commander of the greater demonic deities."
"Huh?
Yes. Now I remember," Ardo replied. "Yes, I apologize for what I did back then. I was simply following Kubal's orders. That loss was a necessary one." So the boy from so long ago appears before me as a merfolk. No wonder I didn't notice. And you're still alive. Then I ought to avenge Gatson and my friends." No longer did Helmios have his usual gentle demeanor. His kindness had vanished, replaced with bloodlust, pure murderous intent. He squeezed the hilt of his orichalcum sword.
"Oh."
Ardo grinned as he noticed the fury being directed at him. "What will you do then?" "I'll kill you, of course. You'll never breathe again." Destructive explosions strike. Helmios roared. He let his feelings control his body as he rushed forth, his blade held tightly in his hand. "I've never seen a weaker attack in my life," Ardo shouted. "Have you forgotten the power of my sword? Inferno Blade." Ardo unsheathed his great sword, enveloped in dark flames, in one fluid movement, and readied himself to face off against Helmios.
Clang.
Metal clashed against metal, but it was clear that Supreme Commander Ardo was more powerful and held the advantage. He easily parried Helmios' attack, then used Inferno Blade in an attempt to slice Helmios in two, blade and all. The summoner had listened to their conversation and watched the battle unfold. Just in the nick of time, he managed to push Helmios out of the way of Ardo's attack. "Humph, dodged it, I see," Ardo muttered as he sliced through the crystal flower at his feet, his attack reaching the palace a few hundred meters away. Fortunately, all merfolk had long since evacuated the palace because a loud boom rang out as the building was devastated. At the same time, the Supreme Commander, in a display of his relaxed demeanor, watched Alan and Helmios roll along the ground before getting back to their feet.
"Saw the E. And thanks."
"You saved my life," Helmios said. "Don't try to shoulder everything on your own, Mr. Helmios," Alan replied. "I don't know what happened between you two in the past, but we should fight him together." "You're right. Sorry for acting by myself." "Don't be. This battle's just begun." Helmios slowly returned to his usual self. His Inferno Blade is just like the hero's extra skill. I wonder if Helmios got his hands on it by using Natural Gift when he saw Ardo busted out. Wait, the Demon Lords. Alan felt like he had finally uncovered how Helmios had gotten his God's Strike extra skill. After all, the hero had been blessed with 2 extra skills, and the second one was Natural Gift, which allowed him to copy any skill he so much as saw. Perhaps God's Strike was something he had taken from Ardo. When Alan dodged Ardo's attack, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Demon Lord move. Zeldias seemed completely indifferent to Helmios' rage and let the 6 great demon gods take care of the battle as he walked along the ocean floor toward the demon god's tail. Even Mara's healing magic had had little effect on the entity. It could only lie there limply and emit feeble groans. The Demon Lord looked up at it expressionlessly. "A tale you may be, but you're still a demon god, a former entity of the highest order within the heavenly realm, or so I've heard," Zeldia said. "And yet, you've been dealt substantial damage. I suppose the new hero isn't half bad." Fighting. The Demon Lord will soon have his wish granted. The Demon Lord kept his back to the Supreme Commander and took up a firm stance in front of the demon god's tail. He leaned back slightly and puffed out his stomach. In the center of his muscular abs, just above his belly button, a horizontal red line appeared. His stomach then split open along that line to reveal countless white teeth. Zeldias bent his knees slightly and braced his hips, causing several more rows of teeth to appear in the massive, gaping maw that was ready to consume anything in its path. "Gluttony," Zeldias muttered. Immediately, a whirlpool began to form around the demon god's tail. Its source was the large mouth on Zeldias' torso, open so wide that the Demon Lord's body threatened to split in two, which had begun to greedily suck up everything in front of it. It drew in the monkfish-shaped Demon Lord's tail, whose body was hundreds of times larger than the Demon Lord's. It felt its body being drawn in and quickly stood up, bracing itself on all fours and digging its claws into the flower style to try to resist the whirlpool. But its efforts were in vain, and its body stretched toward the gaping mouth. Then, with a large swoosh, it was sucked into the Demon Lord's mouth. Alan and his friends watched in utter disbelief. "Did you see that?" Cecil asked in a quavering voice as she clutched her staff. "What just happened?" Alan began to mutter to himself and tried to make sense of what he just saw. "Gluttony." The Demon Lord said gluttony. Maybe. When Alan was Kenichi, he had played several games that featured an ability to consume enemies. Because of that, he knew that it never led to anything good. Yeah, called it. And now the Demon Lord's acting weird. He turned to the Demon Lord, who was still facing the other way, and put his high intelligence to work. Zeldias kept his feet planted firmly in place, but as his body was no longer arched, it was clear that the mouth on his stomach had closed. He turned to face the ground, breathing so heavily that his shoulders heaved, and his crimson hair suddenly grayed at the roots, the color slowly spreading throughout the entire length of his tresses. I've gone past the limits of power," Zeldias exclaimed. "Is that what it feels to become a transcender? Have I become the Supreme Demon Lord?" Everyone froze in silence as the battles came to a screeching halt. The demon lord's quiet murmurings soon escalated into cries of joy. Before he could ask what that was, the demon lord's cape fluttered upward as though he were being punched by 1,000 fists. As I thought, without the holy beast stone, you can't control the demon god's power as you wish, Kubel said while rushing to his lord's side. Created a magic circle large enough for all the greater demonic deities. In a flash, they vanished. Krina and Falneem stood in place, staring at the spot the demonic deities had vanished from, and Alan turned to. Macris, I'm counting on you to head to the battlefield to the north, he said. Don't let the monsters escape.
Noted.
I'll clean up any remnants, Macris replied before disappearing. What's the demon lord's goal? Did he just want to consume the demon god? And what were his ramblings about a transcender about? Yeah,
Alan replied.
Pity that we couldn't kill the demon god, huh? I don't feel bad about that. Fel tried to save that person and turn them back into their normal self, but that demon lord got in the way. Her face twisted in a way that Alan had never seen before.
Huh?
Is she angry?
Huh?
Oh, that's right. We're gonna be fighting that demon lord from now on. I want to get stronger and stronger, and then I'll beat that demon lord. I mean, really beat him. Fel, and I will avenge that person we lost. Miss Krina? You're kinda scaring me. And your dear Fel went off on her own. He spotted the goddess of arbitration behind Krina. She slowly walked away before melting into space, leaving not a vestige of herself behind. Can't the future be changed? Falneem's murmured softly before she vanished. These words were cryptic to Alan, and he recalled the demon lord's earlier words. I feel like he said something like, I'm gonna be a transcender. I've got a bad feeling about all this. What does that mean, Krina? Sophie asked. Is Lord Alan a monster like the demon lord? Wait, the stable? Krina hasn't gone back to hardcore user island. Maybe she experienced something when she entered extra mode? And seriously, what's a transcender? That can't be. Cecil said, her face pale. Alan can't become the demon lord. Finally, a realization hit the summoner. You're right. I think transcender refers to hell mode. I see. I think I get it now. The demon lord resurrected the demon god so that he could enter hell mode. Alan's mind was moving a mile a minute. If people who weren't reincarnated like I was want to enter hell mode, do they have to consume a piece of the demon god? No, not anyone can just devour a deity. And I doubt that just anyone can use the gluttony skill. It's probably safe to assume that it's one of the demon lord's signature skills. He did mention that he ate a demonic deity before. Was that the condition to enter extra mode? He recalled Krina mentioning her conversation with Falneems at the stable. Maybe the goddess of arbitration can give me a hint or two. She called Kubel Cupless, and they seemed to know each other. But she's gone. He turned to Krina, who seemed to be lost in her thoughts, her face still twisted with anger. Krina, what else did you talk to the goddess of arbitration about while you were at her temple? He asked. Dagora had shared his story when he had entered extra mode, and perhaps Krina had gone through a similar experience. So, you went to a temple too? Dagora asked. Krina groaned. Wait. So the dragon god became its descendants. No, wait, there was a gate. I think a gate was involved. I'll take all the time in the world to hear you out later, Alan said before he turned to the merchant. I'll talk with you too, Pelomas. Krina groaned again, back off in her own world.
¿Qué?
Pelomas asked. Alan quietly watched as Pelomas pointed to Bika's corpse. The beast crown prince looked like a chunk of translucent crystal. Beside him stood Shia, his sister. It's a long story, but he saved my life, the merchant continued. He's the reason I'm here with you guys right now, and why I'm okay even after the effects of Mimic wore off on me. He gave me this bracelet. He showed off the bracelet with its light blue glimmer, and Keel nodded. Of course. I'll give it a go, he said, then headed towards Shia and the deceased Biko. Shia, can I? The beast princess grimaced. What are you planning? I'm going to try to resurrect him. Pelomas asked me to do so. Your brother saved him, apparently. My friend's savior is my savior too, and the brother of my friend is as good as my brother. I want to do everything I can. Shia stared at Keel, then at Pelomas, staying silent for a while. Eventually, she consented with a nod. Keel knelt by Bika's corpse, placed his hands high above his head, and chanted a prayer to the god of creation. O Lord Elmia, creator and protector of this world, this being has fallen in the face of the trial that you bestowed upon him. But if he possesses the courage to face your trial once more, please grant him power and life so that he may continue with his challenge. Drops of God. Keel activated his extra skill, and particles of light gathered in front of Bika's corpse. The light melted together, condensed into a small ball, and descended onto the corpse like a golden droplet, not once hindered by the seawater all around it. The moment the droplet touched upon Bika's corpse, his body began to crumble away. Bika! Shia screamed as she saw her brother disintegrate. She fell onto Bika's body and clutched him tightly, but the seawater swayed by her movements, scattered the tiny, translucent particles of her brother, reflecting the shimmer of the crystal flower. He couldn't be saved. Was his body just in such a horrific state that couldn't be repaired? Or, Drops of God had a success rate that depended heavily on one's intelligence. Thanks to class promotions, leveling up, and the sacred necklace that he had received from the Pope, Keel's extra skill had a 100% success rate. The fact that Bika could not be saved despite that implied that Kubal and Demon Sword Anyuba had landed a special attack on him, one that had prevented his revival. Cecil quietly hugged a trembling Shia from behind, and Sophie sadly watched on. Dagora had his back turned, but he tightened his grip on Kagutsuchi in frustration.
I am sorry. Allen mom oret.
There might have been a way to prevent this. Shia looked up, her eyes flashing with rage for a moment before she averted her gaze back to the ground. Then she jumped to her feet. Don't say that, Alan, she replied quietly. There was nothing any of us could have done back there. In her arms was the breastplate Bika had left behind. She squeezed it tightly, as though she were holding on to the disintegrated corpse of her brother. Shia, Prince Bika was a splendid man, Peloma said. He kept his promise to me. He picked up the golden knuckles and the holy orb of Quattro that lay at Shia's feet. Yeah, when we recovered these items, at first, Prince Bika didn't want to wear them. He staunchly opposed the idea and claimed that he wasn't worthy of them. So I said, we can't leave these here, but a merchant like me can't possibly protect them while we escape. Please wear them, Prince Bika, and keep them safe. And he did just that. Shia turned to Pelomas, whose face was scrunched with sorrow as he wept. Pelomas nodded, and he protected them, just like he said he would. He made sure they'd be safe until someone worthy could take them. He handed the knuckles and bracelet over to Shia. This was our first direct clash against the Demon Lord army, but we sustained more losses than I thought. The Alan and Hero armies were a combined force of 6,200 soldiers. A couple hundred had died during the battle that had lasted half a day. Granted, they had been up against 100,000 Demon Lord army troops, with a few demonic deities and rank S monsters peppered in, so perhaps more than 5,000 having survived was a testament to how well they had fought. As their commander-in-chief, what happened today is my responsibility. I'll have to give them burials befitting of their heroism, once I'm back on land. Alan turned to Helmios. The hero had faced Ardo, Kubal, and a myriad of other powerful enemies in the past, and he had lost many comrades in the process. No doubt he had gone through the same thought process as Alan countless times. Even so, he had cast aside his mask of anger and was rejoicing at the survival of his party members, smiling and showering them with words of praise. More than a century has passed since the birth of the Demon Lord.
Allen mutat.
How many lives had been lost since then? How many more would be lost before he was defeated? Kubal mentioned that he'd lived for many, many years. All for this very day, Cecil said from beside Alan, her remarks surprising him. He must have spent the past 100 years since the Demon Lord's birth coming up with an elaborate plan and doing everything in his power to make it a success. But that doesn't sound quite right. The Demon Lord's only like 100 years old. He hasn't been around for thousands of years. In many of the games that Alan had played during his time as Kenichi, a demon lord had always been a part of the game setting, and they had already been in their perfect form. The player character, usually the hero, had been born to defeat this enemy, but no matter how many side quests they completed, how much level grinding they did, or how much gear they collected, the demon lord patiently awaited them in a designated spot. The hero simply needed to head toward that goal. This world was different. Here, where deities seemingly lived for millennia, a mere 100 years seemed like a short lifespan for the demon lord, and he had just rejoiced at the fact that he had finally entered hell mode. In other words, he was still very young and in the process of maturing and growing. Did the demon lord army invade the central continent, Rosenheim, and Bakis, while avoiding the Galiatan and Garlesian continents, all for the demon god? They gathered souls for the demon god and needed to spread demonism, hence they didn't attack Galiad, and they made preparations to find a sacrifice to resurrect the demon god. Then what about Kubel? Was he the one advising the demon lord? Ignamesu and his royal guards approached Alan. Alec, what in the world is going on? Explain yourself. Alan recalled why he had come to Prostia and his goals within the Empire. This isn't over, you guys, he said. There's a lot we still need to do. His friends looked confused, but there was one person who picked up on his intentions before anyone else. Yeah, now that you mention it, there is, Helmios said, standing beside the summoner. Want me to help out? You think it's better to join on behalf of Jaiamut? Alan, you should really keep thoughts like that to yourself. Your Majesty, the demon lord army has invaded and resurrected the sea monster within the crystal flower, he reported. What? Ignamesu gasped. That thing was the sea monster? Then why did that demon defeat it? And who are these people? I'm terribly sorry, but I ask that you wait to hear the rest until the Prostia Empire regains its rightful sovereigns and you're in a prison cell where you belong. Ignamesu looked stunned for a moment, but he immediately readied his spear. Very well, but before I'm captured, I'll show you the power of the strongest spear in Prostia. Before even finishing a sentence, Ignamesu wound up and thrust his spear toward Alan's chest. Alan did not flinch, however, and grabbed it by the tip, stopping it in its tracks. The summoner ignored the stunned usurper, who held the spear in both hands, and easily moved the weapon away from his chest. He then rushed forward and buried his left fist into Ignamesu's stomach. The pain was so intense that he was certain one of his organs had been damaged. He released his weapon and fell to his knees. Just shut up and sit tight, Alan ordered, gazing down at the pitiful merfolk. Also, my name is Alan. Damn, that hurts. He used his skill, didn't he? The summoner crossed his arms behind him, but the palm of his right hand stung terribly. Ignamesu was the strongest in Prostia for a reason, it seemed, and it was foolish to have blocked his attack barehanded. Everyone stay where you are, Alan threatened. If you move so much as a muscle, he'll get it. Guys, could you grab them? The royal guards, now unable to move an inch, watched Dagora, Volmer, and Luke quickly restrain their former captain and current emperor after he had been so easily incapacitated. They handcuffed Ignamesu with adamantite, which was tougher than mithril. Alan and his friends then forced him to his feet and led him down the flower stile, keeping the Prostian soldiers in check all the while. The group headed to the annex, where Princess Rapsinal was taking refuge. Unlike the palace, which had sustained a blow from Ardo, the annex was unscathed. Thank you for capturing Ignamesu, Princess Rapsinal said with a deep bow. Now, we can reclaim our empire. Please take back control of the palace, Alan requested. Oh, of course. That is our duty as the imperial family. She looked a touch confused for a moment, but she turned to the group of all-female knights serving as her guards and expertly gave out orders. Chapter 10, Tears of the Holy Fish Macris. 3 days had passed since the battle, and Alan and his friends were called to the annex once more. With the palace having been half destroyed by Ardo, it had been decided that most of the governing would be conducted from the annex for the foreseeable future. Princess Rapsinal and her subjects had been able to clear out the members of the Ignamesu faction, mainly due to the fact that the merfolk himself was now in prison. We defeated the enemies we needed to, so I think we can draw our Prostia arc to a close. I just need to get my clear bonus for this level, and then we should be good, the summoner thought. As Alan had had time to ruminate on some ideas and been able to regain his composure, he began to think of the world as one huge video game again while walking down the hallway lined with knights. One of Princess Rapsinel's ladies-in-waiting guided him and his party.
Whoa.
What the hell? This is awesome, Luke cried as he tried to prank one of the knights. Don't do that, Luke. Fable, who took the form of a crab atop his head, scolded him. The dark elf boy stuck out his tongue, and Alan was glad to see that the boy was back to his usual energetic self. He seemed a little down after his first fight against the Demon Lord army, but guess I was worried for nothing. This way, please, the guide said, proceeding down the open double doors. The group was led into a lavish reception room with a large, oval table at its center. Princess Rapsinel sat directly in front, but Alan noticed a bunch of other ornately dressed merfolk standing to her right. Among them were the previous Empress Rapsinel's mother, Princess Carmine, and Duke Doriscarii. They each gave a slight bow before Alan and his party took their seats across from the merfolk. When the other high-ranking merfolk, presumably ministers, sat down as well, food was brought out. In this world, when you become a hero, you get summoned by the royal or imperial family to sit down and enjoy a meal, I guess. Alan looked at Princess Rapsinel, who sat to his right. She was on a long sofa rather than one of the round, backless stools everyone else was using. He snuck glances at her tail, which she had in lieu of a pair of legs. A princess's tail. Not all my questions have been answered. Why wouldn't Princess Rapsinel have worked? Alan had heard from Pelomas that Biko was killed at that concert stage 3 days ago because he had the blood of Garm, the god of beasts and the guardian of Albahal, flowing through his veins. That being the case, surely Princess Rapsinel, who had inherited the blood of Macris, the kin of water goddess Aqua, would have been a worthy sacrifice. But not even former First Angel Merus knew why Rapsinel could not have filled that role instead of Biko. I'll have to look into it. Just then, Cecil's iron claw assaulted Alan's left side. Alan, what are you staring at? Not at the princess's legs, I hope, she hissed. You wouldn't do something that rude, would you? The summoner was in more pain now than he had been after blocking Ignamesu's spear. He nodded as fast as he could while averting his gaze. Lady Cecil, Lady Sophie, Lady Shia, Sir Alan, and the rest of your friends, I'd first like to thank you dearly for saving Prostia from Ignamesu the rebel, Rapsinel said. You have helped us reclaim our empire. This hardly serves as a token of our gratitude for your heroism, but I've prepared the best dishes that Prostia has to offer. Please have a bite, and I do hope you can enjoy yourselves. The very moment the last word left the princess's lips, Krina outstretched both arms and stuffed her cheeks with food. She ate with incredible speed and gusto, chowing down without so much as stopping for breath. A personal waiter even tended to her needs thanks to Alan having mentioned beforehand about her voracious appetite. She ate so much that it was impressive, and Princess Carmine happily watched from across from her. Thanks to Princess Carmine's contributions to this whole ordeal, Crevel got upgraded from a vassal state to a nation that has friendly ties with Prostia. Her engagement to Doriscarii is going well too, so no wonder she's all smiles. I would also like to thank you on behalf of the Prostia Empire, Rapsinel said. If there's anything you wish for, I'm all ears. Do any of you have any desires? Please don't push yourselves, Alan immediately replied. I'm sure your treasury is empty because of Ignamesu. Also, I plan to present the water purification tool to you as a gift celebrating the start of your new empress's reign. Please use it however you'd like. That's an immeasurably valuable tool, a merfolk sitting across from him blurted out. Then stood up, swam over to Rapsinel, and whispered in her ear. Not only did they save our nation, but they're even giving us this item for free. It terrifies me to think of what they might ask us for in the future. For his part, Alan was more than happy to give them the magic tool and all 3 cores, valued at tens of millions of gold, free of charge as a celebratory gift. All he cared about was helping them rebuild their devastated empire as quickly as possible. Alan said, Our battle is far from over, and I'd like your help where possible. The summoner was a hero who had put a stop to the rebellion and even given the Empire an incredibly valuable magic tool. The nobles were nervous about Alan's requests. I see. Rapsenal mused. Very well. However, we cannot blindly agree to every single one of your whims. Could you be more specific, Sir Alan? Prostia is chock full of weapons, gear, and items that we need for the fight against the Demon Lord army, Alan replied. I'd like you to open the door for trade. Pelomas here will be in charge of that, so please hash out the details with him. Pelomas immediately stood up and bowed. I'm Pelomas of the Pelomas Whaling Company. I'm extremely honored to meet and support Her Majesty and the rest of the esteemed officials of Prostia. I hope we can maintain our friendly ties and build a long-lasting friendship. Thank you, Sir Pelomas, Rapsenal replied with a smile. I hope we can speak again at a later date. The Imperial Princess and the rest of the nobles looked surprised, but Rapsenal immediately gave her order. Bring Ignamesu here. Just as their meal ended, the knights brought out Ignamesu, his hands bound behind his back. His prison uniform was in tatters, a far cry from his gorgeous emperor's outfit, but he looked proud as ever. Ignamesu, Sir Alan would like to use your power against the Demon Lord army, Rapsenal said. I'll have you help us battle the Demon Lord army, which you faced a few days ago, Alan explained. Since you claim to be Prostia's strongest, I want you to use your spear skills against the monsters. Or would you rather stay in the Imperial capital's prison? I bet you'll probably get killed or imprisoned for life anyway. Why not stand on the front lines and fight with us? We've got an opening in the middle guard for you. Ignamesu bit his lip. Will you be a hero, or will you be reduced to a criminal who overthrew the Empire and accept your judgment? Alan asked. The choice is yours, but you have to make it now. Ignamesu raised his head and glared at the summoner. Are you sure you want me in your army? I might try to kill you in your sleep. You should keep one eye open. Yeah? Be my guest. By the time I'm finished with you, you'll wish you'd stayed in prison. Every one of Alan's words weighed heavily on Ignamesu, and he swallowed a nervous mouthful of water. He looked down at the floor as he mulled over his future, then slowly turned his gaze to Princess Rapsenal, who sat in the back, on the other side of the oval table. I'll become a hero, Ignamesu declared, and I'll return to Prostia with glory. Rapsenal, when that time comes, would you please give serious thought to marrying me? Are you out of your mind? Rapsenal cried, unable to hide her anger. Do you honestly believe I could ever forgive the man who killed my father? Ignamesu was undeterred. I don't think you'll forgive me. That's why I've decided to fight the Demon Lord army. If I die in battle, your empire will be saved from the trouble of executing me for my revolt. But I vow that I will return as a hero, as one who saved this world. Even Princess Rapsenal was at a loss for words, quietly ruminating over Ignamesu's bold claim. Everyone else was silent as well, leaving only the sound of Krina's voracious. I suppose Prostia is called the Nation of Love for a reason, Alan said, switching subjects. Not everyone can talk about love in this dire situation. Rapsenal narrowed her eyes and turned to the summoner. May I ask what you're implying? We actually came to this empire with several goals. One of them was to get a tier of the holy fish Macris, a legendary item that was mentioned in tales of the Prostia Empire. Pelomas here needs it as part of his quest for love. I'd greatly appreciate it if you could help out with his mission. I see. Very well. I shall speak with Sir Pelomas at a later date regarding that as well. Rapsenal fell silent and closed her eyes for a while before she opened them once more and focused on Alan. Sir Alan, we have a few requests of our own. I hope you'll consider them. First, I'd like to continue hosting the Songstress contest, as soon as next year. I would like Lord Macris to visit us at that time, but I've heard that he lost his life due to the Demon Lord army's cheap tricks and has been revived under your command. Would you be able to convince him to visit our nation for the annual contest? I'd like you to include our empire in conferences held by the Five-Continent Alliance. The Demon Lord army destroyed our capital. We can no longer sit idly by while others fight to stop them. Rapsenal stared at the summoner, without saying a word. It reminded him of the time 3 days ago when Krina's eyes had been filled with rage. Of course, Alan replied with a nod. I believe a conference will be held very soon. Please let me confirm their schedule.
They want to work with the Five-Continent Alliance, do they?
Then, I guess handing Ignamesu over to us will benefit them too. The Prostia Empire might have wanted to immediately sentence Ignamesu to death for his act of rebellion as a way to signal the end of an era and welcome the dawn of a new one. But a Spear King and the strongest man in Prostia was the perfect candidate for the fight against the Demon Lord army, as well as a way to make a positive impression on the Five-Continent Alliance. The empire needed to be rebuilt after the rebellion, and the new empress, thinking of the future, felt that Alan inviting Ignamesu to his army would benefit Prostia greatly. There's no need, Sophie interjected. The next meeting will be held after the new year, in Lord Alan's home of Radash. Rapsinal widened her eyes. Then I am allowed to join? Certainly. I will prepare a seat for you. Alan nodded, happy to know that Sophie, who held more political pull than him, would act in his stead. And so, the no-life gamers were able to successfully negotiate with the Prostia Empire following the revolt. December rolled around, marking a month since Alan's battle against the Demon Lord in Patlanta. Count Granvelle had left the royal capital of Radash and made it back to his home in Granvelle City. He had been promoted to a count earlier in the year, putting him among the ranks of the highest echelons of high society and permitting him to attend Five-Continent Alliance conferences, the next of which would be held for the first time in Radash, following the new year. Count Granvelle had thus decided to spend the end of the year in the royal capital, but he had opted to greet the powerful people of his fief first, those who had supported him during his time as a destitute baron. A small gathering, perhaps fittingly referred to as a banquet, was being hosted in the banquet hall of a lavish inn located in a prime spot, facing the central square of Granvelle City, bordering the main streets that traveled in all four cardinal directions. Ah, Captain Xenoff, Chester said. I hear you've become a baron. That's wonderful news. Xenoff was one of the supporters of the Count and the very man who, with the help of the wealthy Chester, had booked this venue. The captain was accompanying the Count to the inn. The very moment Granvelle became a Count, he had pleaded with the Ratashan royal family to confer a peerage onto Captain Xenoff. It was customary for the knight captain of a high-ranking noble to be a baron, and naturally, Count Granvelle's request was immediately granted. The captain of the Royal Knights generally held the rank of Viscount or higher. Even if bestowing a peerage was not custom, Xenoff had fought in the northern region of the central continent for the past decade, clashing with the Demon Lord army, and had greatly contributed to the development of the Granvelle fief. His accomplishments were impressive, and no one had been against bestowing him a title. Count Granvelle, in particular, had wished to reward the captain. As the three men engaged in pleasant conversation, a certain woman piped up. The Count recalled that Alan had saved Fiona from a murder gulch 6 years ago, prompting her to pursue him. It was a nostalgic memory. Pelomas, the son of the chief of Krina village, had then asked to date Fiona with the intention of marrying her, and Chester had mentioned that the boy had become a splendid merchant befitting Fiona. The Count smiled when he heard Fiona speak of Alan and his friends. But there is one who returned before the others, Count Granvelle said. Xenoff, bring him in. The Count believed that now was the perfect time to bring in a certain boy. He had spoken with Alan about this beforehand, and so Xenoff left to retrieve that boy. Pelomas quickly emerged, dressed in the finest formal attire that Prostia had to offer. Princess Rapsinal even used her authority to have clothes tailored to fit Pelomas's needs. Fiona, I've got the tear of holy fish Macris, the merchant cried. Please marry me. Pelomas had returned, more dashing and handsome than ever before. His usual timid self was no more. He spoke loudly, so that the entire venue could hear him. The powerful nobles of the Granvelle fief turned with surprise at the merchant's outburst. Really? Fiona asked faintly. She turned red and gazed at the ground, possibly from the attention she was attracting, or perhaps feeling bashful due to Pelomas's words. Really? I'm not lying, Pelomas insisted. Could you come outside to the square? As promised, I'll hand you a tear that has never touched anyone else's hands. His face turned red and he shouted, If any of the nobles here wish to watch, I'd be very honored. He then turned around, his face still a bright scarlet, and confidently walked out of the inn. "Then let us watch, shall we?" Count Granvelle offered as loudly as he could. He made sure to sound natural, speaking just as Alan had coached him. "Follow him and Captain Xenoff outside." Only Chester and Fiona remained in the venue, neither having heard a word of this from Alan. "What are you going to do, Fiona?" Chester asked gently. Fiona fell silent and turned to face the ground. "If you really don't like the boy, feel free to reject him," Chester said. "But that youngster has fulfilled every promise he's made. He hasn't broken a single one. Trust is everything for merchants like us, and while we always strive to keep our word, we're forced to renege at times. But that young man has never done so. I know his character better than anyone, for he was the very person who triumphed over me, my dear." Fiona fell silent once more, and Chester decided to give his final words of advice to her, speaking from the bottom of his heart. "I recall that you once mentioned that you liked strong men. No doubt he always wished to become one, but wishing for something doesn't guarantee that it will happen. And yet, he has made it happen. That alone proves not only his physical strength, but the strength of his character as well. Surely you're aware of that. Or have I raised my daughter to be an oblivious airhead?" Fiona raised her head. Then, as Chester watched with a smile, she clutched the hem of her dress and rushed outside, not even bothering to grab her coat from the check room. Pelomas stood there, the orange, cloudy sky behind him as powdery snow fluttered down. A thin sheet of white had begun to cover the city square, but the merchant stood there proudly. Fiona slowly walked toward him while glancing at the crowd around them. In it, she spotted Alan, Cecil, and a couple of other familiar faces. "You a tier of the holy fish Macris, one that no one has ever touched before. Please accept it." "Really? Have you really, truly obtained a tier of holy fish Macris?" He turned to the reddening sunset behind him and motioned a certain figure over. Fiona and the crowd all turned to look behind Pelomas, where they spotted something floating within the orange sky. At first, everyone thought it was a magic ship of sorts, but they were quickly proven wrong. The floating shadow got larger, and larger the closer it drew. She had known even from a distance that it boasted impressive size, but when it finally appeared in front of her, she was astonished by the colossal, white whales swimming through the skies of Granvelle City. "This is the holy fish, Lord Macris," Pelomas said in a quivering voice. "Where's the guy called Pelomas?" Macris boomed as he turned his massive head toward the city. "Is he here or what?" "Then is the girl standing in front of you, Miss Fiona, the one you're in love with?" Macris drew his face closer to the couple. "See, Pelomas here worked really, really hard and overcame his trial, so I'm here to reward him. Miss Fiona, could you stick out your hand?" Fiona's eyes grew larger than saucers. She was unable to make heads or tails of this situation. "Fiona, could you put your hands out?" Pelomas asked. "Form a little bowl with them, like you're trying to cup some water." The girl's hands trembled as she placed them in front of her chest. As soon as she did, Macris' round, adorable eyes glimmered and grew damp. A single tear slipped out of one of them and slid down his cheek, falling faster than the snow dancing in the wind. His tear reflected the breathtaking, orange light that was so fiery that it could melt the cloudy skies. By the time it fell into Fiona's hands, his tear had already turned into a clear crystal. "I have hereby fulfilled my promise with the valiant Pelomas," Macris shouted, his voice echoing throughout Granvelle City. "Pelomas, Fiona, I pray that the love between you lasts forever." Fiona could only stare at the glittering crystal in her hands, dumbfounded, before turning to face Pelomas, her eyes damp with tears of her own. He, too, turned his glimmering eyes to his beloved. "Fiona," Pelomas started, his voice trembling. "I promise to make you happy. Will you marry me?" Pelomas immediately pulled her in for a tight embrace, hugging her as she clutched the tear in her hands. Sorry. I couldn't help myself," Pelomas replied, hastily freeing his beloved and stepping back. But then, Fiona jumped into his arms. Gentle kiss on his lips. The crowd went wild, their cheers filling the square as they rejoiced at the pair's union. The couple turned toward the boisterous celebration, and a merfolk with orange hair, smiling in front of the reddening sky, began singing. No one in Granville City had ever heard such a lovely voice before, and it was only accentuated by the band of merfolk creating a melody that accompanied her song. Elves, dark elves, beastkin, and dwarves appeared from every direction as they played their instruments, elevating the beauty of her singing. It's thanks to a month of practice, Alan thought. Rosalina happily sang her heart out along with the now official Empress Rapsinel's Prostia Empire Imperial Palace Band, as well as the residents of Hardcore User Island. Count Granville and the rest of Granville City's residents came out and gathered around, seduced by the noise, and Alan gave a satisfied nod at the cheery scene. It went well, Empress Rapsinel said from behind Alan. She leaned forward from within the heavy tank that someone carried for her. It did, Alan agreed. Empress Rapsinel, thank you so much for lending me the Imperial Palace Band. I'm very grateful. Sir Pelomas is a hero of our empire, the Empress replied. How could I have possibly refused his request? He saved my brother as well, Shia said, approaching them. Without him, Biku would have been reduced to a fool of a beastkin who was enticed to betray his nation and work with the Demon Lord army so that he might rule the world. He would have been hated by many, and if word about his acts had spread, we beastkin might have been oppressed by the world once more. And yet, my brother has become a hero who gave his life to offer even the smallest bit of resistance against the Demon Lord army. It's all thanks to Pelomas. Shia wished to show her gratitude, so when Alan had drawn up the plan for this grand proposal, she had asked the beastkin on Hardcore User Island to join in on the festivities. And when the beastkin had agreed, the elves, dark elves, and dwarves had requested to participate as well, prompting everyone on the island to start a month of practicing specifically for the occasion. Never would I have dreamed that a day would arrive where elves and dark elves played a song of love together, Sophie said, deeply moved by the scene. Pelomas is a hero to us as well. The two races had a history of fighting and discrimination, and for many years, negotiations had seemed like an impossible ordeal. Finally, the elves and dark elves were able to unite against a common enemy, the Demon Lord army, but Sophie could not have imagined that they would come together to create a harmony of love so soon. I feel like this celebration has united the Allen army and the soldiers of Hardcore User Island. They now share a bond that's stronger than ever. Also, isn't Pelomas's kiss lasting a little too long? Alan watched on in a daze as Rosalina finished singing the theme of love. When she gave a bow, a thunderous applause filled the city. All right, let's keep this energy going. We're going to sing the Harmony of Courage, Rosalina shouted. Everyone instantly began the next song. This one had been meant to cheer Pelomas up had he been rejected. Let's head back into the inn, Empress Rapsinel, Alan said. After we ring in the new year, the Five-Continent Alliance will host its conference. Please enjoy everything Granville City has to offer until then. He alone was in charge of lugging her water tank around, and he slowly walked forward. As Alan watched the rebel haul the Empress up to her lavish room in Chester's Inn, he looked back on his adventure in Prostia. Once the Five-Continent Alliance conference is over, my next stop's the Heavenly Realm. I wonder if I'll get a new quest before that. The end of one adventure was simply the beginning of a new one. The Heavenly Realm might be able to shed more light on the truth Alan sought, and he had to strengthen his allies so they could reach new heights. All right, the Demon Lord's a step ahead of us. Alan shouted to his friends. We should march onward too. Next stop, Judgment Gate. His heart danced with excitement at the adventures that were to come. Side Story 1. Olbaas, a dish of spleen, and Majestic. When Olbaas opened his eyes, a sharp pain around his temples caused him to frown. He felt sluggish, and every muscle in his body hurt. When he faced the ceiling under his blanket, a cold shiver ran down his spine, and he became nauseous as well. He heard a deafening sound that was akin to someone sawing logs. The voice made the very room he was in quake and echoed in the air. When he realized that this racket was just the sound of someone snoring, he could no longer fall back asleep. Ugh! He groaned, unable to stop himself as he raised his upper body and rested on his elbows. Good morning, A clear voice rang out despite the thunderous snoring. Olbaas turned toward the voice and spotted clergyman Istil of the Church of Elmia, who possessed the saint talent, sitting on the bed across from him. Istil smiled. His bed was already neatly made, and to his left was the door that led outside. Farther to his left, on the other side of the door, was Beast Fist Lord Yos, the Beast Prince of Albahal, sleeping with his limbs splayed out like a starfish and snoring up a storm. He was the source of the noise. Gah! He snored away like he was trying to cause an earthquake. Holy crap, shut up. This is unbearable, a man murmured from Olbaas's left, covering his head with a pillow and curling up into a ball in an attempt to shield himself from the noise. He was none other than Macris, A. Fist Lord and the leader of the Rank A party Majestic, which had snuck into Fabres, the village of the Dark Elves and Olbaas's home. Olbaas gazed at Majestic's leader while recalling the events from the night prior. He had joined the party with the goal of finding a wife and left his hometown of Fabres. From there, he had crossed the desert with his party and arrived at a small village in the northwest region of the Galiaean continent. A Rank A monster, a mottled king snake, had appeared near the village and threatened the people, and Majestic had gone to defeat the monster for them. They had visited a nearby tavern that was attached to an inn where villagers generally gathered in hopes of obtaining some information, or so the initial plan had been. Ultimately, when everyone had imbibed in their fair share of booze and partied with their liquor in hand, information had become the least of their concerns. The life of the party had been Macris, and the more inebriated he had gotten, the more he had forced everyone else to drink. Olbaas had ended up drinking far more than he usually did before, completely smashed, managing to stumble into bed. As Olbaas unraveled his memories, he turned to Istil, who sat atop his bed. It was surprising to see the saint completely unfazed by Yo's loud snoring, but most shocking was that he seemed totally fine despite having drunk as much as Olbaas the night before, forced by Macris. If I said yes, I'd be lying. I was hungover as well. But as a clergyman under Lord Elmia, I cannot miss my morning prayer routine, and so I borrowed a bit of help. Istil stood up and approached Olbaas. Macris was happy that you joined us, though it really is a tough battle for the rest of us, who have to go along with his antics. Still, this is another trial that Lord Elmia has bestowed upon us, and it is our duty as clergymen to help you overcome it. I shall help you. A pale green light shot out in front of Olbaas for a brief moment, and the dark elf's headache, shivers, and sluggishness immediately went away. He felt refreshed, like he had gotten a good night's sleep. Ugh! Yos suddenly groaned, slowly sitting up. This is unbearable. Istil, help me, will you? The Beast Prince scowled at the pain, and Istil cast Cure upon Yos as well. The Beast Prince opened his eyes energetically, jumped off from bed, and immediately got dressed. Hey, come on, Yos. Macris sat up and grumbled. You can at least thank the guy for helping you. You've got no right to order me around for such a trivial matter, Yos snapped. I'm always thanking him in my heart. Yeah? You snore like there's no tomorrow, and you won't even voice your gratitude? You could learn a thing or two from Olbaas, you know. He sleeps quietly, and he makes sure to thank people as needed. That's how a king should be. Yos, who was wearing his jacket, paused. Are you saying I'm not worthy of being the Beast King? Damn right I am. If you don't fix that short temper of yours, you'll never become Beast King, you tomcat. Yos stomped loudly toward Macris's bed and drew his face close to the party leader, threatening to grab the man at any moment. Yeah? I'll look forward to it, Macris shouted back. The two men glared at each other, and Olbaas blinked quizzically, while Istil let out a sigh. Just then, the door of the room slammed open, and a small woman only half the "Hey, Dingleberries," the dwarven Talos general, Nenebi, shouted, commanding the attention of the room. Any day now. We've been waiting out here forever. Hurry up and come down. Istil slowly approached the door and calmly greeted her.
Good morning, Nenebi.
Gressa is also downstairs, I trust. Of course she is. Why are the men in our party all lounging around when you were the ones who said we'd leave first thing in the morning? You guys need a real good scolding since you can't get your act together.
You're exactly right.
We're really sorry. We drank a bit too much last night. It's not your fault. Macrin's the leader of our party, so all the blame rests on him. Wait, Istel. If you pray to Lord Elmia, maybe Macrin will turn over a new leaf and become a better man. Then I'm quite puzzled, because I pray for him every morning without fail. While those two talked, Olbaas and the others quickly got dressed. They then all headed to the tavern and dining area below. There, they saw a round table large enough for 6, with a large basket containing a dozen or so slices of bread, a massive bowl of salad, and wooden bowls of soup enough for each person atop it. Gressa, an arch-wizardess, was already in her seat, waiting for her party. "Morning, Gressa," Macrin said. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's eat." The rest of Majestic took their seats, and the woman who owned the tavern brought out a wooden tray carrying a large chunk of grilled meat. Based on the steam rising from it, the meat must have been fresh off the grill, and the slightly burnt seasonings that were rubbed into the meat gave off a pleasant aroma that whetted everyone's appetites. A knife was stuck in the wooden tray, which would be used to cut each person a slice. "Meat for breakfast? Now we're talking, lady. You really know what's up," Macrin crowed. Looks decent for a commoner's meal," Yo said. "Are we supposed to cut it ourselves? Gressa, mind giving us each a piece?" Nenebi crossed her arms and glared at Yos. "How many times do I have to tell you this, Yos? We're your party members. You aren't at the castle, and we aren't your servants or your lovely nanny who grooms you and wipes your butt. You really need to watch your mouth and know your place." "What are you on about?" Yos asked. "When I become the Beast King, you will serve me. It's best for you to get used to it now, or—" "You don't know a thing, do you, Mr. Beast Prince?" Nenebi huffed angrily, interrupting Yos. "The highest-ranking person among us should cut the meat and serve everyone, you know. You sure you want to be seen as the same rank as Macrin?" Yos pulled the wooden tray toward him and began to cut the chunk of meat, but he had not thought about using a fork to keep it in place. He pushed his knife against the meat, only to have it slip away under his utensil, so he annoyedly used his bare hand to keep the meat in place, scowling at the burn he got from doing so. Gressa, Nenebi, and Macrin watched on while grinning from ear to ear, and Istel rose from his seat and headed to the kitchen to speak with the innkeeper. "Thank you so much for your kindness," he said. "But it's obvious that a lot of time and care went into making this feast for us. It's far too lavish for the payment we gave you yesterday for our room." The lady whirled around and smiled. "Oh, don't be daft. You guys are going to kill the mottled king snake for us, right? How in the world could I possibly serve a cheap breakfast to such heroes?" "Thank you, my lady. I'll take this meat as payment in advance for when we defeat that monster, then." Macrin puffed out his chest proudly. "You can count on Majestic, a rank A party of adventurers. After all—" Nenebi cut him off as she cried with joy. "This meat, no, it's the seasonings doing the work. I've never had anything like it before." She pinched one of the small spice fragments, sniffed it, then placed it on her tongue and bit down, repeating this process for every spice she could find. Olbaas furrowed his brow, wearily watching the dwarf get lost in her own world again. Nenebi was in charge of the cooking for Majestic, and she was more interested in food than most. Her senses were sharp, but for some inexplicable reason, the food she made was always atrocious. Her assistant cooks, Istel and Gressa, adjusted each dish before it was served, thus maintaining the peace. Rank A Party Majestic's members, talents, races, and roles. Devising strategies, Assistant Cook Olbaas, High Dark Elf/Spirit Mage, 1 star collecting information, Covert Operations Man. What is this? It looks like some kind of fruit, Nenebi said. That's Carrie, the lady replied. It's the fruit of a grass that's native to this area. If you pluck one and spend 3 long years drying it, it can serve as an antidote, but they also pair really well with fatty meats. I've heard that even the Pope of Tiamenia likes the stuff. So this is where Carrie fruits come from? Istel said with a look of surprise. We crush these and add them to rations because they're so filling. They last a long while too. In Tiamenia, we add them to medicinal tea, but we've never added them to grilled meat, and we've never used them in such abundance either. Yeah, I've heard they're hard to come by elsewhere. That reminds me. If you guys defeat the mottled king snake, could you bring back its spleen? What will you use it for, miss? Yos asked. This village doesn't concoct its own toxins, does it? It was common knowledge that the spleen of a mottled king snake contained venom so powerful that it could instantly kill even a troll king, a monster that had resistance to poison. The mottled king snake had two types of venom. One was the powerful acid it shot from its fangs, and the other was its blood, which could easily paralyze anyone. The blood was mostly ineffective unless it was swallowed or rubbed into a wound, and it was extremely difficult to harvest just the blood. Still, many brave people attempted to get their hands on this poison, and it was discovered that the spleen contained the greatest concentration of the toxin. To dry the spleen and infuse it with liquid to create a powerful poison, it had become widely used by assassins of royal families across the globe. They dipped their blades and arrows in it, or even snuck it into food. So long as it somehow made its way into one's body, it would paralyze their heart and kill them in a flash. Olbaas knew of this as well, and he, like Yos, had his doubts, but the innkeeper blinked for a moment before she burst into a fit of laughter. Right, I guess that's what people would assume, she said between laughs. But I'm not thinking of anything dangerous. With the proper preparations and some cleaning, I can create the most delicious stew anyone has ever had. Wait, what? Nenebe asked, hastily jumping to her feet and approaching the innkeeper. Could you tell me more? I'd love to hear the details. Why can you detox the spleen? The secret is carry. It's a vital part of preparing the spleen. You then add some coconut grass. Nenebe had always had a penchant for cooking, and she became engrossed in her conversation with the innkeeper while Yos ate his breakfast, chowing down on meat. Meanwhile, Olbaas and the others began to discuss plans for how they would defeat the mottled king snake. The snake apparently lives in a cave set in a rocky mountain southeast of here, Istil said. We can't just jump into its nest, Olbaas added. If we borrow the power of spirits, maybe we can lure it out. I got a map of the area yesterday, Gressa said. Look here. I think this is the mountain with the nest. If so, we should lure it out here. It'll be easy to fight at that point. Thanks, this map really helps, Macris said. Its vital area is its neck, right? The four put their heads together, using the information they had gathered yesterday while they were sober and at the tavern while they were drunk to come up with a plan that worked for them. When Nenebe returned, they once again hashed out the details of their plan, and the innkeeper gave them all lunches before they left. They placed their food in their magic bags, and Nenebe also stored a piece of parchment, which she had jotted recipes from the innkeeper on. But don't push yourselves, the other added. The party had become friends with them while they had been drinking the night before. You can count on us, Macris said. If we have any leftover meat, we'll share it with you guys. Majestic headed for the mountain where the mottled king snake apparently lived, taking the route that led southeast. Once they crossed a grassy plain, traversed a small river, and navigated a grove, they finally spotted the path to the Grey Mountain, which would lead them through a valley. If the map they had received from the villagers was accurate, they would follow the path for a while, traveling along the cliff, and come to a clearing that was around 100 meters wide. Beyond it, the path began to slope, but that would be the final obstacle before they reached the foot of the mountain. Before starting down the path, Nenebe split off from the group. While the others all followed it, she walked along the valley's outer edge, then climbed up to get a good view of the clearing below. Let it rip, Macris, Nenebe said with a fearless smile. You better not miss, you hear me? Macris replied. Who do you think you're talking to? And Olbaas, be careful. Valley for about 20 minutes. Just as the map had indicated, they reached a clearing. There were boulders strewn throughout, but the mountain cliffs that surrounded the area practically stood perpendicular to the clearing. In front and to the left was a path that led toward the rocky mountain. Upon reaching the clearing, Yos, Gressa, Istil, and Macris all hid. Olbaas went to lure out the mottled king snake alone. As he was only a spirit mage, Olbaas could not manifest spirits, but the spirits of this world were not physical existences anyway. He could still speak with them and borrow their power. At his request, wind blew around him as he heard the wind spirit giggle, answering his call. His party members looked at him in astonishment. From their point of view, the wind spirit had caused him to vanish, and none of them had seen such a spell before. "Wind spirit, please allow me to float in the air, just like you do," Olbaas muttered. When he jumped lightly, he floated about like a leaf on the wind, moving above the cliff that surrounded the clearing and toward the rocky mountain that housed the snake's lair. He looked below him to see Macris and the others, now no bigger than a finger, and as he reached greater heights, his allies eventually became smaller than his fingernail. Then he spotted Nenebi looking down at the clearing from the edge of the cliff. "So this is how it feels to be relied on," Olbaas said quietly to himself. "It doesn't feel bad at all." For the past millennium, his bed, his meals, and even his role had all been prepared for him. His only job had been to approve the decisions the elders made for the village. Needless to say, he had ordered those directly under his control to gather information or investigate matters, but never had he personally done the legwork or gone out of his way to look into issues himself. He had had people do that for him, because he had always had someone who would handle the busy work. Not once had he tried to conduct negotiations of his own accord. Conversely, during the week since he had left his village, his days had been filled with trial and error, along with a dash of nervousness. The conversations he had held with his allies during the journey, the daily chores that they had worked together to complete, and the strategies that had involved using everyone's strong points to their fullest extent were all new experiences for him. Every day, he had learned something new. It was so stimulating and exciting compared to the past 1,000 years, when he had slowly waited for days to go by and repeated the same mundane tasks as though time did not pass for him. The view below him was one that he could have never seen back at his village, and was starting to enjoy all these fresh experiences. Olbaas gazed at the mountain that was drawing nearer and thought of the path below him, where his friends were. He guessed that many, many years ago, the river in front of the grove had been massive and winding, leading the water of the mountains into the sea, but he shook himself free of those thoughts and gazed up when he finally made it to the foot of the mountain. Holes of all sizes dotted its side, and he could hear a faint whistling sound in the distance, beyond the mountain. The wind that had carried him here must have been blowing through to the other side, creating the eerie sound. It almost seemed like a warning meant to dissuade him from coming any closer. Nevertheless, he knelt down and placed his hand on the rock by his feet. "Earth Spirit, please show me the location of the mottled king snake," he requested. "Right here," the Earth Spirit, which sounded like a young boy, said. "Haha, be careful. Looks like it's awake." The dark elf floated upward again, borrowing the power of the wind spirit, and as soon as he came face to face with the hole where the snake apparently lurked, an odd shiver crawled up his spine. It was from neither fear nor excitement, but this peculiar feeling was not a welcome one. Olbaas had been bestowed with a talent that did not instill him with confidence that he could defeat a rank A monster on his own. In fact, he almost never fought any monsters. The best he could do was try to survive. If doing so could make him of any use to his friends and help free the villagers from the threat, he was willing to give it his all. Just then, in the darkness of the hole that led to the snake's lair, he thought he spotted his father, Rezel, whom he had parted ways with 1,000 years ago, and he gulped. Light as a leaf, he floated about thanks to the wind spirit when a sudden gust of wind almost drew him into the hole. "Oh no! Run!" the wind spirit said as it unleashed its own gust of wind to push the dark elf away. The moment Olbaas was back to where he had stood earlier, a monster's enormous maw emerged to devour its victim whole. "Shea!" the monster screeched, moving quickly for its size. A full set of white fangs lining the back of its mouth. Each was as long as Olbaas's arm. He immediately took a defensive stance, but he had misjudged the situation, realizing too late that it would have been far more effective if he had dodged the attack. The snake traveled upward toward Olbaas and opened its greedy mouth wide, then snapped it shut to swallow him whole. Olbaas, however, had already dodged the attack, a strong breeze pushing him toward the foot of the mountain, retracing the path he had taken. When he turned back, he saw the massive snake rear its head and flick its tongue at him. This is the mottled king snake, is it? Olbaas muttered. The snake could not have possibly heard him, but when it spotted him floating through the air, it twisted its ochre body, covered with dangerous-looking purple spots, and slithered down the mountain to chase after its prey. The wind managed to push Olbaas toward the valley despite him turning back, but the mottled king snake was faster. Right before the dark elf reached the valley, the snake raised and drew back its lithe head, its beady, scarlet eyes trained on him as it thrust its open jaws forward. A loud swoosh filled the air as 2 jets of venomous fluid shot out from its fangs. Olbaas had learned from the villagers that when the snake drew its head back, it was preparing to shoot its venom, and so he took cover in a narrow path that led to the valley, while still facing the monster. He rushed past the entrance to the valley and saw white smoke billowing upward, created by the acid in the venom. The snake emerged from that smoke and slithered down the valley that had once been a riverbed. All the while, Olbaas kept a close eye on the monster so that he could dodge its attacks at a moment's notice. If he ran too slow, it would catch up to him, but he could not run too quickly either. As bait, he had to lure the monster out by staying just barely out of its reach, meaning he had to gauge the perfect safe distance. He decided to leap backward, backpedaling as fast as he could, and he was only able to do so with remarkable speed thanks to the wind spirit's aid. The snake, eager to consume Olbaas, followed after him while destroying the cliff around it, and the dark elf continued to dodge the attacks and venom it launched with impeccable timing. As the chase continued, he lost track of time, but then he suddenly heard the familiar voice of one of the people he had made friends with over the past week. When the dark elf heard that compliment, he grew proud of himself and turned toward his friend, thereby showing his back to the snake. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming bloodlust assault his back, and in response, he could not help but increase his speed. Until now, he had been able to ignore his fear and dodge the snake's attacks because he had been facing it, but now that the monster was out of sight, he was more conscious of the murderous intent pointed at him, and his legs began to carry him faster out of sheer terror. Every second, every meter he could put between himself and the snake was one he would gladly take. He increased his speed and ran in a straight line, no longer able to see the tells before the snake fired its venom. When he flew into the clearing and spotted Macris's panicked face, reality immediately set in for him. He had made a grave mistake. The harsh scolding prompted Olbaas to turn around. In doing so, he saw the snake rear its head back, its white fangs glimmering in the sunlight. "Grah!" Its voice echoed throughout the clearing as 2 streams of venom shot from its fangs. Olbaas was in the air, petrified with fear. But the mottled king snake's venom flew over the dark elf's head and hit a cliff face. The monster had adjusted its aim, causing it to miss due to Yos. The beast prince had jumped out from his hiding spot at the entrance to the clearing and grabbed its tail with both hands, pinning it in place. By the time Olbaas realized what had happened, the monster had already begun roaring angrily and whipping its tail around, flinging. "Ngah!" the beast prince grunted as he slammed into the cliff. He had managed to protect himself and kicked off the cliff just in time, dodging the snake's attempt to smack him with its tail. Gressa used the opportunity to activate a spell. Dozens of fiery spears appeared and flew toward the snake. It ducked to dodge the attack, but Macris had already rushed below it, waiting for it to do exactly that. He put all his strength into his legs and gazed up at the lower jaw covered in white scales while timing his attack for the moment the snake lowered its head. "Blast uppercut," he shouted as he jumped and swung his right fist upward. Spiraling as he attacked, he landed a powerful blow on the snake's throat, its vital area. The monster raised its head in an attempt to escape the pain, its body arching backward. Just then, a narrow, sizzling laser shot toward it. "Localized destructive cannon, fire," a voice cried out. Nenebe's mithril golem had used its left arm, transformed into a cannon thanks to a slate, to launch a fiery beam that pierced the snake's head from the left. "Shaw!" the monster shrieked. It writhed in pain and confusion, and in doing so used the beam to cut off its own head. With a boom, its burned head fell onto the ground of the clearing, as did its body, convulsing in its death throes. Olbaas could only watch in astonishment from afar. He knew that he had made a grave error and that his friends had saved his life, but the teamwork they had shown had been so smooth that the gigantic snake had not stood a chance. It had been killed so easily that the dark elf struggled to wrap his mind around it. "Hey, you all right?" Macris asked, gazing down at the dark elf while offering a helping hand. Only then did Olbaas.
"Yeah."
"Thanks," he replied as he reached out and grabbed his friend's hand so that he could be pulled to his feet. He still could not fully shake himself from his surprise. "That damned snake," Yo spat. "It almost killed me." "Would have been nice if you could have held your ground there," Macris said. "If you could use beast mode, would things have been different?" "Humph, idle nonsense. I ought to be strong enough to defeat a monster of that caliber without borrowing the power of Lord Garm. This time around, well, I suppose I let my guard down just a bit." "Hey, you admitted it. You really are a handful, Beast Prince. Istil, you mind?" Istil approached Yos, who was holding his side, and chanted a spell. "Humph. Thank you, Istil," Yos said. "And Olbaas, you mustn't take your eyes off the enemy during a battle like that. You had best watch out next time." Olbaas nodded, recognizing that the beastkin who had given him advice and scolded him was 1,000 years younger. When it came to fighting monsters, the dark elf was the greenhorn, and he felt oddly refreshed by the realization. "This snake isn't all that big," Nenebe said. "Must be still a kid." When Olbaas looked up, he saw the dwarf, still piloting her mithril golem, sliding down the edge of the valley and into the clearing.
"Yeah."
"If it were an adult, it would be 3 times as large," Gressa quietly replied. Macris added. Olbaas could only voice his amazement. "The world is a vast place, far vaster than I thought." "Yup," Macris replied. "All right then, let's cut this bad boy up. Nenebe, do your thing." The dwarf steered her mithril golem, using its left arm, now back to normal, to hold the monster corpse down. She quickly chopped the snake up using the glowing sword her golem's right arm had transformed into, then removed the blood from its meat. The skin, scales, and all was cut into equal, more manageable pieces, and the fangs were carefully separated from their venom glands. Once all the parts were neatly lined up, the rest of Majestic cut them up into smaller pieces and tossed them into their magic bags.
"Ooh.
This must be the spleen the innkeeper was talking about," Nenebe cried. Pinched between her golem's fingers was a purple organ large enough to nestle within Olbaas's hand. "This is perfect. Can I leave the rest to you guys? I've got a ton of carry fruits, so I want to try doing this myself." "This was your plan all along, wasn't it?" Macris asked.
"Fine."
"Gressa, could you help her out?" Gressa nodded, and Nenebe's golem vanished, leaving the dwarf herself standing in the clearing. She took a large stockpot and other cooking utensils out of the bag on her back, then began assembling a magic tool that could produce fire. "Your guess is as good as mine," Macris replied. "Just pray that our adventure doesn't end here. Could you two please help out instead of just standing there?" Istil asked. The skinned meat of the mottled king snake still needed to be cut into smaller pieces. "She left a lot of work for us to do. It'll take us all day." Olbaas had an idea, so he called out to the wind spirit. At once, Olbaas's right arm was surrounded by a cold, white whirlwind. He raised his index and middle fingers, prompting a fine band of that wind to envelop their tips. "Like this?" Olbaas asked. He swung his arm down, and the wind at his fingertips cracked like a whip, slicing through the snake meat with ease. "I see," Yos said, crossing his arms and giving a nod. "You can do all sorts of things with the help of spirits." Macris grinned. "That's right. Aren't you glad I invited him to our party?" "What are you on about? Olbaas joined of his own accord, didn't he? Besides, this whole thing started because you trusted shady rumors from a peddler and wished to sneak into the village of the Dark Elves." "Nah, I'm just saying, aren't we glad we've got him on our team? All you did was screw up as you always do. It's got nothing to do with why Olbaas is here with us." While the pair bickered, Olbaas cut up the meat, and Yos and Macris stuffed them in their magic bags. Istil purified any remaining toxins within the meat, so with just a bit of preparation, it would be edible. Around 3 hours later, once the massive snake had been safely stored in the bags, the sharp clanging sound of someone hitting a pot rang through the clearing. Macris replied. The party leader had been sitting on the ground taking a break, but he leaped to his feet and quickly headed for the cooking area with Olbaas and the others in tow. All right, let's try some of that fabled spleen cooking. Wait, huh? That's all we've got. The pot, which hung over the fire-producing magic tool, was bubbling away while Gressa stirred its contents using a wooden ladle. When she scooped up a chunk of white meat, Macris rubbed his belly and smacked his lips. We have to stew the meat to remove the toxins, but when you do that, it shrinks, Gressa explained. But I don't expect you to have known that since you don't cook. Gotcha. Sorry about that. The party leader scratched his head apologetically. We've only got like 2 servings, though. His face lit up happily for a moment, but he immediately turned solemn. Nah, that's okay. Why? You're our leader. If you weren't around, we wouldn't be here right now. It's all thanks to you, you know. Yeah? Then I guess I'd feel bad if I turned down your offer. Macris grinned and took the wooden bowl filled with spleen stew. The broth was cloudy from the fat, and floating in it was stewed white meat along with a variety of chopped herbs. He took a deep whiff to enjoy the aroma of the steaming soup, then smiled. Smells awesome, he remarked. Carrie, was it? It smells really good. I guess I'll have a bite then. He used a wooden spoon to scoop up the meat, blew on it a bit to cool it down, and huffed loudly as he took his bite. He greedily swallowed the meat, juices and all, while Nenebe and Gressa watched. Holy crap, this is amazing, he said with a sigh. Yeah, you can't get anything like this anywhere else. It's a delicacy for sure. Thank goodness, Gressa said. It's the spleen of a young snake, but we still made sure to remove all the toxins. I was worried that we also extracted all its umami too. Eaten anything like it before, so I can't really compare it to anything. Guess not, Nenebe said. All right, 1 portion left. Yos, want a bite? Sorry, but as a member of the royal family, I cannot eat such a dish. Olbaas, why not you? Monster meat is kind of... The dark elf had not expected to hear his name. Nevertheless, he was handed a bowl of warm soup, and when he looked up, Gressa offered him a smile and a spoon. Olbaas hesitated for a moment. Dark elves did not have a custom of consuming monster meat, so he had never eaten any before. However, after recalling the immense effort his allies had put into making the dish, he could not refuse. He accepted the bowl and steeled his resolve, then took the spoon and made to take his first bite. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth as he began to convulse. Everyone excluding Olbaas hastily rushed over to their party leader. Gentle light rained upon Macris, and his convulsions stopped as his breathing steadied. He slowly sat up, his entire body covered with sweat, but his tone was stable as he shouted angrily. Damn it, my mouth's still numb. Nenebe, you didn't remove all the toxins, did you? I heard that. You screwed up, didn't you? I almost died. Sorry. But look, the writing's so messy that I couldn't read this part that says, we apparently need ricotta grass. You're the one who wrote that damn recipe. Jeez, I can't believe you. Oops, my ass. I'm gonna take you off cooking duty. I mean it this time. Meanwhile, Olbaas felt his heart grow warm at his friends all desperately trying to save him. He shoved his magic bag deep into his pocket. Well, Olbaas began, unsure how to answer before deciding that he should just be honest. It's a meal my friends made. I would have felt bad if I didn't eat it all. Nenebe scrunched her face happily. You're a good guy. Listen, to make up for it, I'll cook you something delicious next time. The dark elf swore to take his secret to the grave, that he had poured his portion of the stew into his magic bag and merely pretended to have eaten it all. No one present knew that his little white lie would greatly alter the course of human history. Side Story 2, Helmios SpinOff, The Heroic Tale of Helmios, Part 5 Saving an Outskirts Village. After Helmios, a boy who grew up in Cortana village on the outskirts of the Empire of Jaimat, had taken part in an appraisal ceremony. He had joined others whose talents would prove helpful in the fight against the Demon Lord army and headed to Ardent City. There, he had begun attending talent school. One day, Viscount Halden, the lord of the city, had invited Helmios to his manor, and now, the following morning, the boy was back at school. He ate breakfast as usual, then returned to his private room to get changed for class, where he would study with his fellow first years. While getting dressed, he thought back to what had happened on his way back from Viscount Halden's manor, when he ran into a parent and child dressed in shabby clothes. Deemed outlaws and accused of illegally entering Halden, they had been about to be chased out of the city by a group of vigilantes when Helmios had stepped in. The boy had been heading back to his talent school dorm, but upon spotting the poor pair, he had stopped the carriage he had been riding in and stood in front of the vigilante group. The manor's head butler, Burton, who had been tasked with ensuring Helmios' safe return, had joined in and shooed the vigilantes away. Once they were gone, the parent and child, who had arrived from an outskirts village, had been allowed to head to the church to receive aid. However, judging from the words of the vigilantes and Burton, it was clear that many illegally tried to enter the city, and while Helmios had managed to save the lives of a family yesterday, the problem remained unsolved. Now that he was aware of the issue, he pondered over it, not quite happy with the current state of the city. The dads said they came here after a goblin attacked their village, Helmios thought. I wonder if that sort of thing is happening to other villages outside the city too. He could not forget the faces of the family crawling atop the dirty mat in front of a tableware store. There had been 2 daughters, one of whom was younger than him, and her sorrowful face had left a lasting impression. Ugh. Gatson, a friend of Helmios's who sat beside him, grumbled. I haven't eaten nearly enough. I don't mind getting that tough bread, but I want at least 10 of them. Since starting at the talent school, all the kids had gotten was bland soup with vegetable scraps and a tiny loaf of hard, overbaked bread. Still, we're more fortunate than that unlucky family on that dirty mat. You agree with me, don't you, Helmios? Gatson asked, snapping Helmios out of his thoughts. Wait, you were called to that noble's manor yesterday, weren't you? Just before lunch. Did you eat anything over there? I knew it. I'm sure you had a delicious feast with all the best dishes we can think of. Ugh, you're so lucky. You could have brought some of it home for us. Helmios almost mentioned the basket of gifts he had tried to bring with him, but he nipped that idea in the bud. He had given the basket to that family instead. He believed that he had made the right choice in giving them that basket of food. Still, he did feel bad about having tried to bring food back for his friend only to have given it to someone else. What's wrong? Gatson asked, looking worried. Did something happen yesterday? Want to talk about it? Helmios gasped. Whenever he was worried about something, Gatson always looked concerned. Dorothy, the daughter of a clergyman in Cortana village and someone who had grown up with Helmios, also looked alarmed, and Aina, the daughter of a serf, gazed sorrowfully at him as well. The young boy quickly tried to cheer everyone up. Right, if someone's in trouble, someone has to help them. Well, see, I'm actually a bit worried about stuff outside the city, Helmios divulged. Yeah, when I finish today's lessons, I'm thinking about heading out of the city for a bit. Gatson, if you don't mind, would you tag along? I don't feel confident heading out by myself.
Dude, I'm kidding.
But I am curious about the world outside this city. I couldn't get a good look when we came here on the carriage. Just then, their roommates, Marco and Eric, opened the door to their room. Marco was 11, and Eric was 10, making them twice as old as Helmios and Gatson. Oh, you guys are back already, Marco said. He turned and looked up at the tall Eric, who stood beside him, and winked. Eric, can I give it to them? Yeah, go ahead, Eric replied. Gatson, you're always hungry, aren't you? Marco and Eric strode right in, pulled a burlap sack from underneath their beds, and showed the contents to Helmios and Gatson. The 2 older boys quickly signaled to Gatson to keep his voice down, then they took out 2 potatoes, one for each younger boy. Thank you. Woohoo. Garo potatoes. Gatson crowed as he practically snatched it out of Marco's hand and chomped down voraciously. Eric grinned. That tiny bit of breakfast isn't enough for any of us, so every now and then, we sneak in some food. But how did you get these? Helmios asked as he took the one Eric offered him. Did you buy them from the market? Eric and I help deserted villages with their harvests. We get some stuff from them as thanks, Marco answered while munching on his own potato. You know how the number of adventurers has gone way down lately? Well, that means when a monster attacks a village, all the residents flee and leave their homes behind. There are quite a few people who secretly use those abandoned plots of land to grow crops, and they need guards and help with harvesting. Sometimes they ask for assistance from people with talents, like us.
No adventurers.
Is it because they're all off fighting the Demon Lord army? 40 years had passed since Jayamut and the Demon Lord army had gone to war in the northern region of the central continent. Gradually, warriors with talents had been lost to the battles, and Helmios and other kids with talents were being raised to be the next generation of warriors. High expectations had been foisted upon them. Can I eat a ton of potatoes if I go there? Gatson asked.
Ivanna go.
No way. The deserted villages are pretty far from here, Marco explained. I don't think we can drag kids like you all that way. No fair. Come on, take me, please. I want to eat more garos. More. While Helmios understood their reasoning, Gatson threw a tantrum like the child that he was, hoping for more food. Marco only nodded wearily, an act of resignation. You know, people usually want to stay here because of the monsters prowling the area, he explained. But I guess it's worth asking. I'll talk to the teachers and see if it's okay for you guys to leave the city, so long as we're tagging along. Thanks, man, Gatson shouted. Woohoo. Yes. But his celebration did not last long. The bell rang, signaling that there were 5 minutes until class started, and the 4 boys hastily rushed out of their room. After their lessons, Helmios, Gatson, Dorothy, and Aina left the talent school and headed for the south gates to visit the town closest to Halden City. They followed the same path that Helmios had taken to visit Viscount Halden's manor the day before, but upon reaching the market, they found themselves at a fork in the road. One headed north, while the other went west. The west path, which led to the gates, was full of people and cargo carriages despite the late hour, and even children like Helmios and his friends could barely squeeze through. When the 4 finally reached the gates, they spotted the outer walls, which protected the city, beyond the crowd and the warehouses that lined the street. Even the lowest wall towered an impressive 10 meters tall, and several watchtowers dotted each one, with bow-wielding soldiers patrolling the area. Helmios and the other kids had not seen this when they had been brought to the talent school, for it had already been nighttime when they had reached the city. That wall looks thick. Is there something that can put a hole in it?
Dorothy asked.
She was referring to the story about the day prior, which Helmios had told her. I'm not sure, Helmios replied. But apparently there's a small path people can sneak in through, and that's the route they use. If you've got the proper permits, you can get into the city no problem, but hardly anyone has them. Helmios glanced at the sealed letter he had been fidgeting with. It was a temporary pass that Principal Mahato had issued during lunch. Helmios wished to see outside the city, and the principal had hesitated for a moment before finally writing down the names of the 4 children, Gatson and the 2 girls included. He had also given them each a uniform. Helmios wondered if perhaps there was some sort of rule that all students at the talent school had to wear the same outfit if they were to leave the city limits. The kids had also been told that if anything were to occur out there, they were to prioritize only their safety and rush back to the city gates as quickly as they could. They had even been given weapons to defend themselves with. Dorothy had received a staff and Aina a wand, both weapons small enough for 5-year-olds. Unfortunately, because there were no swords meant for children, Helmios and Gatson had been given short swords that adults used, but even those blades were still so large that they dragged along the ground if the boys hung them at their waists. Thus, they instead chose to sling them across their backs. No one seemed concerned about children being fully armed, making Helmios realize just how different Halden City was from Cortana Village. When the kids approached the gates, both the entrance and exit were swarming with people, and it was getting more crowded than ever. Dorothy, who walked in front of her, whirled around with concern. If you're scared, we can go back. We don't have to go with them if we don't want to. I don't want to push you out of your comfort zone either. The city gates were divided into 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. The large gate was for huge carriages and those with large cargo to enter through, the small gate was for people going in and out on foot, and the medium gate was for everything in between, cargo and people included. Naturally, the most crowded gate leading out of the city was the medium-sized one, with many carriages surrounded by armed guards, likely because they would be traveling at night, when monsters were most likely to come out. And so, the line for this gate was longer than the rest. Ugh, this is taking forever. Gatson grumbled after a minute of standing in line. Why won't people move? You don't need to be so loud, do you? You're embarrassing us, Dorothy scolded before suddenly raising her voice. Hey, don't unsheath your sword here. Gatson was bored out of his mind and had put his hand on the hilt of the sword on his back. He surely knew better than to draw his weapon within the crowd, but he could not help but shift around restlessly. Even back in Cortana village, he had had a reputation for acting out when he had time on his hands, and Dorothy could not help but worry. We need to at least get out of the city too. Huh? Is something going on? Helmios wondered. He furrowed his brow and turned to the smallest gate, meant for people on foot, and heard bickering. How in the world is this not a valid permit? A man shouted. 4 people, 12 gold coins. We should be good. Sure, if you came here last year, the sentry checking his papers replied. Our policies changed this April, 5 gold coins per person. Plus, your pass is dated for last year. You'll need 8 gold coins to renew it. Oh, come on. 12 gold coins is a ton of money as it is, and you freaking want more. What the hell? The angry man looked to be around the same age as Lucas, Helmios' father, and had heavy luggage on his back. Beside him were a woman around the same age as him and 2 children, a girl about the same age as Helmios, and a boy who was presumably her older brother. If you don't want to pay, don't. The sentry, wearing a metallic breastplate and helmet and holding a spear, replied. I don't care whether you can enter the city or not. The angry man had no choice but to reluctantly give in. He grumbled as he brought a bag out from his pocket. Hey, that's a magic bag, isn't it? The sentry suddenly asked. That's a nice item you've got. You must be a merchant. I am. Where's this city's merchants guild? This permit is good for 3 months, so I've got to find work before that. If you've got a talent, you should have just said so. The Merchants Guild is across from the Adventurers Guild. Welcome to Ardent City. The sentry's voice had immediately turned more friendly and welcoming, completely unlike the surly remark he had made earlier. His back was turned toward Helmios, but the boy could practically see his wide, beaming smile. Thank you, the merchant said. Okay, let's go. I'd like to turn a few documents into the guild today, but we should find a place to stay first. Dorothy spoke from behind Helmios, bringing the boy back to his senses. He walked forward, and the sentry checking permits glared dubiously at the 4 children. Those outfits, are you guys from the talent school? The sentry asked. Yes, sir, Helmios said. Here is our permit. He handed the permit to the sentry, who looked it over. From the principal himself, God may have bestowed you kids with talents, but it's a bit eyebrow-raising to think that you young ones are going to wander outside the walls without an adult. I can't stop you, but don't stray too far from the city. All right? We've spotted goblins and orcs wandering around the city recently. If anything happens, rush back here and call for help. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Do you know where the Outskirts village is? The sentry flashed a suspicious glare. Why do you ask? He's acting just like Principal Mahato. I guess no one wants us to go there, although I'm not sure why. The principal told us not to go, but if we don't know where it is, how would we know if we're heading there or not? Helmios answered. I'd like to know its location so we can avoid going there. You've got a point. Then once you're through the gates, don't head east. And you better come back before it gets dark out. It'll be dangerous for you kids after nightfall. Helmios thanked the sentry, and he and his friends passed through the gate. They proceeded straight down the path, but once the sentry was out of view, they turned, leaving the path. After going east a short way, the kids went back north until they reached the city walls, where they again began heading east. Ardent was a square city around 5 kilometers in any direction, and along the main road were 3 gates, north, west, and south, that served as entry and exit points. Only, The east side did not have a gate, as it was blocked by a large river that flowed from the north before taking a sharp turn east. Because of that abrupt turn, the river often overflowed and flooded the region. Thus, Ardent City had chosen not to have any openings in that direction. The water from this river, however, served as the city's water supply, and it was a lot calmer farther upstream, to the north. There was a stream that branched off from the river there, from which the city received its water. It entered from the northeast, flowing west of the church, which was home to a vast cemetery, and into the center of the city. The water then split west and southeast, with the west branch supplying water to the nobles' district of the city, where Viscount Ardent and the other nobles lived in their luxurious manners. From there, it headed south to the eastern region of the city, before ultimately meeting back up with the other branch of the stream in the southeast and heading outside the city walls to the east. The water that left the city while carrying its waste rejoined the main river, but judging from the sentry's earlier remarks, the Outskirts village was located along the drainage route, or at least near the location where the stream met back up with the river. Helmios made a map of the city in his head as he and his friends proceeded along the southern wall. At its end, he spotted what looked like a small hill around the corner. The hill was angled just right to give one the view of the walkway along the south and east walls of Ardent, while also allowing them to gaze down at the watchtower at the corner where the two met. Past that hill was the river. Helmios swiftly grabbed the blade slung across his back. "Is it a monster?" Dorothy asked, clutching her staff and gazing around. Pointed in the direction the group was headed, at the foot of the hill. Helmios narrowed his eyes, trying to get a better look. There was a valley between the hill and the outer wall, and the setting sun could not shed light on it, but he could see something shifting within the darkness. Aina grabbed an arrow from the quiver at her waist. She crouched down while knocking it and began taking large, quiet strides. As she moved, Helmios peered over her shoulder at the shadow darting around the small valley, making sure he was ready to charge forward at a moment's notice. A sharp twang rang out. A loud squeal came from the valley, and Aina rushed over. Helmios gave chase with Gatson and Dorothy in tow, but Aina was first to reach her prey. The horned rabbit had peeked out from a hole on the side of the hill, which had led to its demise. Aina squatted beside the rabbit's twitching torso and took out a dagger to dig a hole in the ground. Helmios and the others watched as the girl expertly brought the rabbit's throat near the hole she had just dug and, with one swift swing, slit the monster's throat. The stench of blood filled the air, and Helmios and his friends inadvertently covered their noses with the sleeves of their jackets, but Aina quickly drained all the blood, removed the arrow piercing her prey, and returned it to her quiver. When the rabbit's convulsions finally stopped, she poured dirt into the hole to cover the blood, then she grabbed the monster's horn and dragged the rest of its body out of its burrow. Gasping, Aina whirled to face her friends, a troubled look on her face. "I don't know." Helmios recalled that she was a serf from Cortana village and had lived with her family. Even in Cortana village, it was the role of the serfs to defeat or chase away any monsters that approached, and since Aina had a talent, perhaps she had fought goblins and the like before her appraisal ceremony, just like Helmios. Perhaps she had not even been aware of her power and skills as she and her parents had hunted monsters. "Hey, don't you have any shame? You can't just take people's stuff." Dorothy scolded him. "If we leave it here, other monsters might show up because they smelled its blood. We don't want that to happen, do we? No wonder you drained its blood and buried it in dirt." Aina nodded, but Helmios did not miss her face twisting slightly as though she were about to burst into tears. "I wonder if something happened, like maybe someone important to her was killed by a monster or something." Just then, a translucent 50-centimeter-long window appeared right in front of his eyes. He yelped in surprise, but he quickly realized that it was a virtual window, the same one he had seen when he had met first Angel Meruz and God of Creation Elmia in his dream while on his way to Ardent. "Lord Meruz said I can summon this window whenever I like, but I don't remember doing that. Did he create it for me? Wait, there's something written here." Helmios attempted to read the symbols on the virtual window, but it was filled with words he could not read or had never seen before. The only things he recognized were the numbers 1 and 8. If he could read the virtual window, he would have known that it was a log of his achievement. Helmios could only stare at the cryptic symbols in front of him, causing Dorothy to turn to him quizzically. "What's up, Helmios?" she asked. "Is there another monster out there or something?" "No, I think we're fine," Helmios replied as he made the virtual window vanish. "Maybe my friends can't see the window? There's gotta be a reason. Why am I the only one who can see it? Oh, I think I get it. Maybe it's like the Demon Lord, and not something everyone should know about." He feigned composure and walked ahead, his sword still unsheathed. Aina followed with her bow in hand, and Gatson grabbed the horned rabbit while Dorothy clutched her staff. When they finally reached the end of the outer wall on their left, they all poked their heads out to look down the eastern wall. To their left was the wall itself, and to their right was the hill. From the valley to the top of the hill was about 500 meters, and about 200 meters beyond that stood a wooden fence. It started at the wall and extended east. The four of them proceeded due north, following the wall until they were close enough to the fence that Helmios was able to make out the details. He sighed at the sorry state it was in. It was made from some rough, uneven scraps of wood, and though it had been put together well, there were dark, damp spots that were rotting away. As the kids got closer, they noticed a moat that was about 10 meters wide inside the fence, presumably meant to protect the village from monsters. It had become a prime spot for rainwater to accumulate, however, and the dark, murky water instead looked like a good shield to keep the invaders from being spotted. Turned right, they ventured eastward, along the curved fence, and after 300 meters or so, they spotted a bridge that went over the moat. When they approached it, they saw that it was guarded by a pair of sentries in leather armor. Helmios froze, realizing too late that he still had his sword drawn. He quickly dropped his sheath and put away his blade. "Oh, you guys are kids," that same sentry remarked. "Those clothes. You must be from the city," the other commented. "This is an outskirts village. What are you here for?" The two guards peppered the kids with questions, and Helmios struggled to quickly come up with an excuse. The outskirts village was filled with people in need who wished to enter Ardent, but were unable to do so. Helmios wanted to help them, but he had to know what the village was like before he could offer any sort of aid. He had planned this trip with that in mind. Unfortunately, if he honestly stated his reasons, he would not receive any sort of support. That much had been made as clear as day by Burton, the head butler's remarks the day prior, as he was the one who had ultimately dealt with the incident Helmios had jumped into. Knowing that, Helmios had not told Gatson or Principal Mahato his true goal for this trip. Helmios's plan had gone smoothly, a little too smoothly. Dorothy and Aina had also tagged along without the need for further explanation, meaning the boy had never had to explain his actual reason for leaving the city. He had not expected anyone else to ask either, thus he had not planned any sort of response. The boy could not even come up with a proper lie, and while he wished to visit the outskirts village, he had no plans for after that. If nothing else, he wanted to at least get into the village, but given that the sun had all but set, he wondered if it was about time to head back to Ardent and call it a day. "Those clothes. You guys are from the talent school," a sentry noted. "Do you have business with the village chief?" "We do," Helmios swiftly replied. The two guards nodded at each other before turning their backs to the kids and walking toward the bridge. "Come with us. We'll show you the way," one said. Helmios still did not know what had just occurred, but he decided to rely on his good luck as he followed the men. Dorothy and the others cautiously followed. Once the men saw that the children had crossed the bridge, all four of them were allowed to pass through the entryway and into the city. Helmios tried to thank the sentries, but before he could, one piped up to give him a warning. "A word of advice. Don't wear those clothes next time you leave the city. People will know right away that you're from the talent school, and you'll get kidnapped by talent hunters. I want to say that you kids will be safe here, but I can't guarantee that there aren't any talent hunters who've snuck in," the other sentry added. "Don't use any skills that rely on your talents. And, of course, don't use your weapons. Talents or no talents, we don't really want any trouble." Helmios nodded. "Got it. We'll be careful." He thanked the guards and entered the village. Upon doing so, he immediately found himself lost for words. There was a clearing in front of the gate, but the soil under their feet was dark and slick, implying that the nearby river had flooded the village numerous times, leading to poor drainage in the soil. As a result, the homes around the clearing were small cabins made of simple wood planks, but their exteriors were dark and moldy. The homes were cramped together, with just enough space between any two to fit an adult, and the poorly maintained paths were being walked by people in dirty, shabby clothes. Everyone in the village looked utterly exhausted due to the squalid living conditions, and some of them cast looks of resignation. Every now and then, someone would turn to Helmios and the other kids, but out of disinterest or maybe exhaustion, they soon turned back and walked on. I had no idea the village was like this. Is this where those kids from yesterday lived? Helmios recalled the incident from the previous day when he had bumped into the family that had snuck into the city while on his way back from the Viscount's manor. A goblin had attacked their village, and they had barely managed to flee, but if they had fled to this outskirts village, it was understandable that they had feared that they would be attacked again. I'm sure the people staying here are worried too, but they don't have the luxury to just leave like that family. But what reason do they have to stay? As Helmios asked himself several questions, he heard a voice and instinctively walked toward it. Someone's crying, the boy replied without so much as turning toward his friend. Helmios crossed the clearing and entered the narrow alley between two houses. Aina was the first to chase after him, followed by a nervous Gatson and Dorothy. The four walked atop the damp ground and between the hovels. None of the homes even had the luxury of a door, Helmios noticed. If a tenant did not use dirty cloth to give themselves a smidgen of privacy, the interior of their house would be on full display for any passers-by, including Helmios and his friends. Unable to keep their curiosity in check, Gatson and Dorothy peered into a few homes that had no cover. They noticed that the houses did not even have proper floors. Residents walked across the dirt and spent their time on mats. There was no furniture, and the homes were dimly lit, like the interior of a cave. Villagers simply huddled together, possibly for warmth or comfort. Such clear signs of poverty made the kids grimace with fear and pity. Every now and then, they would lock eyes with villagers, and they were overwhelmed by the feeling that they had seen something they should not have. Gatson and Dorothy eventually faced forward and kept their eyes straight ahead. When they rounded a corner, they, too, finally became able to hear the sounds of a crying child.
Helmios.
Dorothy started as the group came to a small clearing. Right in front of them, near the fence that surrounded the village, were the remains of a hovel. The house itself had crumbled away, reduced to a pile of wooden debris that a handful of men were taking from to repair a hole in the fence. Dorothy spotted a splatter of blood by the edge of the hole and shuddered, dropping her staff. Helmios, the first on the scene, saw a woman sitting on the ground beside the remains of the hovel. A boy clung to her arm and was crying at the top of his lungs. His mother, gazing at him with worry, looked up when she noticed someone approaching them, her face pale. The woman could only stare in wonder at the 5-year-old boy, and Helmios spotted blood seeping out from the cloth that swaddled her child. He placed a hand over the crying boy. A faint, warm glow, reminiscent of a candle, appeared and gathered beneath Helmios's hand. The tiny ball of light then melted away, like a knot that had suddenly been undone. Right away, the child stopped crying, and the shocked woman removed the cloth to see her healed son sleeping in her arms, tired from all his crying. "Paida, you're all right," she gasped, her voice filled with joy and astonishment. Helmios noticed that the woman's arms were covered in scratches, and he decided to heal her as well.
Vwam.
A virtual window popped up in front of Helmios once more. Once again, Helmios was unable to read much of the text. The number 3 and the words healing rain were all he could make out. What in the world? But heal and healing rain sound similar. Maybe it's some kind of spell that can treat others. "My pain is gone, and my wounds are healed," the mother murmured. She checked both arms for any scratches and let out gasps of awe. "But you're still a child. Are you a clergyman, perhaps?"
"No. Sorry," Helmios hastily replied.
Can I ask what happened here?" "Goblins," one of the men carrying off the remnants of the hovel answered. "The father who lived here was taken away." "Forget it. The sun will set soon, so if you venture out now, you'll just be walking straight into their hands. Helmios fell silent and gazed at the man. Meanwhile, another man glared at the 4 children. Those outfits, and the healing magic you used earlier, are you kids from the talent school? He asked. The men who were repairing the hole in the fence approached Helmios and the mother, crowding around them. He's not a bad child, the mother who sat beside him exclaimed.
Look.
He healed me with the same power as the clergyman from the church. Yeah, Helmios replied instantly. If anyone else is hurt, I can heal them. Helmios, you can't,
Dorothy cried.
As the daughter of a clergyman, she knew the rules better than anyone. Have you forgotten Lord Elmia's teachings? The people born in this world had to overcome the trials bestowed upon them on their own. If they wished for help from others, they had to give the helpers something equal in value to the aid that they would receive. Helmios was aware of that teaching, of course, but he greatly preferred the idea of ignoring it, of treating it as a rough guideline, over ignoring all the villagers in need. Besides, if I really am in the wrong, I feel like Lord Elmia will appear in my dreams and scold me for it. The men scattered and returned several minutes later with 2 or 3 injured people. Please save this kid, a burly man begged, a girl around the same age as Helmios and his friends limp in his arms. His wound just won't close, a woman said. The man she had brought over had lost his right leg from the knee down, and his breathing was haggard as he sat nearby. Look at all these people, Dorothy shouted. Even if I help, I doubt the 2 of us can save more than 10 people. She had seen more people get healed more than anyone else and knew the toll it took on one's body, but Helmios huffed proudly and confidently. I'm not sure, but I've got to try. Healing rain. He raised his hands toward the heavens. Beneath the darkening sky, a warm orange glow gathered atop them and scattered like rain over the people around him. Huh? Dad. The girl in her father's arms muttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Why your leg? Murmured the woman who had brought over the man with the missing leg. His breathing was stabilizing, and his leg had slowly started to regrow. Cries of joy and delight filled the area, but Dorothy paled. How, she muttered. Healing rain only closes wounds and stops bleeding. However, the villagers did not hear her. They were too busy celebrating, gathering around Helmios to thank him. Thank you, little saintess, a villager cried. You created a miracle here. We ought to thank you, another villager said. Saintess, boy of miracles. Is there anything we can do in return? Helmios thought for a moment. Then can you save this woman and her child here? He turned to the family that had been attacked by goblins earlier. The villagers widened their eyes and turned to the woman, then roared with laughter. Of course. That's nothing, the burly man shouted as he let his now-healed daughter down from his arms. This village is chock full of people who lost family members when their homes were attacked by monsters. Everyone fled here and formed a little community. Looking after each other comes with the territory, so it's no trouble at all. I see. Helmios said, his expression having darkened after hearing of the atrocities. Well, that's a relief. He felt just as powerless as he had several minutes earlier, when he had been told that he could not chase after the kidnapped father. Is there anything I can do? Can I fight goblins like I did last year when I went to pick medicinal herbs for Mom? But I don't even know where they are. Glancing over at his friends, he noticed a troubled Dorothy, along with Gatson and Aina celebrating alongside the joyful villagers. Dragging them into this mess was something he could not do. There must be something I can do. Lord Elmia told me in my dream that I was given a talent that could very well save the world. So doesn't that include people like them too? Then that has to mean I can do something other than heal wounds. But what? Helmios racked his brain, searching for a solution. Boy of miracles, you didn't come here just to save us, did you? The burly man asked. What are you really here for? He has some business with the village chief, a familiar voice called out. Helmios turned toward the voice and spotted the sentry he had met outside the village standing there. Fair enough. They're from the talent school, after all, a villager said. The burly man nodded as well. Then we can guide you there. We should think about how we can thank this kid before he leaves. And Joe, head on home. The girl who had been limp in his father's arms now energetically smiled and nodded while the burly man walked ahead. Hey, didn't we promise to be back home before the sun sets? Dorothy asked quickly. Dorothy and the others followed Helmios. They walked down a narrow alley and turned a corner, stopping in front of a particularly large building. It was clearly far sturdier than the rest of the hovels in the village, and behind it, one could see the outer walls of Ardent city. Helmios could even hear the sound of water, leading him to assume that the village had been built near or possibly around the drainage channel coming from the city. Two men with short swords stood guard outside the building. The burly man spoke with them, and they nodded and turned to Helmios and his friends. The burly man then beckoned the kids over. You'll get to meet the village chief soon, he told them. Kid, thanks for saving my daughter. I promise I'll repay your kindness. Don't you forget it. He left, and one of the men standing guard opened a door to the building, encouraging Helmios and the others to head inside. Within the building was a spacious hallway lined with candles, giving it a warm but dim light. Moreover, Helmios noticed that unlike the dirt floors present in all the other buildings, this one had a wood floor. While the kids were busy being surprised by the interior, the man who had guided them knocked on the door at the back of the hall. The man opened the door and ushered the kids inside. When they walked through the door and saw the village chief, they gasped in astonishment. A man who was the spitting image of the talent school principal sat within the dark room, illuminated by candles as he gazed at the children.
Ha ha ha, the kid.
I don't blame you. I'm Gahado, Mahado's older twin brother. The village chief chuckled again, and the man behind the awestruck kids spoke up. A hymn guided them over, and he mentioned that they healed the villagers with miraculous spells. Did you not ask your brother to send them? Well, why don't we leave it at that? Gahado replied. Please tell the villagers as much. The village chief then encouraged Helmios and the other children to step forward, toward the center of the room. So, what's the real reason you came here? He asked softly. Surely you didn't actually come here at Mahado's behest. You said you're the principal's older brother, right, sir? Gatson asked. Why are you the chief here? Gahado gave a wry smile. My brother and I used to work in the imperial capital. We were both officials. We then became instructors at the academy, though we were in completely different departments and academies. We just so happened to change jobs and retire at around the same time, and we both ultimately returned to our hometown as well. But things changed when we did. The war against the Demon Lord army had already begun, and those with talents were dispatched to the war zone in the north. As a result, two problems occurred. First are the talent hunters who kidnap kids, and second is this very outskirts village. I've run into a talent hunter before, Helmios said. Why do they do something so horrible? As I just mentioned, those with talents are sent to the northern front to fight in the war. But not everyone is blessed with a talent, and we cannot control where people with talents are born. Nobles across the land are terrified by this. If there is a year where a child with a talent isn't born in their land, they will be unable to offer new soldiers to the Empire as a show of their loyalty. The war against the Demon Lord army seemingly has no end, and should a lord be unable to supply the Empire with a talented child in a given year, they will be deemed unsuitable to rule a fief. In the worst case, they will be stripped of their title, and so they sometimes hire ruffians to kidnap kids who have undergone an appraisal ceremony and are confirmed to have a talent. That way, kids with talents can be consistently offered to the Empire. I agree. A talent is a gift given by Lord Elmia, and we humans have no control over it. Even so, we're blinded by greed and the future right in front of our eyes. Some get overwhelmed with panic and act foolishly. People wishing to protect these kids built a talent school, and Mahado begged to become the principal of that institution. I had no idea. Then was it your idea to build this outskirts village, Chief Gahado? That's right. Those with talents being sent to the battlefield in the north has left villages and small towns with no one strong enough to protect them from monsters. Many had to abandon their homes and gather in Ardent city. And now, the streets are flooded with immigrants. Because the city has a talent school to raise kids like you, Fewer people are allowed to live within the city. The locals began to complain about the influx of people, which led to the ousting. I'm sorry, that's a difficult word, isn't it? It led to immigrants being chased away. People from outside the city are no longer welcome. But then, the people were chased out of their villages and fled for their lives, only to be kicked out of the city too? Indeed. And it's those without talents who are first on the chopping block. This isn't happening in just Halden either. People are being chased out of every city. But they can't simply be left for dead. They are thus welcomed into outskirts villages, where outsiders are unofficially allowed to stay near the city. The lord of the land himself personally. A tear glimmered in the corner of Gahado's eye, prompting Helmios to fall silent.
I'm sorry.
Without the talent school, we can't protect kids like you, and this empire would eventually fall to the Demon Lord army. In other words, we can't have soldiers with talents standing guard, protecting the people of this village, who were chased out of the city and their homes, from the clutches of monsters. Helmios did not know what to say. He merely stood there, dumbfounded, and Gahado flashed a soft smile. The village chief smiled once more. I see. Then you must study hard under Mahado and learn more about this world. One day, perhaps you can bring back the hope that we abandoned long ago. Helmios nodded. That day, he learned that he wished to save those who were powerless, downtrodden, and oppressed by society from the hellish world they lived in. Bonus story: Pelomas the merchant's wedding venue. 3 days had passed since Pelomas had risked his life to give Fiona a tear of the holy fish Macris and successfully proposed to her. The two sat next to each, across a table from Alan. Sandwiching the happy couple was each of their parents, Deboji and Chester, while Alan sat between Cecil and Shia. The 7 of them had gathered in the meeting room in Count Granville's manor. Pelomas and Fiona wanted to consult the Count regarding their wedding, and Cecil and Alan were acting as the middlemen. Now that Pelomas and Fiona were engaged, they had quickly moved on to wedding preparations. They were trying to select a suitable venue, but they were torn between Krina Village, Pelomas's hometown, and a hotel in Granville City that was owned by Fiona's father, Chester. They could not choose. It was then that Alan had appeared for some inexplicable reason and stated that a person could get help with their wedding from the Lord's Manor or the Church of Elmia if they were in a position of power or had made great contributions to the land. He had suggested that they ask the Count if they could use the church in the Granville Fief as their venue, and the couple had decided to go along with that for the time being. The other members of the No-Life Gamers refused to stick their nose in Pelomas's business, and they had all gone their separate ways, returning to their homes to rest for a while. Only Shia had stepped forward and asked to tag along. With the help of Alan's bird, Shia could easily head to her home country of Albahal, which lay beyond the ocean, but the summoner did not feel right asking why the Beast Princess wished to stay in Granville. Hey! Cecil snapped from beside Alan. Stop showing that off already. My gosh. She glared angrily at Fiona, who sat in front of her. Meanwhile, Pelomas's fiancé grinned as she showed off the tear of Macris in her hand, gloating to Cecil. My word. Showing off, you say? Fiona replied. Cecil, you received a holy orb from Master Alan, did you not? Though I suppose he gave it to you as a friend, so I can see why you're so jealous. Hoping to be kept out of the pair's exchange, Alan raised the cup in front of him and downed the rest of his now-cold cup of tea. Then, to switch topics, he spoke to Deboji, who sat beside Pelomas. The Count seems very busy today. Would you like to visit him another day? That sounds like the best course of action, Deboji replied nervously. A manservant of House Granville arrived with a teapot in hand. He had been Alan Sr. when the summoner had been a servant himself. Alan was deeply indebted to him. Would you like scones? The servant offered. Why, yes, please. Thank you, Alan replied gingerly. As he was poured a second cup of tea, Cecil turned to Fiona.
I'm sorry.
And after you came all this way, she said. Ever since father was made a count, he's been very busy. The wedding isn't for quite a while, so could you visit us another day? Count Granville had been bestowed with his title earlier in the year, and he had immediately begun working within the Ratashan royal castle, away from his fief. It was now December, and he had been allowed to temporarily return home, but not so that he could rest. This was his first new years as a count, and he had to greet the nobles around him. Yesterday, he had visited the Almean church within his city's capital, and today, he had left early in the morning for the Adventurers Guild. He was so busy visiting those who supported him that he hardly had enough time to even take a short breather. Fiona huffed angrily. Then that's all the more reason to stay. Our only chance to meet the Count is now, when he's back in his city. Cecil, do you perhaps not want us to have a wedding? Astonishing. How did you know? I thought I'd show you what true happiness is. This seemed like the most perfect of opportunities. One could practically see sparks fly as Cecil and Fiona glared daggers at each other. Thankfully, there was a knock on the door. Everyone turned toward it as the head butler, Seabass, entered, followed by Count Granvelle. Alan and the others stood up to greet him. The Adventurers Guild wouldn't let me return so easily. The Count muttered. Oh, please don't be so bothered, Chester swiftly replied. I'm honored that you're taking the time out of your busy day to meet with us. The Count sat beside his daughter, Cecil, and everyone else in the room sat back down. Ah yes, you're here about Pelomas and Fiona's wedding venue, aren't you? The Count asked. Correct, my lord, Pelomas replied. It's still a long way off, but for our wedding, I'd like to invite my family and friends, my co-workers, and Fiona's relatives as well. I'd also like to invite my future father-in-law's clients to this joyous occasion. Pelomas boldly spoke his mind to the Count, and Alan was happy to see how reliable the merchant had become. We'd like the venue to be located in the city since it has such a convenient transportation system, but we cannot decide from there, Pelomas continued. My father-in-law's hotel seems like a suitable location, but we also kicked around the idea of using the Church of Elmia. If you don't mind, my lord, we're here to ask for your advice, as well as to possibly make a request. A wedding required that invitations were sent out and the guests' replies recorded. It was a laborious process that would take several months, or perhaps more than a year in some cases. Naturally, a venue had to be chosen before the invitations were sent. Count Granvelle was certainly aware of that, and Alan had expected him to quickly nod his head in agreement, but he fell silent for a while instead. The summoner watched him quizzically, and as Shia's demeanor turned stern, the Count broke his silence. About that, I cannot quite give you the answer you seek, he muttered. Father? Cecil shouted, her face red. You don't have to be so mean to my friends. Misunderstand what I said. I'm more than happy to lend a hand for their wedding, be it lending my manor or asking the Church of Elmia. I'll do what I can, but I've got some news. Don't be alarmed when you hear it. Pelomas, Fiona, I've received many gracious suggestions that your wedding be held in the Ratashan royal castle, the Count replied, looking equally anxious. His Majesty and his wife, along with the rest of the royal family and many nobles and ministers would like to attend as well. The royal castle? Fiona asked. The king and the royal family? That seems like a very sudden request. Count Granvelle, when you were called to the royal castle, did you mention Pelomas, making his wedding the talk of the castle? Alan asked. A child of the village chief within the kingdom got his hands on a tear of the holy fish Macris. If you're asking if I boasted about Pelomas to the royal family, I did no such thing, the Count replied. You made so many grand preparations for your friend that everyone knows that he not only obtained a tier of the holy fish Macris, but also that his proposal was a great success, with Empress Rapsinal personally in attendance for the event. Everyone in the royal castle knows that, and of course, the king does as well. And before Empress Rapsinal is allowed to join the Five-Continent Alliance Conference next year, the king wishes to meet her. Hence, many officials have suggested hosting the wedding at the castle. Count, there's no need for you to look so down, Shia said. Pelomas is a hero who saved the Prostia Empire, and it's only natural that the wedding of such a hero be hosted and celebrated by the entire nation he was born in.
Shia? What are you talking about? Pelomas asked.
You need not be afraid. You must know that you have such importance and value to your nation. However, the king cannot say so himself. Very well, how about I personally visit the king of Radash? Surely that will leave him no choice but to lend us the castle. Yeah, Alan added with a nod. The king probably is trying to find a way to meet the Prostian Empress anyway. We need to report back about the Empire as well, so we should bow our heads and ask for his help. Both Pelomas and Fiona were completely stunned. Hey, don't go deciding all that by yourselves, the couple yelped in unison.